Chapter 1072. Who is it? How dare you peep at us from the dark? Come out and die. The group of people immediately turned their heads to look at the forest, their faces full of hostility. Isn't it just watching? Is there a need to be so vicious? With a mocking laugh, Qin Feiyang and Fatso walked out of the forest. They had arrived long ago. They just didn't show up and wanted to see what these people were going to do. The result was far beyond their expectations. This Nie Xiaoyong actually planned to force himself on her. To be able to do such a dirty thing, he was really worthy of being a famous playboy. Ancestor Mu. At the same time, seeing that it was Qin Feiyang, Nie Xiaoyong and the others' pupils shrank, their fear could not be concealed. But Li Yan was still the same as before, there was no color in her eyes. What a pitiful girl. Qin Feiyang secretly sighed. He couldn't help but want to tell Li Yan the truth, but in the end, reason prevailed over impulse. Fatso stepped forward, stared at Nie Xiaoyong arrogantly and shouted, "I didn't expect you to be such a scum. Let her go immediately for Fat Lord." With Qin Feiyang here, he was full of confidence. Nie Xiaoyong frowned and said in a deep voice, "Let her go." The two young men who were holding Li Yan immediately let go of Li Yan and then hid behind Nie Xiaoyong, looking at Qin Feiyang warily. Fatso was proud and said contemptuously, "You let her go just because I asked you to. Is this still the arrogant young Master Nie from yesterday?" Nie Xiaoyong's eyes were cold as he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Junior brother Mu, we have always minded our own business. Why are you meddling in other people's business today?" Qin Feiyang glanced at Nie Xiaoyong, then at the others and laughed, "Don't you know that Fatso is my brother?" Just now, he had clearly seen everyone's cultivation base with a single glance. Nie Xiaoyong was a 3-star battle saint, and the others were 1-star and 2-star battle saints. Obviously, they were all disciples of the Holy Land. If it was placed in front of him, he might have stayed away. But now, he could deal with these small fries with one hand. "Brother." Nie Xiaoyong and the others turned pale with fright. They weren't the only ones who knew about the relationship between Fatso and Qin Feiyang. Everyone in God's City knew about it. Everyone thought that they were just friends, but they didn't expect them to be brothers. The difference between a friend and a brother was not just a little bit. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Fatso, how many slaps did he give you yesterday?" 20. Fatso said. Nie Xiaoyong's face darkened, and he said angrily, "Bullshit, I clearly only slapped you 5 times. Where did the 20 come from? Does the interest not count?" Fatso snickered. Interest? Nie Xiaoyong was about to explode. In just one night, it had increased by 15%. Wasn't this interest too high? "Okay, slap him the same way he slapped you yesterday," Qin Feiyang said, and pointed to the dozen people next to Nie Xiaoyong, and said lightly, "And each of them will be slapped 20 times. What? The dozen people's faces turned green on the spot. A young man in green shouted, "Junior brother Mu, most of us weren't here yesterday, why are you slapping us too?" 40. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. The young man in green was furious and wanted to speak again. The others quickly stopped him and shouted, "If you speak again, it won't be 40, it will be 80, or even 160. So, can you shut up?" The young man in green felt wronged. He was fighting for the injustice for everyone, but in the end, he was blamed by everyone. Did they have a conscience? Fatso walked toward Nie Xiaoyong with a smirk on his face and said, "Young Master Nie, I really hope you can show your arrogance yesterday and show my boss, but unfortunately, you don't have the guts." Humiliation. What a blatant humiliation. Nie Xiaoyong clenched his hands and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "You'd better think it through." Qin Feiyang said. Fatso immediately raised his arm and slapped Nie Xiaoyong's face. A bright red palm print immediately appeared. Nie Xiaoyong was stunned. He actually slapped him? He shouted in exasperation, "Ancestor Mu, my big brother is one of the 3 kings of the Saint Peak. If you dare to touch me, even if you are the direct disciple of the chief tower master, you won't have a good ending." One of the 3 kings of the Saint Peak? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Seeing this, the other dozen people thought that Qin Feiyang was a little timid and became arrogant. That's right. Senior brother Nye's big brother is called Nyejeon. Senior brother Nyejeon's talent is extraordinary and can be said to be a rare talent in 10,000 years. And he is deeply loved by the Peak Master of the Saint Peak, and the Peak Master has the intention to take him as a disciple. His future is limitless. And senior brother Nyejeon usually loves senior brother Nye the most, so you'd better restrain yourself. The dozen people clamored. Take him as a disciple? Qin Feiyong raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, so what? Your Peak Master of the Saint Peak is my future father-in-law? Wang Yuer's father was the Peak Master of the Saint Peak. Everyone was stunned. That's right. This person was already engaged to Wang Yuer and was considered a family with the Peak Master of the Saint Peak. Even if they made a big fuss, the Peak Master of the Saint Peak would definitely help his own family. What's more, this matter was originally their fault. Senior brother Mu, we were wrong, please let us go this time. Yes, we have no grudges in the past, and we have no grudges today, so there's no need to make a fuss like this. The dozen people were scared and hurriedly flattered him. Seeing that the dozen people began to curry favor, Nye Xiaoyong's face turned livid. Continue to slap them. Qin Feiyong ignored those people. They were all clowns and were not pleasing to his eyes. Fatso chuckled and raised his hand to slap them again. Hey! Isn't that Ancestor Mu? Nye Xiaoyong is here too. What are they doing? A few disciples passed by in the air, and when they noticed Qin Feiyong and the others, they immediately stopped and looked down at them. Slapped. It was also at this moment. Fatso slapped Nye Xiaoyong's face again, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. What? He actually slapped Nye Xiaoyong? The disciples in the air were stunned. One of them was refreshed and hurriedly said, hurry up and inform everyone that Ancestor Mu and Nye Xiaoyong are fighting, there's a good show to watch. They all used the image crystal to send messages to their friends. No way? When did Ancestor Mu become so high profile that he actually let someone slap Nye Xiaoyong in public? The news spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and very quickly, it spread throughout the main pagoda. Those who received the news were all shocked without exception. Continue to be arrogant. Fatso was overjoyed now. The humiliation he suffered yesterday was finally washed away. However, facing this scene, Li Yan did not react at all. She turned around and walked to the edge of the cliff, continuing to be in a daze. Qin Feiyong looked at her back and couldn't help but frown. Enough. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Nye Xiaoyong grabbed Fatso's wrist and said in a deep voice, I advise you to stop before you go too far. Fatso turned to look at Qin Feiyong and said, Boss, he's threatening me again. Qin Feiyong looked at Nye Xiaoyong. Nye Xiaoyong also looked at Qin Feiyong, a trace of killing intent lurking in his eyes, and said, if you have the ability, let's fight one-on-one, regardless of life and death. Qin Feiyong looked at him in surprise and suddenly laughed. This smile made Nye Xiaoyong's scalp go numb, and he began to regret saying that. Regardless of life and death? In other words, this is a duel of life and death? The few people in the sky looked at each other. It seemed that this matter had gotten out of hand. Fatso also looked at Nye Xiaoyong in shock and asked, you really want to have a duel of life and death with boss? Nye Xiaoyong's eyes darkened as he nodded and sneered, yes, but this young master is afraid that he doesn't dare. Fatso also laughed. Challenging Qin Feiyong? This was really borrowing courage from the heavens. However, even if he wanted to challenge, these 20 slaps couldn't be let go just like that. He suddenly raised his other arm and slapped towards Nye Xiaoyong's face again. You're courting death. The killing intent in Nye Xiaoyong's eyes was no longer concealed. You're the one who's courting death. At the same time, Qin Feiyong also moved. Like a ghost, he landed in front of Nye Xiaoyong. His palm was like a blade as battle chi gushed out and directly entered Nye Xiaoyong's lower abdomen. Nye Xiaoyong immediately knelt on the ground and screamed in pain. Qin Feiyong retracted his palm and shook off the blood on his hand. He turned to look at Fatso and said indifferently, as you wish, you're crippled. Now you can do whatever you want. Boss is still the best. Fatso smiled flatteringly and stepped forward to punch and kick Nie Xiaoyong. Ancestor Mu, you despicable person, you actually sneak attacked me when I wasn't paying attention. With his Qi Si crippled, even if Nie Xiaoyong was a 3-star battle saint, he had no power to resist. He could only let Fatso destroy him as he howled in pain. Despicable person? You knew that I was here to cause trouble for you, yet you didn't take any precautions. Aren't you stupid? Also, fighting one-on-one with a hedonistic scum like you is purely a waste of time. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He walked to Li Yan's side and looked at her pale face. His lips moved, but in the end, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth and lowered his head to look at the river below. For a moment, only Fatso's arrogant voice and Nie Xiaoyong's screams could be heard. Swish! So, figures continued to appear in the sky. They were all disciples of the main pagoda. Even some disciples of the Holy Lands came after hearing the news. He actually crippled Nie Xiaoyong's Qi Si? Isn't that too cruel? Yes, our main pagoda has a rule that disciples are not allowed to fight in private. Even if he is the direct disciple of the main pagoda lord, he can't violate it. Someone said with dissatisfaction. I don't agree with this. If Nie Xiaoyong never harassed Li Yan, would this have happened? Speaking of which, he only has himself to blame for this. That's right. Senior brother Mu is punishing evil and upholding justice. We should support him. There were also people who supported Qin Feiyang. Aya, it's so lively. At this moment, accompanied by a strange laughter, a purple-clothed youth broke through the sky and landed beside Qin Feiyang. This voice. Chapter 1073. The purple-clothed youth snickered. I was worried that you would be alone in the main pagoda, isolated and helpless. That's why I came back to help you. Then shouldn't I thank you? Qin Feiyang sneered. The purple-clothed youth said, If you really want to thank me, I will accept it. Qin Feiyang coldly glanced at the purple-clothed youth, then continued to look at the river below, his eyes flickering. Awesome. At this time, Fatso finally stopped, looking at Nie Xiaoyong who was like a dead dog. His fat face was full of pleasure. He looked at the other dozen people and shouted, Line up for me one by one. The group of people's faces were ashen. They were all disciples of the sacred land. Usually, in front of ordinary disciples, they were high and mighty monarchs, and no one dared to disobey them. But now, they had actually fallen to this point, being bullied by an ordinary disciple in public. How could they raise their heads in the main pagoda in the future? But they didn't dare to resist, because there was a fierce person watching from the side. They glanced at Qin Feiyang, and with a heart full of humiliation, they obediently lined up and went up one by one to be slapped in the face. Pa! Not long after, more than a dozen people's faces were swollen like pig heads. The people in the sky looked at each other in dismay. As the saying goes, don't hit people in the face. But this damn Fatso, he didn't hit anywhere but the face. Wasn't this deliberately embarrassing the disciples of the sacred land? If you let me know in the future that you came to harass Li Yan, then it won't be as simple as today. Scram. Qin Feiyang said without turning his head. Yes. The group of people nodded repeatedly, terrified, and then took Nie Xiaoyong and left in a sorry state. The direct disciple of the chief pagoda master is indeed different. Isn't that so? If it were someone else causing trouble here, those law enforcement elders and deacon elders would have come long ago. Regardless of whether you are reasonable or not, they would beat you up first. But now look, which law enforcement elder is here. They are all playing dumb, not wanting to offend this person. The crowd in the sky whispered secretly. Fatso looked up at those people and shouted, Do you all have nothing to do? Hearing this domineering shout, some people immediately raised their eyebrows. They were either members of famous clans, super tribes, or disciples of the Holy Lands. Who would dare to scold them like this? But when they saw Qin Feiyang standing at the edge of the cliff, they chose to swallow their anger and left. Very soon, only Qin Feiyang, Li Yan, Fatso, and the purple-clothed youth were left in this place. Alas! After a long time, Qin Feiyang sighed softly. He turned to Li Yan and said, I understand your current feelings, But what's the point of doing this? I'm sure your grandfather wouldn't want to see you like this. Then what should I do? Laughing heartlessly? I can't do it. Li Yan murmured. Qin Feiyang said, you need to have the courage to face it. If you can't even bear this blow, how can you face more brutal blows in the future? After all, life is unpredictable, and anything can happen. Li Yan was silent. Qin Feiyang looked at her for a while and simply ignored it. Because this kind of thing, outsiders couldn't interfere. Li Yan could only rely on herself to walk out of it. Qin Feiyang glanced at the purple-clothed youth and looked at Fatso. Let's go. Buzz. At this moment, a buzzing sound rang out. Boss, your message? Fatso was stunned and asked. Qin Feiyang shook his head and looked at the purple-clothed youth. The purple-clothed youth also shook his head. The image crystal of the three of them didn't respond, so it must be Li Yan's image crystal. The three of them couldn't help but look at Li Yan. Li Yan was silent for a while and took out the image crystal. Buzz. The image of a middle-aged man emerged. This person's face was rough, his eyebrows reached his temples, and he was quite dignified. But at this moment, the middle-aged man looked at Li Yan, his eyes full of helplessness and even a trace of sadness. Li Yan looked at the middle-aged man and asked, Father, what's wrong? The middle-aged man asked, Is there anyone else beside you? Li Yan glanced at Qin Feiyang and the other two and shook her head at the middle-aged man. There's something I have to tell you in advance, the middle-aged man said, but it seemed to be something difficult for him to say. Li Yan said, Father, what's the matter? The middle-aged man sighed deeply and said, Yan, we have already agreed to let you marry Fu Anshan. What? Li Yan suddenly stood up. Qin Feiyang and the other two also had a look of disbelief. Marry Fu Anshan? Was this a joke? In terms of seniority, Fu Anshan was of the grandfather's generation. What were Li Yan's parents thinking? The middle-aged man blamed himself. Yan, I'm sorry. Father didn't want to do this, but father had no choice. Looks like there's a secret. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other and quietly looked at the middle-aged man. Li Yan finally recovered, looked at the middle-aged man and asked, Did Fu Anshan force you? The middle-aged man nodded and said, Some time ago, Fu Anshan suddenly came to our house and said that he wanted to marry you. Your mother and I were furious at that time. Who does he think he is? Why should he marry you? But, at this point, the middle-aged man fell silent, his face filled with pain. Father, don't say any more. I know he must have threatened you and your mother. There's nothing we can do about it. Without grandfather, our family has already declined. Li Yan shook her head and smiled, but her face was as pale as paper. I'm sorry, it's my father's incompetence. Originally, your mother and I didn't agree to it even if we were beaten to death, but the elders in our clan chose to give up on you for the future of the Li family. They even threatened that if your mother and I continued to protect you, not only would they join forces to abolish me as the patriarch, but they would also expel us from the family. Yan, this family was single-handedly built by your grandfather. Father can't just give it to them for free. Can you forgive your father? The middle-aged man said. Li Yan laughed. Your daughter can understand, father. You don't have to blame yourself anymore. Thank you. The middle-aged man said gratefully. Then when will you come back? Your mother and I both hope to have a good time with you before you get married. Li Yan pondered for a moment and said, After a while, your daughter doesn't want to see that group of mercenary elders right now. All right. The middle-aged man did not force her, and the shadow quickly dissipated. Li Yan put away the image crystal and turned to look at Qin Feiyang and the other two, and said self-deprecatingly, I didn't expect that after grandfather died, my Li family would become so unbearable to actually let me marry an old man. If you want to laugh, laugh. Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other with bitter smiles on their faces. Right now, they only had sympathy in their hearts. How could they laugh at Li Yan? Then marry me. As long as you marry me, on this forgotten continent, no one will dare to do anything to your Li family. The purple-clothed youth chuckled. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said angrily, Are you kidding me at a time like this? I'm not kidding. I'll like anything that you've taken a fancy to. The purple-clothed youth said playfully. Everything I like? Qin Feiyang was stunned, and said with a dark face, Don't talk nonsense, I have nothing to do with Li Yan. If you have nothing to do with her, why are you so concerned about her? You even offended Nye Xiaoyong for her. The leader of the Adamantine tribe is famous for his fiery temper. He's not someone to be trifled with. The purple-clothed youth laughed secretly. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, Is it a friendship between fellow disciples? Tisich, stop pretending. The purple-clothed youth raised his middle finger. Li Yan said, You guys go, I want to calm down by myself. Then you take care. Qin Feiyang looked at her deeply, then turned and left with Fatso. The purple-clothed youth's eyes flashed, and he quickly chased after the two. After leaving the Sword Peak, Qin Feiyang stopped and turned to look at Fatso, and said, I'm worried that Li Yan might take things too hard and do something stupid. You must keep an eye on her before the succession ceremony. Fatso hurriedly said, Fat Lord hasn't even dealt with Chu Xian's parents, how can he have time to take care of her? Qin Feiyang said helplessly, Let's put Chu Xian's matter aside for now. If Li Yan really does something stupid, Li He will kill me. Li? The purple-clothed youth was stunned and said suspiciously, Isn't Li He dead? Qin Feiyang ignored him and looked at Fatso. Don't worry, after I rest for a few days, I will personally go to the Chu family and ask Chu Xian's parents. Okay then. Fatso nodded. Qin Feiyang didn't stay any longer. He opened a teleportation door and walked in with large strides. Seeing this, the purple-clothed youth hurriedly followed. Calm Heart Lake. On the balcony of the attic, Qin Feiyang stared at the purple-clothed youth angrily and said, Why are you following me? Do you know where this is? If someone sees you, you will be in trouble. The purple-clothed youth glanced at the island and said with a smile, Of course I know this place, Calm Heart Lake. What do you want to do? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The purple-clothed youth said, I just want to know, when you were in the Azure Sea, how did your cultivation suddenly become a 3-star combat emperor? That's right. This person was Mu Qing. However, he was Mu Qing after changing his appearance, and now he was called Qin Day. So it's because of this. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood, and then the corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Speaking of this, it reminds me of what you said to me. Mu Qing's face darkened. The thing he was worried about was indeed going to happen. Back then, didn't you tell me how amazing and awesome those people were? In the end, when they saw me, why did they run away without even saying goodbye? Is this the elite disciple of your Mu family? Qin Feiyang sneered. Continue, I'm listening. Mu Qing was also thick-skinned and did not care at all. Do you think I'll say it just because you want me to? Qin Feiyang disdainfully turned around and entered the attic. Mu Qing said, If you don't say it, then I will. I have been wondering a question. When we first entered the main tower, it was for the heavenly astral flames. Now that we have obtained the heavenly astral flames, why are you still staying in the main tower? Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. He turned to look at Mu Qing and suddenly shouted, Wang Yu, I have something to talk to you about. Come over here. You win. Mu Qing's face changed, and he immediately opened the portal. If I wasn't afraid of your Mu family strength, I would have already crippled you. Qin Feiyang snorted from his nose. Mu Qing's body stiffened and he sneered, Then let's wait and see. Let's see who will cripple who in the end. After saying that, he stepped into the portal without looking back. Then let's wait and see. Chapter 1074. What's the matter? Wang Yuer flew over and landed in the courtyard, looking at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang looked at her in shock. He had thought that with Wang Yuer's character, she wouldn't come, but she did. This was awkward. What's the matter? Tell me. Wang Yuer urged impatiently. Qin Feiyang had an idea and asked, Didn't you say in Qinghai last time that you would ask your grandpa and your parents to break off the engagement? Why didn't you do anything? Wang Yuer's face stiffened. He called her over just for this? Bastard. Did he hate her that much? He couldn't wait to break off the engagement. I've told them, but they don't want to. There's nothing I can do. Go to them if you can. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Wang Yuer said coldly, then turned around and flew back to the attic. Her face was colder than her tone. "Why are you angry? Don't you all want to break off the engagement?" Qin Feiyang looked at her in confusion. This woman's mind was indeed deeper than the bottom of the sea. Shaking his head, he turned around and entered the room. The next day, the news that Qin Feiyang was still alive had already spread to all the big and small cities and tribes. Similarly, the news of Nie Xiaoyong being abused also spread like wildfire. In the Adamantine tribe, in a certain hall, a burly man in black slammed his hand on a desk and said angrily, "Bastard, he even dares to provoke the chief tower master's personal disciple. Is he tired of living?" "Husband, you can't blame Xiaoyong for this. Xiaoyong took a fancy to Li Yan. Although what he did was wrong, he didn't provoke Ancestor Mu. Why did he treat Xiaoyong like this in public?" A middle-aged woman next to him said unhappily. This woman was wearing luxurious clothes and her long hair was tied up. She was still charming. "Chief, Madam is right. Ancestor Mu bullied Xiaoyong in public, which means that he doesn't take our Adamantine tribe seriously at all." A young man below said. This person was thin and wore a fitted white robe. He looked to be in his 30s and held a jade flute in his hand. He looked rather scholarly. He was the high priest of the Vajra tribe. The Adamantine chief said, "Then what do you think we should do?" "He is the chief pagoda master's disciple." The purple-clothed woman said, "Even if he is the chief pagoda master's disciple, he still has to be reasonable." "That's right. In that kind of situation, you could have just asked Xiaoyong to apologize. Why did you have to do that? He even crippled Xiaoyong's qi. He's simply taking advantage of his position to bully others." The high priest said. The two of them echoed each other, thoroughly arousing the fury in the Vajra tribe's chief's heart. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll go look for Chief Tower Master to reason with him." After the chief of the Adamantine tribe left, the high priest shook his head and laughed. "Our chief's temper is really fiery. If he didn't do that, would we have a chance?" The purple-clothed woman smiled and snuggled into the high priest's embrace. "That's true. While he's at the chief pagoda, let's go have some fun." The high priest picked up the purple-clothed woman and walked towards the bed with a lewd smile on his face. "Xiaoyong is in trouble, and you still have the mood to think about this?" The purple-clothed woman looked at him with dissatisfaction. "Isn't someone worried about this? Why are we in such a hurry?" The high priest threw the purple-clothed woman on the bed and impatiently pounced on her. For a moment, in the main hall, clothes were flying and moaning. The chief pagoda, Shua, a purple-clothed youth holding a folding fan appeared above Calm Heart Lake. He looked at the pavilion where Qin Feiyang was and said loudly, "Ancestor Mu, come out for a moment." Qin Feiyang was meditating when he heard the voice. He opened his eyes and walked out of the pavilion. He looked up at the purple-clothed youth and smiled. "Brother Gongsun, what's the matter?" Gongsun Bei said, "The chief pagoda master wants you to go over." "Why does master want me to go over?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "The leader of the Adamantine tribe is here. After hearing this, I don't need to tell you. You should know." Gongsun Bei smiled. "The leader of the Adamantine tribe?" Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, "Brother Gongsun Bei, can I not go?" "What do you think?" Gongsun Bei said. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and flew over. He landed beside Gongsun Bei and said, "Then let's go." Gongsun Bei said, "We'll fly over." Fly over? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Wasn't there a portal? Flying over would be a waste of time. Gongsun Bei looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. "I want to take the opportunity to talk to you." "Talk about what?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. "Let's talk as we walk." Gongsun Bei smiled and flew towards the chief pagoda master's courtyard. Qin Feiyang followed behind him suspiciously. However, after flying for a long time, Gongsun Bei didn't say anything. He just silently flew forward. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Brother Gongsun Bei, if you have anything to say, just say it. Don't be afraid." Gongsun Bei shook his head and smiled. "I'm not only the chief pagoda master's disciple, but also the temple master of the Oracle Temple. What's there to be afraid of?" "Then you," Qin Feiyang looked at him in confusion. Gong Sun Bei said, "Did anything happen when you entered Qinghai?" "How do you want me to answer that?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, "Anyway, a lot of things happened." Gong Sun Bei said, "Then is there anything about the chief pagoda master?" Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank as he looked at Gong Sun Bei in surprise. Why did this sound strange? Gong Sun Bei turned his head and looked at Qin Feiyang's expression. His eyes flashed with an inexplicable light, then he looked back and smiled. "Actually, I'm the same kind of person as you." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was even more surprised. However, Gong Sun Bei didn't explain. He smiled faintly and said, "In the future, no matter what happens or who you meet, you have to be careful." Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. What was this person hinting at? Gong Sun Bei still didn't give any explanation. He said, "I have something to ask you. Do you know where your parents went? The day you came back from Qinghai, I went to look for them and found that they had already left." "I don't know. My parents are a pair of wild cranes. They never tell me where they go, and they won't stay in the same place for too long." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Can you contact them?" Gong Sun Bei asked. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, "I'm not afraid of Brother Gong Sun laughing at me, but I didn't establish a contract with them." "But you're their family." Gong Sun Bei was surprised. "Yes, family. But they always said that they don't want a good-for-nothing son like me. They also said that I'm not allowed to mention them outside, and I'm not allowed to ask them for help if I encounter any problems. I even suspect that I'm not their biological son." Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "You're thinking too much. They should be doing this to let you grow up independently. After all, most children nowadays grow up under the care of their parents. It's hard to become a big deal if you're spoiled." Gong Sun Bei said, "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang showed a look of doubt. "Whether that's the case or not, you'll know when you ask them in the future." Gong Sun Bei smiled and said, "In fact, to be honest, I envy your parents." "Envy them for what?" Qin Feiyang asked. "No one can restrain them. They can go wherever they want. It's easy and carefree." Gong Sun Bei smiled with a trace of yearning in his eyes. Qin Feiyang said, "Brother Gong Sun Bei can do it too." Gong Sun Bei shook his head and smiled. "Some people, some things, once they take the first step, it's difficult to get away. In fact, it's better to live a simple life. Some people, some things." Qin Feiyang was silent. What was Gong Sun Bei hinting at? What kind of secret was he hiding in his heart? Gong Sun Bei had always given him the impression that he was a strong, smart, and capable person. But now he suddenly realized that there was another side to Gong Sun Bei besides these things on the surface. Melancholy. Desire. Qin Feiyang said, "Brother Gong Sun Bei, I have a question that I've always wanted to ask you, but I don't know if I should ask. We're all on the same side. What's there to worry about? Just ask." Gong Sun Bei said, "You're also Master's disciple, but why have I never heard you call him Master? You always call him Lord?" Qin Feiyang wondered. "Haven't I already finished my apprenticeship? If I still call him Master, others will gossip behind his back." Gong Sun Bei smiled. "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang was doubtful. Although Gong Sun Bei had finished his apprenticeship, he was still a disciple of the Chief Tower Master. Besides, with Gong Sun Bei's strength and status in the Chief Tower, who dared to gossip behind his back? However, Gong Sun Bei did not continue to discuss this topic. He smiled and said, "Tell me what happened in Qinghai. I'm very interested." Qin Feiyang nodded and told him one by one. But what he said was what young Master Hao and Wang Yu also knew. As for the other things, he chose to hide them. Unknowingly, the Chief Tower Master's courtyard came into their sight. Gong Sun Bei looked at the courtyard from afar and said with a smile, "Listening to what you said, this trip to Qinghai was quite exciting. But you should be hiding a lot of things." Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. "Don't worry. This is your private matter. I won't interfere. But you have to remember that there are some things that you must remember not to talk about. You must rot in your stomach." Gong Sun Bei stopped and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. The smile on his face disappeared, and he looked very serious. Qin Feiyang's eyes narrowed, and he nodded and said, "Understood. Then let's go." Gong Sun Bei smiled and waved his hand. He landed in front of the courtyard with Qin Feiyang and said respectfully, "My lord, I've brought Ancestor Mu." "Greetings, master." Qin Feiyang also bowed. The chief tower master was sitting in the pavilion. There was a pot of tea and 2 teacups on the stone table. Opposite the chief tower master sat a burly man. It was the chief of the Adamantine tribe. "Come in," Chief Pagoda Master said with a smile as he looked at Qin Feiyang. Chapter 1075. After entering the pavilion, Gong Sun Bei stood respectfully behind the Chief Pagoda Master and remained silent. Qin Feiyang stood in front of the Chief Pagoda Master and bowed. "May I ask why Master called this disciple here?" The Chief Pagoda Master pointed at the Adamantine tribe's leader and smiled. "This is the leader of the Adamantine tribe." Qin Feiyang pretended to be surprised and looked at the Adamantine tribe's leader. He cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, senior." The Adamantine tribe's leader nodded expressionlessly. He seemed to be very dissatisfied with Qin Feiyang. As the saying goes, like father, like son, Nie Xiaoyong was a beast in human clothing. Presumably, this Adamantine tribe's leader was also not a good person. Qin Feiyang was too lazy to pay attention to such a person. He turned his head and looked suspiciously at the Chief Pagoda Master. The Chief Pagoda Master said, "This time, the Adamantine tribe's leader came for Nie Xiaoyong." Qin Feiyang's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly said, "Master, please listen to this disciple's explanation. Don't be nervous. I have already asked Gong Sun Bei to investigate, so I know the general situation. Although this matter was Nie Xiaoyong's fault, you shouldn't humiliate him in public. So, I hope you can apologize to the Adamantine tribe's leader and let this matter be resolved." The Chief Pagoda Master smiled. "Apologize?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The Chief Pagoda Master said, "You don't even listen to your master's words? This disciple doesn't dare." Qin Feiyang hurriedly shook his head, then turned to the Adamantine tribe's leader and was about to speak. But at this moment, the Adamantine tribe's leader coldly snorted, "Apologizing is already letting you off easy." Hearing this, Gong Sun Bei, who was standing behind the Chief Pagoda Master, raised his eyebrows slightly. He seemed a little uncomfortable. Qin Feiyang was also unhappy. He bowed his head and apologized purely because of the Chief Pagoda Master's order. He didn't expect the Adamantine tribe's leader to take advantage of him. He decisively took back the words on the tip of his tongue and turned to the Chief Pagoda Master. "Master, this disciple didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize to him?" The Adamantine tribe's leader's face was filled with anger. The Chief Tower Master frowned. Gong Sun Bei's eyes flashed. He cupped his hands and said, "Sir, Ancestor Mu is doing this to protect the reputation of our main tower." "What do you mean?" Chief Pagoda Master asked. "Think about it. If Ancestor Mu doesn't come forward to teach Nie Xiaoyong a lesson, then once this matter spreads out, people will definitely criticize us. They will say that our main pagoda is biased towards the juniors of super tribes. In this way, the position of the main pagoda in the hearts of the people will definitely be damaged. Therefore, this subordinate believes that the one who should apologize is not Ancestor Mu, but the leader of the Adamantine tribe. Because he taught such a good son." Gong Sun Bei said. "Gong Sun Bei, what do you mean? Are you protecting him?" The chief of the Adamantine tribe glared at Gong Sun Bei. "Wrong. The main tower is a place that pays particular attention to fairness and justice. As the hall master of the Oracle Hall, I only speak according to the facts and will not side with anyone." Gong Sun Bei raised his head and looked at the chief of the Adamantine tribe. The chief of the Adamantine tribe clenched his fists and hurriedly looked at the Chief Pagoda Master, saying, "Sir." The Chief Pagoda Master stretched out his hand and said, "That's enough. What Gong Sun Bei said is very reasonable. The main pagoda is a sacred place. We can't break the rules here because of some spoiled brat." The chief of the Adamantine tribe didn't know what to do. The Chief Pagoda Master raised his teacup and took a sip as he sighed, "Don't hold on to it. If I really made Ancestor Mu apologize to you, it would only make your son even more arrogant. In the future, things will get out of hand. My main pagoda doesn't welcome such a person. The last sentence could be said to have a profound meaning. Yes. The chief of the Adamantine tribe's eyes trembled as he hurriedly agreed. As the chief of a super tribe, how could he not understand the meaning of these words? If Nye Xiaoyong didn't restrain himself, he would most likely be kicked out of the main pagoda. This was something that no super tribe wanted to happen. Because once a member of a tribe was kicked out of the main pagoda, not only would their reputation be damaged, but their status would also drop. Most importantly, the chief pagoda master was angry. The chief pagoda master was the ruler of the Forgotten Continent. If he was angered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing that the chief of the Adamantine tribe was so tactful, the chief pagoda master smiled and said, "Discipline him well. Otherwise, sooner or later, he'll cause a huge disaster." The chief of the Adamantine tribe nodded and stood up. "I was too reckless this time. I hope sir can forgive me." "That's understandable." The chief pagoda master smiled. "Then I'll take my leave first." The chief of the Adamantine tribe let out a sigh of relief and cupped his hands. The chief pagoda master nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the chief of the Adamantine tribe and said indifferently, "You want to leave already? You still haven't apologized to me." The chief of the Adamantine tribe was about to explode in anger, but when he saw Gongsun Bei and the chief pagoda master, he immediately suppressed his anger and cupped his hands, saying, "I'm sorry. It's my fault for not teaching my son properly and causing you trouble. Please forgive me." Qin Feiyang chuckled, "That's more like it. Take care, I won't see you out." The chief of the Adamantine tribe gloomily glanced at him, opened the portal, and walked in with a stomach full of anger. He originally wanted to settle accounts with Qin Feiyang, but in the end he had to apologize to Qin Feiyang. What was going on? This trip was really frustrating. When the portal disappeared, Qin Feiyang looked at the chief pagoda master and complained, "Master, why did you bother with such a person? I also didn't want to bother with him, but for better or worse, he's the chief of the Adamantine tribe. I have to give him some face, right? But I didn't expect him to say such words when you were apologizing. He really doesn't know how to have self-respect." The chief pagoda master shook his head and smiled. Gongsun Bei coldly snorted, "These people are just like that. Show them some face and they think they're awesome. They don't even know who they're in front of." The chief pagoda master chuckled and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "But remember to restrain yourself in the future. Otherwise, people will say that I'm partial to you." "Disciple will remember." Qin Feiyang replied. "All right, you can go back." The chief pagoda master waved his hand. "Disciple will take his leave." Qin Feiyang bowed and saluted, then turned around and left. After watching Qin Feiyang leave, the chief pagoda master asked without turning his head, "Did you ask where his parents are now?" "You don't know where they are?" Gongsun Bei briefly explained the situation at the time. "There are actually such parents in this world. There really are all kinds of strange things. Fine, let's put this matter aside for now. Now, help me do something else. Remove the spies that the other tribes placed in my chief pagoda." The chief pagoda master's tone was filled with killing intent. "HM?" Gongsun Bei was surprised. The chief pagoda master said, "Are you thinking that doing this might cause the other tribes to be dissatisfied?" "Not possibly, they'll definitely be dissatisfied." Gongsun Bei said, "I want them to be dissatisfied, and I want them to be afraid. I want them to know that I don't usually care, not because I'm stupid, but because I'm too lazy to care." The chief pagoda master said. Gongsun Bei's pupils shrank. He nodded and said, "Understood. I'll do it immediately." After saying that, he strode away. The chief pagoda master also stood up and took out a brush, ink, and paper. Swoosh. As the brush moved like a dragon, the word "kill" suddenly appeared. He looked at the word "kill" with a gaze as sharp as a blade. "If you think that my silence is capital for you to become more aggressive, then you are gravely mistaken. There can only be one ruler on the Forgotten Continent, and that is me. Those who dare to go against me, kill." He muttered and waved his hand. The paper with the word "kill" instantly turned to dust. Back to Qin Feiyang. After returning to the soothing lake, he sat beside the tea table and kept thinking about what Gong Sun Bei said. He felt that Gong Sun Bei seemed to know something. However, due to some reason, he didn't dare to say it out loud, so he used this method to hint at him. What kind of person are you? Qin Feiyang rubbed his head, got up, and walked to the balcony on the second floor. He looked at the sky and muttered to himself. Buzz. Suddenly, the image crystal in his arms rang. After taking it out, Yan Wei's shadow appeared. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Yan Wei said in a deep voice, Fu Anshan is indeed an old fox. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yan Wei said, You don't know. He didn't destroy that video at all. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Yan Wei said, Before leaving for the Black Wind Mountain, he sent that video to another confidant. Then why did he still do so many tricks in the Black Wind Mountain? Qin Feiyang frowned. I asked him. He said that if he didn't act like this, would the chief of the Divine Python tribe and the high priest believe him? He also wanted to make this show more realistic, so he hid it from me at that time. Yan Wei said, Amazing. I really underestimated him. Qin Feiyang was amazed. Fu Anshan was able to climb to this height by no means by chance or luck. He was really smart. However, no matter how hard Fu Anshan tried, it was useless. Qin Feiyang asked with a smile, Is he complacent now? Of course. He also said that compared to him, the chief of the Divine Python tribe is the difference between an idiot and a genius. Yan Wei nodded and said with a smile. Then let him be happy first. The happier he is now, the harder he will cry in the future. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, Is there anything else? Yan Wei said, No, I just want to tell you about this. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and asked, Has he gone to threaten the chief of the Divine Python tribe now? How would he dare now? He is also worried that the chief of the Divine Python tribe will do something desperate. But after he becomes the deputy pavilion master, he will definitely continue to threaten him. Yan Wei said, Okay, keep an eye on him. If there is anything, report to me immediately. Qin Feiyang said. Yan Wei replied. Qin Feiyang turned off the image crystal, pondered for a while, and sent a message to Fatso. When Fatso's shadow appeared, Qin Feiyang asked, Has Li Yan calmed down? How can she calm down so quickly after encountering so many things in a row? Fatso shook his head. Then you have to keep an eye on her. Where is Chu Shen's tribes? Qin Feiyang asked. Are we going now? Fatso was surprised. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fatso said, When you see her parents, you have to be more polite. After all, they are Fat Lord's future mother-in-law. They haven't even started dating yet. Mother-in-law, father-in-law. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said impatiently, Tell me quickly. Fatso said, I heard from Chu Xian that her tribe is outside White Cloud City, but Fat Lord has never been there, so he doesn't know the exact location. He doesn't know the coordinates of White Cloud City either. Go and ask around. Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal, thought for a while, and rose into the air. At this moment, young Master Hao returned from outside. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, Where are you going? Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up and said, You came back just in time. Do you know the coordinates of White Cloud City? White Cloud City. Young Master Hao was stunned. He pondered for a moment and asked, Is there a place called White Cloud City in the Central Divine Kingdom? Why would I be stupid enough to ask you? Qin Feiyang slapped his forehead hard, his face full of anger. This guy had never left the Divine City before. How could he know about White Cloud City? He moved and flew toward Wang Yuer's courtyard. Wait for me. Why are you asking about White Cloud City's coordinates? Is there anything interesting going on? Chapter 1076. If you want to have fun, you should go to Longfeng House. It's useless to follow me. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Young Master Hao chuckled. I don't believe that you'll go to White Cloud City for no reason. Qin Feiyang was helpless. Sush. He landed in Wang Yuer's courtyard and smiled. Wang Yue, can you come out for a while? What do you want? Wang Yuer's angry shout came from the pavilion. That, Qin Feiyong smiled embarrassedly and said, I really have something to talk to you about this time. Bam. The door was kicked open, and Wang Yuer walked out angrily. She stared at Qin Feiyong and said, You better have something to talk to me about. Young Master Hao glanced at Wang Yuer and whispered to Qin Feiyong, Look at her anger. Did you offend her again? Qin Feiyong touched his nose and smiled at Wang Yuer. I want to know the coordinates of White Cloud City. White Cloud City. Wang Yuer raised her brows and nodded. I know where White Cloud City is, but why are you going there? Young Master Hao chuckled. To meet an old flame. Qin Feiyong's face darkened. This bastard really wanted to stir up trouble. As expected. Hearing young Master Hao's words, Wang Yuer was so angry that her face turned green. She wanted to chop Qin Feiyong into pieces. No matter what, he had a fiancée now. How could he go on a date with an old flame? The worst thing was that he came to ask her, his fiancée in name, for the coordinates. How could she endure this? Qin Feiyong saw that the situation was bad and quickly comforted her. Don't listen to his nonsense. I'm just going there to do something. I'm not talking nonsense. Young Master Hao shrugged, but there was a sinister smile in his eyes. You're not done? Qin Feiyong's veins were popping. Was it not chaotic enough? Wang Yuer gritted her teeth and nodded. All right, I'll tell you the coordinates of the White Cloud City, but you have to bring me along. I'd like to see how beautiful this old lover of yours that you're so obsessed with is. Qin Feiyong rubbed his forehead, looking distressed. Brother Mu, don't tell me you still can't tell? I've already fallen in love with you. Looking at Qin Feiyong's expression, young Master Hao sighed inwardly and felt extremely helpless. Actually, he was deliberately provoking Wang Yuer in order to make Wang Yuer jealous and then inadvertently reveal her care for Qin Feiyong. Obviously, he had achieved his goal. Wang Yuer was very jealous now. However, what gave him a headache was that Qin Feiyong didn't realize it even though Wang Yuer had made it so obvious. His EQ was worrying. Buzz. Wang Yuer waved her hand and opened a portal. She said coldly, Hurry up if you want to go. Don't waste time. Qin Feiyong glared at young Master Hao and sighed helplessly. He had no choice but to walk in. Wang Yuer and young Master Hao quickly followed him. White Cloud City. It was a city that was neither too small nor too small. The buildings were located in a picturesque manner. The ancient city walls were like a giant python that surrounded the city, emitting a cold aura. Outside the city, on a wide road, 2 men and a woman walked side by side. The 3 of them looked like companions, but none of them spoke. The atmosphere was very unfriendly. It was Qin Feiyong and the other 2. However, they had all changed their appearances and concealed their cultivation level. As the White Cloud City was not as remote as Qinghai City and the 3 of them had extraordinary identities, they would be easily recognized and would definitely cause a commotion. Qin Feiyong had disguised himself as a muscular young man. He glanced at Wang Yuer, whose face was as cold as ice, and felt a throbbing pain in his head. Well, I'd like to explain. After hesitating for a while, he finally decided to tell Wang Yuer the purpose of his trip to the White Cloud City this time to prevent the misunderstanding from worsening. Who am I to you? Do you need to explain to me? However, before Qin Feiyong could speak, Wang Yuer said coldly, All right, I'm too lazy to waste my breath. Qin Feiyong was also angry. Why was this woman so unreasonable? Sigh. Looking at the 2 of them arguing, young Master Hao shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he had helped them out of kindness this time. After a while, the 3 of them arrived at the city gate. In front of the city gate, there were 4 guards standing guard. Their cultivation levels were between 1-star and 2-star battle ancestors. Qin Feiyong cupped his hands and smiled. Brothers, may I know how to get to the Chu family? Chu family? The 4 of them looked at each other in confusion. One of them asked, Which Chu family? Qin Feiyong was stunned and asked suspiciously, Are there many Chu families in the White Cloud City? The guard smiled. Brother, this is your first time in the White Cloud City, right? Qin Feiyong nodded. No wonder you don't know. There are a total of 2 Chu families in the White Cloud City. There is one in the city, which is a wealthy family. There is another outside the city, which is a tribe called the Heavenly Spiral Tribe. The guard said. So that's the case. Qin Feiyang came to a realization and said with a smile, I want to ask about the Heavenly Spiral Tribe. The Heavenly Spiral Tribe is in the east of the city, which is more than 200 miles away from the White Cloud City. However, forgive me for asking, why are you going to the Heavenly Spiral Tribe? The guard asked. Qin Feiyang said, there are some things I need to settle. The guard nodded and said, then you must be careful. The Heavenly Spiral Tribe is not a friendly place. Not a friendly place? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, brother, what do you mean? The guard said with disgust, the Heavenly Spiral Tribe is a super tribe in our area. They are usually arrogant, self-righteous, and look down on others. In short, no one likes them in the White Cloud City. It can't be. Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the Heavenly Spiral Tribe to have such a bad reputation. I'm not lying to you. In our White Cloud City, the Heavenly Spiral Tribe is famous for being overbearing. Some of the disciples in the tribe often bully men and women in the White Cloud City. The guard said. Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows and asked, does the White Cloud City not have a city lord? Of course. But our city lord doesn't dare to interfere. The guard sighed. But young Master Hao was suspicious, because the Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader has a daughter called Chu Xian. She entered the main tower and is a disciple of the main tower. A disciple of the main tower has a noble status. How would our city lord dare to offend her? The guard shook his head. Young Master Hao was furious and said, just because a daughter entered the main tower, they dare to be so arrogant. They have no respect for the law. Little brother, you must be joking. Things like the law are only targeted at us, the weak. To the Heavenly Spiral Tribe, their words are the law. The guard sneered. Young Master Hao clenched his fists. His eyes were extremely gloomy. Qin Feiyang glanced at young Master Hao and said inwardly, are you angry? This is the way of the world. Even though the Forgotten Continent is under your father's control, the heavens are high and the emperor is far away. Who would really listen to him? Young Master Hao sighed deeply. The more he was involved in the world, the more he felt that this world was strange. It was completely different from what he imagined. Qin Feiyang looked at the 4 bodyguards and calmly asked, then, for big brothers, are you familiar with Chu Xian? What do you think of her as a person? One of the guards said, we were all born in the White Cloud City. Of course, we are familiar with Chu Xian. As for her, scram. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted the guard's words. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 turned around and saw a purple-clothed youth of 18 or 19 years old riding a giant golden tiger on the main road in the distance. He was rushing towards them. His face was filled with an insufferably arrogant expression. Behind the purple-clothed youth was a group of burly men in tight robes. They were also riding giant black tigers. They looked ferocious and aggressive. Oh no, they're here again. The 4 guards' expressions changed. Qin Feiyang looked at the 4 guards and frowned. Poor they. That purple-clothed youth is called Chu Aotian. He's the son of the Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader. This person is extremely arrogant because of the faction behind him. He doesn't take anyone seriously. He even dared to scold our city lord. The 4 guards said. Qin Feiyang raised his brows. The son of the Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader. Wouldn't that make him Chu Xian's younger brother? In that case, he would be Fatso's brother-in-law in the future. Suddenly, a scream was heard. Qin Feiyang turned around and saw a passerby who did not dodge in time and was sent flying by the giant golden tiger under Chu Aotian. He spat out blood. Stop. Chu Aotian looked at the passerby and shouted at the giant golden tiger under him. The giant golden tiger let out a roar and immediately came to a halt. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang thought that Chu Aotian was going to apologize to the passerby. However, what he did not expect was that Chu Aotian did not apologize. Instead, he looked down at the passerby and shouted, "How dare you block my way?" The passerby's eyes trembled. He did not care about the injuries on his body and hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged, Young Master Outyin, I was wrong. Please spare my life. Do you think you can settle this with just, I was wrong? Don't you know who this young master is? Kill him for this young master. Chu Outyin smiled contemptuously. As he snorted, a burly man behind him raised his hand and pointed in the air. A battle chi broke through the air and swept toward the passerby's forehead. He's trying to kill him? Qin Feiyong was stunned. Wasn't this person being too unreasonable? In the next moment, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He took a step forward and stood in front of the passerby. He raised his head and waved his hand gently. The battle chi that broke through the air disintegrated. Chu Outyin looked at Qin Feiyong in surprise. The group of burly men behind him also revealed astonishment in their eyes. How dare he come out and meddle in their business? Was he stupid? The four guards also changed their expressions and hurriedly sent a voice transmission to young Master Hao and Wang Yu. You two, quickly call your companions back. You can't afford to offend Chu Outyin. He will bring you a disaster. Can't afford to offend him? Young Master Hao and Wang Yu looked at each other with a cold expression. What was Chu Outyin? He was just a good-for-nothing from a small tribe. They were the ones who could not afford to offend. Chapter 1077. Qin Feiyong frowned. He instantly felt extremely disgusted with Fatso's future brother-in-law. Seeing that Qin Feiyong was silent, Chu Outyin said angrily, "Didn't you hear what I said?" "Heard you," Qin Feiyong said. "You could have spoken, but I thought you were mute. Now tell me, how are you going to compensate me for my loss?" Chu Outyin stared at him arrogantly. "Loss?" Qin Feiyong was stunned. He pointed at the passerby behind him and said, "Brother, what loss do you have?" Chu Outyin said, "You stopped my men from killing him in front of everyone and made me lose face. Isn't that a loss?" Qin Feiyong was completely speechless. This person was no longer just a playboy. He was simply a malignant tumor. Everyone saw it. You were the one who drove your mount around and injured others. Now you want me to compensate you for your loss. Can you be more shameless? Qin Feiyong said. Chu Outyin's face turned cold. A burly man behind him shouted, "How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to young Master Outyin like that?" Qin Feiyong said indifferently, "I don't know who I am, but I know that you people are worse than animals. How dare you? You're too presumptuous. Young Master Outyin, please let me cripple him." The burly man was furious. His eyes flashed fiercely. Chu Outyin smiled mockingly and nodded. "Okay, go cripple him, but don't kill him. I want to keep him alive and torture him." "Understood." The burly man smiled sinisterly. He rode his black tiger and walked toward Qin Feiyong step by step. "It's over. That kid is dead." Yes, no one who dares to go against Chu Outyin will live to see the sun tomorrow. More and more people gathered around. When they saw this scene, they could not help but whisper. Not only did these discussions enter Qin Feiyong's ears, they also entered the ears of Chu Outyin and the others. The group of people couldn't help but laugh proudly. But at the same time, Qin Feiyong's smile was even brighter than theirs. He looked at Chu Outyin and said, "Let me give you a piece of advice. It's best if your lackeys don't do anything." Chu Aotion's cultivation was unbearable to look at. He was merely a one-star combat emperor. As for the group of big men, their strength was not bad. They were all 9-star war sects, but that was only limited to the White Cloud City. In his eyes, they were inferior to ants. "Ioyo, you're acting so awesome now? You almost scared this young master to death." Chu Outyin patted his chest and said with a strange smile in a timid voice. "Ha!" Those burly men also laughed wantonly. Qin Feiyong's gaze swept over the group of people, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. Saint's aura roared out, suppressing everyone present. "What? He's a battle saint." Everyone's eyes trembled. This, Chu Outyin was also dumbfounded. The group of burly men was also dumbfounded. How dare a small and insignificant tribe be so arrogant? Who gave you the courage? Qin Feiyong's killing intent was aroused. He took a step forward and landed in front of the burly man who was walking towards him. He raised his hand and slapped him. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the burly man's head was crushed on the spot. Blood splattered across the sky. Chu Outyan's face immediately turned pale. I really don't know how a person like you can live until today. Qin Feiyang took another step forward and landed in the middle of the group of burly men behind Chu Outyan. He raised his hand and slapped down. One by one, the burly men died tragically. Moreover, their heads were all crushed, and their blood dyed the ground red. In less than 5 breaths, all the burly men were killed. Qin Feiyang flickered and landed in front of Chu Outyan. He saw that Chu Outyan's face was completely pale. His eyes were filled with fear, as if he was looking at a devil. He was very arrogant. However, he had bullied those who were afraid of the heavenly spiral tribe. Now, the person in front of him was obviously not afraid of the heavenly spiral tribe. He finally realized that he had hit a wall this time. Qin Feiyang looked at him, shook his head and sighed. Life is so beautiful. Why don't you cherish it? Long Outyan stammered. He was so scared that he couldn't even speak. His previous awe-inspiring aura had long disappeared. He was like a desperate dog. Everyone thought that Qin Feiyang would kill Chu Outyan, especially young Master Hao and Wang Yu. With regards to Qin Feiyang, they could be considered to have a very good understanding of him now. What he hated the most was this kind of profligate son who relied on his power to bully others. Moreover, Qin Feiyang didn't even take the direct descendants of the major tribes seriously, let alone the young master of a small tribe. Nie Xiaoyong was the best example. However, the result was far beyond their expectations. Qin Feiyang actually withdrew his saint aura and said indifferently, "Go. I hope this lesson will make you understand something." Chu Aotian looked at him in horror. He immediately rode the huge golden tiger and fled in a sorry state. Young Master Hao walked forward and said suspiciously, "Brother Mu, what's wrong with you today? Why did you let him go?" "I can't help it." Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. He had to do this for Fatso's happiness. Because once he killed Chu Outyan, he would completely fall out with the Chu family. At that time, it would be even more impossible for Fatso and Chu Xian to be together. Humph. I think some people just don't want to offend their old sweetheart. Wang Yu snorted through her nose. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Young Master Hao also looked at her suspiciously. Wang Yu coldly glanced at Qin Feiyang and said to young Master Hao, "Silly brother, don't you know? That woman named Chu Xian is very close to him." Really? Young Master Hao was surprised. Of course. I also know that some people have troubled Guofeng because of Chu Xian. Just because Chu Xian is Guofeng's ex-boyfriend. Wang Yu said sarcastically. This? Young Master Hao looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise and said, "Brother, you're not really here to meet your old sweetheart, are you? Silly brother, you're still too naive." He's not here to meet his old sweetheart. He's here to meet his future father-in-law and mother-in-law. Wang Yu sneered. Qin Feiyang's forehead was full of black lines as he angrily said, "Can you guys stop making wild guesses?" Wang Yu said, "Are you making wild guesses? Or is it true? You know in your heart. It's over. The vinegar jar is completely overturned." Young Master Hao muttered secretly. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead and felt that his head was about to explode. All of a sudden, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Wang Yu strangely. What? Wang Yu raised her eyebrows. Qin Feiyang said, "That's not right. How do you know about Chu Xian and me so clearly? Are you investigating me behind my back?" Wang Yu immediately became unnatural and shouted angrily, "Who do you think you are? Do you think I'll investigate you? Don't be narcissistic." Investigate? Young Master Hao looked at Wang Yu in a daze and suddenly pursed his lips with a trace of playfulness. She was secretly investigating Qin Feiyang. It seemed that this sister of his was quite attentive. It also proved that his sister really fell in love with him, but she was too headstrong and didn't want to admit it. "You three, go quickly." At this time, the 4 guards walked over and urged him. "Why should we go?" Young Master Hao asked suspiciously. "You killed the people of the Heavenly Spiral tribe. They definitely won't let you go." Yes, there are not many good people in the world. It's not worth it if you die here because of this. Don't hesitate. Go quickly. I'm afraid it'll be too late if you don't go now. The four of them advised earnestly. Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows and wanted to say something. Qin Feiyong reached out and stopped him. He looked at the four guards and said with a smile, "We'll leave immediately. But you four haven't told me what kind of person Chu Xian is." "We don't know about the current Chu Xian, but the Chu Xian in the past was not a simple character." One of the guards said. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyong was curious. "I'll tell you a real example. I remember that before Chu Xian entered the main tower, there was a man who liked her very much. He was even willing to sacrifice himself for her without hesitation. At that time, Chu Xian seemed to like him very much. However, after Chu Xian entered the main tower, the man went to find her again. In the end, not only did he not win her back, but he was also ruthlessly driven away by Chu Xian. It was said that there was another man beside Chu Xian at that time. He seemed to be a direct descendant of a big tribe. We don't know his name, but his surname seems to be Gua. In the end, after the man who was abandoned by Chu Xian returned to the White Cloud City, he drowned his sorrows in alcohol and was depressed. One day, while he was drunk, he ran to the Heavenly Spiral tribe to reason with Chu Xian's parents. Guess what happened? Chu Xian's father actually killed him on the spot. The guard said. What? Qin Feiyong's gaze trembled. Without a doubt, that person with the surname Guo was definitely Guofeng. He looked at the guard and asked, "Is it true?" He had met Chu Xian a few times. From those few times, she did not seem like the kind of person that the guard described. The guard said, "Basically everyone in the White Cloud City knows about it. How can it be false? It's just that everyone is too afraid of the Heavenly Spiral tribe, so no one dares to talk about it." I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect her to be such a woman. Qin Feiyong shook his head and sighed. Since everyone in the city knew about it, then it must be true. Wang Yuer glanced at him and secretly sneered, "Are you very disappointed?" Disappointed? Qin Feiyong shook his head and smiled. He was indeed a little disappointed, but most of all, he felt that it was not worth it for Fatso. In order to win Chu Xian's heart, Fatso could be said to have put in a lot of effort and put in a lot of effort. However, in the end, it was just an illusion. "Thank you for telling me, brothers. I'll take my leave." Qin Feiyong cupped his hands and thanked the four guards before turning to leave. Wang Yuer and young Master Hao looked at each other and strode after him. Not long after the three of them left, a black-clothed old man and a dozen burly men descended above the city gate. "Greetings, Butler Chu." The pupils of the four guards shrank, and they hurriedly bowed in salute. This was the butler of the Heavenly Spiral tribe. The black-clothed old man said sternly, "Where's the little bastard who killed my tribesmen?" "They've already left." The four guards said. "Which direction did they go?" The black-clothed old man's eyes flashed with killing intent as he asked. "That way." The four guards pointed in the opposite direction of Qin Feiyong's group. The onlookers didn't make a sound. "You're dreaming if you think you can just walk away after killing someone from my Heavenly Spiral tribe." The black-clothed old man smiled coldly and led the dozen burly men away at lightning speed. After the black-clothed old man and his group disappeared, the four guards looked at each other and smiled. They looked at the surrounding crowd and waved their hands. "Hurry up and disperse, lest you attract trouble." The crowd immediately dispersed. Chapter 1078. At the same time, White Cloud City. Outside the city, on the peak of a certain mountain, Qin Feiyong stood at the edge of the cliff, looking down at the mountains and rivers below. His eyes were filled with worry. He really did not know how to tell Fatso about this, because this was the first time Fatso truly fell in love with a woman. If he knew about this, it would definitely be a heavy blow to him. Young Master Hao walked up and patted Qin Feiyong's shoulder, comforting him. "Brother Mu, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Why do you have to hurt yourself over such a woman?" He really thought that there was something between Qin Feiyong and Chu Xian. "Why are you comforting him?" "He asked for it. Serves him right." Wang Yuer gloated. Qin Feiyong shook his head and smiled bitterly. The one who likes Chu Xian is really not me. The two looked at each other, their eyes full of suspicion. Qin Feiyang turned to Wang Yuer and said helplessly, I wanted to tell you just now, but you didn't let me. In fact, it's one of my brothers who likes Chu Xian. The two looked at each other. Young Master Hao asked, Are you sure it's your brother who likes her and not you? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Do I need to lie to you about this? Young Master Hao said, Of course. What if you don't want us to laugh at you because you want to save face? That's why you came up with such a lousy excuse? With your imagination, it's a pity that you don't become a scriptwriter. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, You should have heard of my brother. It's that fatso who taught Nya Xiaoyong a lesson yesterday. It's him. Young Master Hao came to a realization and chuckled. I knew it. My sister is such a beautiful and capable woman, but you don't like her. How could you like a woman like Chu Xian? Wang Yuer had just heaved a sigh of relief when she heard young Master Hao's words. Her face darkened immediately. She said angrily, No one will think you're mute if you keep quiet. Young Master Hao smiled embarrassedly, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Since your brother likes her, what are you doing here? I'm just here to sound out Chu Xian's parents. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly and briefly explained the situation. I see. Then this brother of yours really has no foresight. Young Master Hao shook his head. You can't blame him for not having a good eye. Chu Xian hid it so well that even I didn't notice it. The problem now is that I don't dare to tell him these things because he will definitely break down. Qin Feiyang rubbed his temples, his face full of worry. Wang Yuer said, You'd better not hesitate about this. Tell him as soon as possible so that he won't fall deeper and deeper. As for whether he will collapse or not, it depends on his endurance. Qin Feiyang glanced at her, exhaled deeply, and took out an image crystal. Very soon, Fatty's silhouette floated out. Seeing that it was Qin Feiyang, Fatso immediately asked expectantly, Boss, how is it? You'd better not expect too much. Qin Feiyang said. Fatso's face fell immediately and he said, They still don't agree? Qin Feiyang sighed and said, I haven't gone to see them yet, but I've heard some things in White Cloud City. You'd better be mentally prepared. You didn't go? Fatso was stunned, and he rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang, speechless. You almost scared me to death. Tell me, what did you hear? Chu Xian is not the kind of person you think. Qin Feiyang told Fatso everything he heard in detail. There was no suspense. Hearing this, Fatso felt as if he was struck by lightning. I don't believe it. You must be lying to me. Yes, you're lying to me. She's definitely not that kind of person. After a moment of silence, Fatso exploded, and he shook his head frantically, his face full of disbelief. Calm down, Qin Feiyang shouted. I can't calm down. I'm going to ask her face to face, Fatso shouted hysterically. Enough. If you continue like this, I'll be angry. Qin Feiyang shouted. Fatso quivered, and he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Boss, you don't understand how I feel now. I understand. It's because I understand that I hesitated for a long time whether to tell you. Qin Feiyang sighed. Fatso said anxiously, But I can't believe it. I've been with her for so long, and she's not that kind of person. All right. I know that no matter what I say now, you won't believe it. Wait for me, I'll confirm it for you. And before I confirm it, don't go looking for her again. If I find out that you secretly went to look for her, then don't blame me for being hostile. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he turned off the image crystal. Young Master Hao sighed. This brother of yours is very affectionate. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. After all, it's the first time. Then how many times are you? Wang Yuer asked without warning. Qin Feiyang instinctively wanted to answer, but fortunately he was alert and reacted. He squinted at Wang Yuer and said indifferently, What does it have to do with you how many times I've done it? Young Master Hao patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder and laughed. Brother, don't pretend, I think you haven't even done it once. So you're still a chick? Wang Yuer covered her mouth and laughed. Qin Feiyang stared at young Master Hao in dissatisfaction. Why did this guy always undermine him? Professional demolition business? He looked at Wang Yue and said jokingly, "You're so good at talking. Then tell me, how many men did you have before?" Get lost. Wang Yue immediately shouted coldly. He made it sound like she was a fickle woman. Although she did like to rape some stinky men before, she was still very pure, okay? And she had never done anything out of line. Only you can say it, but not me. Is there a person as reasonable as you? Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. You're a man, okay? Is that all you can do? Wang Yue said angrily. Men are also human beings. Why must they be bullied by you women? Qin Feiyang glanced at her indifferently. Wang Yue was furious. But you start quarreling without saying a word. I really admire you. Young Master Hao rolled his eyes at the two of them, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "How do you want to prove it? You know, Chu Xian will never admit this kind of thing in person." I don't know either. Qin Feiyang shook his head and felt a headache coming on. Wang Yue said, "In my opinion, Chu Xian just treats your brother as a spare tire." Spare tire? Qin Feiyang looked at her suspiciously. To be honest, your brother is really not good looking. With Chu Xian's taste, it would be strange if she fell in love with him. I guess that Chu Xian may have seen that he has a good relationship with you, so she hasn't rejected him. Wang Yue said. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, "Now that you mention it, it reminds me of something Fatso said to me." What is it? Wang Yue asked. Qin Feiyang said, Fatso said that Chu Xian was neither close nor distant to him, and she seemed to be playing hard to get. That's right. I'm a woman and I know women. Chu Xian must value your relationship with Fatso. I can guarantee that once someone better than Fatso appears, she will dump Fatso without hesitation. There's another possibility. She's using Fatso to find an opportunity to get close to you. After all, you're now the Chief Tower Master's disciple. As long as she hooks up with you, the Heavenly Spiral tribe will definitely soar. Wang Yue speculated. Young Master Hao frowned and said, "If that's the case, then she's too much. If that's the case, I'll make her regret it for the rest of her life." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. He looked at the two of them and said, "I want to make a trip to the Heavenly Spiral tribe. Do you want to go back first?" Young Master Hao smiled and said, "Since we're already here, let's go together." Wang Yue said, "I also want to see what kind of people this tribe is. You really like to join in the fun." Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He then jumped down and disappeared into the mountains below. Young Master Hao looked at Qin Feiyang's back and turned to Wang Yue. He smiled and said, "Sister, you can rest assured now." Rest assured about what? Wang Yue said indifferently. Still pretending? I already know what you're thinking. Don't hide it. If you love, say it out loud. If you expect Ancestor Mu to take the initiative to tell you, that's impossible. Although he's very smart in other aspects, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that no one can compare to him, he's an idiot when it comes to love. Young Master Hao chuckled. I'm a woman. Why should I take the initiative? Wang Yue snorted in dissatisfaction. Admit it yourself. Since you've admitted it, then let go and love. Life is short, don't leave any regrets. Young Master Hao patted Wang Yue's shoulder and jumped, chasing after Qin Feiyang. Wang Yue was stunned, then gritted her teeth and said angrily, "You little bastard, how dare you trick me? See how I'll deal with you." After saying that, she chased after him fiercely. Heavenly Spiral Tribe. Strictly speaking, in the Central Divine Kingdom, this tribe could only be considered a small, insignificant tribe, because the entire tribe only had a few 100,000 people. The strongest one was a 9-star battle saint. However, although the Heavenly Spiral tribe was not comparable to those big tribes, its territory was still very large. Moreover, like the other super tribes, they also built a city of their own. It was just that the scale could not be compared to the cities of the other super tribes, and they did not have their own patterns. About half an hour later, Qin Feiyang and the other two stopped above a mountain ridge. They looked at the Heavenly Spiral tribe from afar, then activated the concealment technique and directly sneaked in. Although the city was not big, It was quite prosperous. The streets were bustling with people, and the shops on both sides were dazzling. The three of them walked openly on the street, and no one could see them. Young Master Hao sent a sound transmission. Brother Mu, the more I look at your concealment technique, the more I like it. How about this? I'll use the divine art I got from the land of inheritance to exchange with you. In your dreams, Qin Feiyang said without turning his head. In terms of practicality, the concealment technique was more valuable than the divine art. Moreover, he did not lack the divine art, so there was no need to exchange it. Chapter 1079. Many tribal leaders lived in the center of the tribal city, and the heavenly spiral tribe was no exception. Because it was a symbol of status, representing a superior status. The residence of the heavenly spiral tribe's leader was a huge mansion, occupying almost 1/10 of the city. It was magnificent and magnificent. The security around the mansion was very tight. It could be said that there was a sentry every 3 steps and a sentry every 7 steps. And the people guarding the mansion were basically burly men, whose cultivation was between 5-star and 9-star battle masters. If it was an ordinary person, it would be very difficult to break in. But Qin Feiyang swaggered in with young Master Hao and the other two. In a garden, young Master Hao glanced around and frowned. The mansion is so big, where are we going to find the leader of the heavenly spiral tribe? There shouldn't be many 9-star battle saints in the heavenly spiral tribe. Let me sense. Wang Yuer said and then closed her eyes. No need. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and looked up at the sky above the mansion. Wang Yuer opened her eyes and looked up suspiciously, only to see an old figure appear out of thin air. It was the housekeeper who had chased them before. Seeing the housekeeper appear, young Master Hao's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, he will definitely report to the leader of the heavenly spiral tribe as soon as he comes back. We just need to follow him. Qin Feiyang nodded, waved his arm, and took young Master Hao and the other two into the sky. At the same time, the housekeeper glanced at the mansion and rushed to a courtyard below. Qin Feiyang and the other two followed behind him. The 4 of them entered the courtyard one after another. The size of the courtyard was about 500 or 600 meters. In addition to an exquisite attic, there was also a small garden with hundreds of flowers in full bloom, attracting bees and butterflies. After the housekeeper landed in the courtyard, he went straight to the attic. The attic was richly ornamented and had an ancient charm. The door was half closed and no sound could be heard. The housekeeper walked to the door and bowed. Leader, this old servant is back. Come in. A deep voice came from inside. The housekeeper strode in. Qin Feiyang and the other two followed in silently. They immediately saw a man and a woman sitting in the hall. Both of them looked middle-aged. The man was burly and muscular. He had short black hair and was nearly 2 meters tall. He looked like a small giant. The woman was wearing a long purple dress with a golden hairpin on her head. She looked graceful and luxurious. Behind the two of them stood a purple-clothed youth. It was Chu Ao Tian. Seeing the butler walk in, Chu Aotian immediately ran up and asked hurriedly, "Where is he now?" "Quickly bring this young master there. This young master will definitely let him taste the feeling of living a life worse than death." The butler's expression turned ugly. "What is it?" Chu Aotian frowned. The butler sighed deeply and bowed. "Young master, this old servant is incompetent and couldn't find him." What? Chu Aotian was furious. He roared in exasperation, "You've brought so many people there, but you still haven't found him. Are you all useless?" The middle-aged man frowned and shouted, "Oh, step aside." "Father." Chu Aotian turned around and looked at the middle-aged man. His face was filled with anger. He was about to say something, but the middle-aged man glared at him, and he obediently stepped aside. The middle-aged man glanced at him and asked the butler, "What happened?" The butler said, "Perhaps he was worried that we would take revenge. When this old servant rushed to White Cloud City, he had already left." "You didn't chase after him?" the middle-aged man asked. "But we didn't see him even after a few hundred miles," the butler said. "What about the others?" the middle-aged man asked. The butler said, "We're still tracking." The middle-aged man nodded and said with a murderous aura, "If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse." Understood. The butler responded respectfully and turned to leave. The purple-clothed woman looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "Husband, should we inform little Xian?" "Inform her for what?" The middle-aged man looked at her in confusion. This person knew Out Yen's identity, but he still dared to kill the people around him in public. This is enough to show that he's not afraid of our heavenly spiral tribe at all. Moreover, I've never seen this face before. He shouldn't be from this area. The purple-clothed woman said. The middle-aged man frowned and said, "Madam, do you mean that this person might be from another large tribe?" The purple-clothed woman nodded and said, "Little Xian is knowledgeable in the main tower. If this person is really from a large tribe, she should be able to recognize him." The middle-aged man's gaze trembled and he nodded. "Madam, you're right. We do need to ask little Xian, lest we provoke someone we shouldn't." After saying that, he took out the image crystal. Young Master Hao laughed secretly. He even knows to inquire about your identity first. It seems that although this leader of the heavenly spiral tribe is domineering, he still has some awareness. Qin Feiyang said, if he didn't have some awareness, how could the heavenly spiral tribe have survived until today? I'm afraid they would have been wiped out long ago. Young Master Hao smiled. Buzz. A moment later, Chu Xian's image appeared. The middle-aged man stood up and smiled. "Little Xian, how have you been?" His tone and attitude actually had a hint of flattery. However, facing the middle-aged man's attitude, Chu Xian didn't resist at all. Instead, she seemed to enjoy it. "I'm fine. Why did you send me a message?" Even her tone was very cold, as if she was a high and mighty empress. "There's a small matter. Not long ago, your brother brought people to White Cloud City. In the end, he was blocked by a reckless person and killed many of our people. I just want to ask, do you know him?" The middle-aged man waved his hand and his battle aura surged, condensing into Qin Feiyang's disguised appearance. Chu Xian sized up the image and shook her head. "I've never seen him before. He shouldn't be anyone famous." "That's good." The middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Is that fatso still harassing you?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he took out the image crystal. At the same time, Chu Xian frowned slightly and said, "Speaking of this, I'm quite puzzled." "What's wrong?" the middle-aged man asked. Chu Xian said, "In the past, he would come to me on time every morning to please me. But these 2 days, he hasn't come to me even once." Fatso had been watching Li Yan these 2 days. Of course, it was impossible for him to go to her. "Why is that? Has he given up?" The middle-aged man was suspicious. It shouldn't be possible, because if he had given up, he would have done so long ago. There's no need to pester me for so long. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, my goal is to admire my ancestor. If it weren't for his good relationship with my ancestor, I wouldn't have bothered with him. Chu Xian snorted coldly. That's right. He should look in the mirror and see what kind of person he is. He still wants to eat swan meat. How ridiculous. The middle-aged man also laughed. Sure enough, I guessed right. Wang Yu muttered. This woman is not simple. She was with Guofeng before. She must have coveted Guofeng's family background. Young Master Hao sighed. This woman's scheming was simply terrifying. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's eyes were also surging with cold light. Who Chu Xian was had nothing to do with him. But since she dared to use fatso, she could never be forgiven. Chu Xian looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Is there anything else?" The middle-aged man shook his head. Before his voice died away, Chu Xian's virtual image dissipated. She didn't even say a word of farewell, looking extremely arrogant and indifferent. Wang Yu said in disgust, "This woman is really disgusting. Although this family wasn't anything good, as children, shouldn't they respect their parents?" But she couldn't find the slightest respect on Chu Xian's face. She even treated her own parents like this, let alone outsiders. She was very bad. Young Master Hao turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, "What are you going to do?" "Let them despair and regret." Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. He put away the image crystal and left with young Master Hao and Wang Yu. The main tower. Soothing Lake. Qin Feiyang and the other two sat at the tea table, drinking tea silently. Next to them, Fatso raised his head and stared at the image transmitted by the image crystal. His hands were tightly clenched together, and his face was full of pain. Ever since Qin Feiyang sent him a message, he had been praying that this was a misunderstanding. However, the truth beat him mercilessly. So you were just using me. I like you so much. Why did you do this to me? You're too ruthless. He muttered to himself, and tears came out uncontrollably. Qin Feiyang couldn't bear it. He put down the teacup, got up and patted him heavily on the shoulder, saying, "A man bleeds but not tears." Fatso wiped away his tears, turned to look at Qin Feiyang, and said, "Boss, I want the Heavenly Spiral Tribe to disappear." Every word was sonorous and powerful, containing an undispersible murderous intent. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "The Heavenly Spiral Tribe will disappear, and it won't be too late. Leave this matter to me." Young Master Hao got up and smiled. Wang Yu frowned and said angrily, "What are you doing?" This young master also doesn't like them. Young Master Hao shrugged. Qin Feiyang turned to look at young Master Hao, cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Thank you. We're family, what's there to be polite about?" Young Master Hao rolled his eyes at him, looked at Fatso and said, "Don't worry, this young master will make that woman suffer so much that she'll beg you to marry her. I'm no longer interested in such a woman. However, if I can see her in pain and despair, it's also pleasing to the eye." Fatso sneered. After suffering such a blow, you can still calm down so quickly. Your psychological quality is quite good. Originally, we were still worried that when you found out about this, you would seek death." Young Master Hao laughed. "What a joke, after following boss for so many years, how can my psychological quality not be strong? This little blow, at most, will only make me sad for a while. Seek death? That doesn't exist." Fatso shook his head and said. Young Master Hao gave him a thumbs up and said, "I admire you." The fatty said, "I also quite admire you. You turned from a hedonistic son of rich parents to a young and promising man in such a short time." Young Master Hao was stunned and said speechlessly, "When was I a playboy? Moreover, even if I'm a playboy, I'm much better than that Chu Aotian." Fatso nodded seriously and said, "Yes, not as good as the best, but better than the worst." Young Master Hao's face darkened and he said angrily, "Why are you so annoying?" "Can't help it, I was born to be annoying." Fatso touched his chin and chuckled. Seeing that Fatso was not ashamed but proud, young Master Hao was speechless for a moment and could only helplessly shake his head. Chapter 1080. After chatting for a while, Fatso got up and left, continuing to keep an eye on Li Yan. Young Master Hao and Wang Yu also left. Heavenly Spiral Tribe, Chu Xian. A cold glint flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. He walked up to the second floor, sat on the balcony, took a battle chi pill, and closed his eyes to cultivate. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and night fell. Heavenly Spiral Tribe. The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader sat on a throne made of gold, looking down at the stewards standing below. He said angrily, "It's been a day, and you still haven't found him. What's the point of me keeping you?" "Leader, please calm down. I've really tried my best." The steward quickly knelt on the ground, his face full of fear. The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader said, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I'll give you one more night. If you still haven't found that person's whereabouts by tomorrow morning, you can come back with your head." The steward's eyes were also burning with anger. He looked up at the Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader and said, "Then you'd better kill me now." "How dare you?" The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader was furious. The steward said, "I'm not being presumptuous. I just don't want to do something meaningless." The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader shouted, "He killed our tribesman, and I asked you to find him. You call that meaningless?" "That's right. I also want to find him and avenge our dead tribesman. But we don't know who he is, nor do we know his name. We don't even know where he came from. How do you expect me to find him?" The steward said. Is that your excuse? The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader's face was dark. The steward shook his head and said, I'm not looking for an excuse. I'm just stating the truth. How dare you talk back to me? The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader suddenly stood up and landed in front of the steward. He grabbed the steward's neck and twisted it. He said with a sinister smile, Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? It's my honor to die in the leader's hands. But before I die, I'd like to give you a piece of advice. This advice is something I've always wanted to say but didn't dare to say. Don't be so domineering and spoiling young Master Outyin, or our Heavenly Spiral Tribe will be destroyed by you sooner or later. The butler said expressionlessly. How dare you curse our tribe? You're courting death. The leader of the Heavenly Spiral Tribe gritted his teeth as killing intent shot out from his eyes. Where is the leader of the Heavenly Spiral Tribe? However, just as the Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader's killing intent surged, a cold voice rang out above the tribe. The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader raised his eyebrows and looked at the steward. Count yourself lucky. I'll let you off today. Go reflect on your mistakes. After saying that, he threw the housekeeper to the ground as if he was throwing trash. Then, he rushed out of the main hall and shouted, Who dares to trespass into my Heavenly Spiral Tribe? Do you want to die? This small tribe is really arrogant. That cold voice sounded again. The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader looked up and saw a middle-aged man standing in the sky above the tribe. His aura was as vast as the ocean, unfathomable. His pupils immediately shrank. He flew up into the sky and landed in front of the middle-aged man. He frowned and said, Who are you? Why did you barge into my Heavenly Spiral Tribe for no reason? The middle-aged man said, Who I am is not important. What's important is that you have offended someone you shouldn't have. Then do you know the consequences of offending me? The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader laughed arrogantly. The middle-aged man was stunned and asked curiously, Tell me about it? Then you better stand properly. I'm afraid you'll piss your pants. Listen carefully. My daughter is a disciple of the main tower and has a good relationship with the direct disciple of the main tower master. If you dare to provoke me, you're digging your own grave. The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader shouted. The middle-aged man was stunned and said playfully, Why didn't I know that Ancestor Mu has a good relationship with your daughter? The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader said disdainfully, Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to know about the matters in the main tower? Do you have the ability to know? Ha! The middle-aged man laughed loudly. At this moment, the steward walked out. When he saw the middle-aged man, his expression changed slightly. He quickly flew to the Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader and whispered, Leader, this person's aura is unfathomable. Be careful. Be careful of what? I still don't believe that he's from the main tower. The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader snorted. In his opinion, it was impossible for someone from the main tower to personally come to a small tribe like theirs. But before he finished speaking, the middle-aged man stopped laughing. He looked down at the Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader and said, Sorry, I'm really from the main tower. As he spoke, he took out a golden token from his bosom. The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader was stunned. The steward looked at the golden token and was also dumbstruck. The middle-aged man joked, Do you know what this is? Divine Envoy Token. The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader swallowed his saliva in fear. How was this possible? This person was not only from the main tower but also the Divine Envoy. Why did the main tower's Divine Envoy come to their Heavenly Spiral Tribe? The commotion here had already alarmed the people in the city below. The streets were full of people. But without exception, their faces were filled with horror, including Chu Xian's mother. Plop! After the steward came back to his senses, he immediately knelt in front of the middle-aged man and said, Sir, our leader had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please have mercy. Yes. This lowly one was blind. This lowly one deserves to die. Please have mercy, sir. The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader shuddered and quickly knelt down and begged. The middle-aged man said, Then answer me now. Do I have the qualifications and ability to know what's going on in the main tower? The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of horror. The middle-aged man put away the divine envoy token and sneered, I heard from young master how that your Heavenly Spiral Tribe is arrogant. At first, I didn't believe it. How arrogant can a small tribe be? But I didn't expect it to be true. Young Master how? The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader's eyes trembled. Who didn't know young Master how? Could it be that the person this person was talking about was young Master how? That's right. You've angered young Master how. You have 3 days to leave the Central Divine Kingdom. The middle-aged man said. What? The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader asked. The middle-aged man said, back then, Qin Feiyang killed everyone in the first district. It's been reduced to ruins. You can go to the first district to reclaim it. The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's leader's face turned pale. He nodded and said, okay. This lowly one will bring the steward to the first district tomorrow. No matter how unwilling he was, he dared not disobey the main tower's order. Did you misunderstand what I meant? I'm not talking about the two of you. I'm talking about the entire Heavenly Spiral Tribe. The middle-aged man said. What? Both of them trembled. The entire tribe had to go to the first district? Wasn't that the same as being expelled from the Central Divine Kingdom? Sir, the Central Divine Kingdom is our root. You can't force us to leave our homeland. This lowly one knows his mistake. Please let us go. Even if you want this lowly one to die, don't expel us from the Central Divine Kingdom. The two of them kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. The people in the city below were also in an uproar. They were panicking. The middle-aged man was not moved at all. He said indifferently, it's useless to beg me because this is young Master Hao's order. Hurry up and get ready. I'll personally send you on your way in 3 days. Actually, this is a good thing for you because there's no one else in the first district. You can dominate as much as you want. The middle-aged man sneered, opened the portal, and left without looking back. The two of them watched the portal disappear and collapsed powerlessly. The steward said in despair, Chief, did you see that? This is the consequence of your arrogance. I know I was wrong. Steward, can you think of a way? We can't go to the first district. The chief of the Heavenly Spiral Tribe looked helplessly at the steward. Although they were just a small tribe in the Central Divine Kingdom, they were already considered a super tribe compared to the tribes in the 9 regions. Moreover, the Central Divine Kingdom and the 9 regions were very different. If the people in the Central Divine Kingdom were compared to the nobles, then the people in the 9 regions were the commoners. The most important thing was, in the Central Divine Kingdom, it was not so troublesome for the tribe's disciples to enter the main tower as long as they were talented enough. But once they went to the first district, it was almost impossible to enter the main tower. This was equivalent to banishing them to the first district and letting them fend for themselves. The steward looked at the chief of the Heavenly Spiral Tribe and sighed, we can only look for the young miss now. Is it useful to look for her? Maybe even she has been expelled from the main tower. The chief of the Heavenly Spiral Tribe said in despair. Of course it's useful. As long as she agrees to marry that Fatso, then with the relationship between Fatso and Ancestor Mu, we can definitely persuade him to help us. The steward said. Why didn't I think of that? Ancestor Mu is the direct disciple of the main tower master. He and young Master Hao usually call each other brothers. As long as he is willing to help, we can definitely escape this disaster. The chief of the Heavenly Spiral Tribe's eyes lit up. He immediately took out an image crystal and sent a message to Chu Xian. At the same time, Jianfeng, Fatso stood behind a bush and looked at Li Yan sitting on the edge of the cliff from afar. He muttered impatiently, how long is this woman going to stay here? Since she learned that she was going to marry Fu Anshan, Li Yan had been sitting on the edge of the cliff, motionless. No one knew what she was thinking. Boss, why don't you just tell her that Li He is not dead and everything will be fine? Why do you have to make things like this? Fatso shook his head helplessly. He glanced around and found a stone. Then he sat on the stone and looked at Li Yan in boredom. But not long after he sat down, Li Yan suddenly got up, looked at the dark night sky, and flew toward the mountain range ahead. Fatso was surprised and immediately got up to follow her. But at this moment, the image crystal in his arms moved. Who is it? Why is he causing trouble? Fatso raised his eyebrows and took out the image crystal. Buzz. A shadow appeared. It was Chu Xian. However, the vigor of the past had already disappeared, leaving behind only a face of anxiety. Obviously, she already knew about the tribe. A look of disgust flashed in Fatso's eyes. He chuckled and said, "What wind is blowing today? You actually took the initiative to contact me?" Chu Xian hesitated and said, "Well, I have something to, I'm not free now. Let's talk about it another day." But before Chu Xian finished, Fatso directly turned off the image crystal and then pondered. What was going on? Had young Master Hao already started to take action? Forget it. Let's go and take a look. Don't do anything stupid. Chapter 1081. The night was as dark as ink. Fatso followed behind Li Yan and continued to rush into the depths of the mountain range. Where is she going? If they continued to go deeper, they would reach the sacred ground. There were rules in the main tower and ordinary disciples were not allowed to enter the sacred ground. After an unknown period of time, suddenly, Li Yan stopped and looked down at the mountain stream below. Fatso looked down suspiciously and saw a pool of water below. It was about 100 feet deep and the water was clear, but it was dead silent. Li Yan's gaze was on the pool. Is she going to jump into the water and commit suicide? Fatso was surprised. Just as he had this thought, Li Yan suddenly swooped down and her target was the pool. Oh no! Fatso was shocked and hurriedly flew to stop her, but before he got close, he stopped again. He saw that Li Yan did not jump into the water to commit suicide, but landed by the pool and stared at the water. However, Fatso did not dare to let his guard down. After facing repeated blows, Li Yan must be feeling very uncomfortable now and might suddenly do something stupid. He quietly landed in the woods by the pool and hid in the dark, staring at Li Yan. "Xiaobai, I'm here." Suddenly, Li Yan spoke softly to the pool and a smile appeared on her face. "Xiaobai." Fatso was slightly stunned and glanced at the water. Who was she talking to? But not long after she finished speaking, the waters suddenly rippled. The next moment, a white stream of light rushed out of the water and landed in front of Li Yan. It was a small thing that looked like a snake and was only about the length of a chopstick. It was as white as jade and emitted a hazy glow in the night. No way! Looking at the little thing, Fatso was dumbfounded. On the little thing's head he saw a white horn. It was like white jade, sparkling and translucent. And under its abdomen, Fatso also saw 4 claws. Her 2 black eyes were as bright as gems, and they were very attractive. It's actually Little White Dragon. Am I fucking seeing things? Fatso's face was filled with disbelief. He rubbed his eyes hard and looked at the little thing again. I'm not seeing things. It really is Little White Dragon. Fatso's gaze trembled, his eyes filled with shock. The divine dragon was something that only existed in legends, but he did not expect it to really exist in this world. Li Yan stretched out her slender arm and stroked the little white dragon's head. She smiled and said, "Little White, I haven't seen you for a few days. Did you miss me?" "Yayayi." The little white dragon cried out softly as it rubbed its little head against Li Yan's palm, seemingly enjoying Li Yan's touch. Unbelievable, this woman actually has a little white dragon by her side. Fatso mumbled, his eyes shining brightly. The divine dragon was the king of all beasts. Anyone who saw it would be moved. Li Yan held Little White Dragon in her hands like a mother. Her eyes were full of love as she asked, "Little White, it's been so long. Why can't you speak?" The gigolo looked at Li Yan innocently, shook his little head, and made a very helpless expression. What a cute little thing. Li Yan hugged Little White Dragon lovingly and sat on a green rock by the lake. She looked at the faintly discernible crescent moon in the dark clouds, and a worried expression appeared on her face again. How nice would it be if Grandpa Fatty was that little white dragon? Looking at the little white dragon rubbing against Li Yan's chest, Fatty's face was filled with jealousy and hatred. They were both living beings, but why was there such a huge difference? The night wind was a little chilly. Little White Dragon gradually noticed Li Yan's abnormality and raised its little head to look at her suspiciously. Little White, do you know? So many things have happened during this period of time, and I can't hold on any longer. Li Yan murmured. Little White Dragon looked at her as if it understood. Li Yan retracted her gaze and looked at Little White Dragon's lively eyes with a smile. You don't understand yet? Little White Dragon pouted to express its dissatisfaction. Little thing, I'm in a good mood after seeing you, but this might be the last time I'll come to see you. Li Yan sighed, her expression filled with loneliness. Little White Dragon still had a confused look on its face. Li Yan said a lot more to Little White Dragon. Time passed bit by bit. So, the horizon began to turn white, and the sun slowly rose. Li Yan looked at the morning sun, her face withered like a flower, exuding a kind of sad beauty. Sigh. She let out a long sigh, picked up Little White Dragon and laughed. Little thing, I really can't bear to part with you, but in this world, there is no banquet that doesn't end. You have to live well because you're different from me. My fate has already been decided, but you, one day in the future, the world will worship you as a god, no one can restrain you, and no one dares to control your fate. After Li Yan finished speaking, she held Little White Dragon and extended it towards the pool, smiling, Go. Yeah. Little White Dragon did not jump into the pool. It waved its claws as if it was trying to express something. Li Yan said, Are you saying that we will go to the outside world together in the future? Little White Dragon nodded repeatedly. Li Yan's expression was slightly gloomy, but then she smiled and nodded. All right, I'll wait for you. Little White Dragon cried out excitedly a few times, then intimately stuck out its tongue and licked Li Yan's palm, then turned around and jumped into the pool, disappearing. The surface of the water quickly calmed down. It's finally time to leave. That night, the most boring person was Fatso. He couldn't do anything and just kept squatting there. He was about to get sick from holding it in. However, he stood there looking at Li Yan, only to see that Li Yan had not left. What else do you want to do? Fatso gradually frowned. Suddenly, Li Yan took out a dagger from her cosmos bag. Fatso's pupils shrank, and he immediately became alert. Mother, I'm sorry. I can't marry an old man. Grandfather, Yan is here to accompany you. Li Yan muttered to herself, held the dagger, and stabbed it towards her heart. Damn it, I really did something stupid. Fatso's face changed. Like an ape, he jumped out and instantly landed in front of Li Yan, and then grabbed Li Yan's wrist. The dagger had already cut through Li Yan's clothes and almost pierced her heart. Fortunately, I made it in time, otherwise I would have been scolded to death by the boss. Fatso wiped his cold sweat, grabbed Li Yan's dagger, and said angrily, Why are you so stupid? What's in it for you? Fatso's sudden appearance surprised Li Yan. Fatso said helplessly, I have been watching you in secret, afraid that you would do something stupid. Li Yan was stunned, then shook her head and said self-deprecatingly, I didn't expect that there would be someone in this world who cares about me. You asked me what's in it for me, and I told you that I can be free by doing this. Fatso said, Isn't it just some trivial matter? Do you need to be so pessimistic? My grandfather who loved me the most is dead. Father wants me to marry an old man. Is this still a small matter? Li Yan stood up and stared at Fatso angrily, roaring. What's the big deal? Who doesn't have any setbacks in their life? If everyone is like you, committing suicide when they encounter something, then wouldn't the world become extinct? Besides, your grandfather doesn't want to see you like this. Fatso said, I know, I understand what you're saying, but when I think about living with Fu Anshan for the rest of my life, I can't help but be afraid. Li Yan squatted on the ground, hugging her legs, in despair and pain. Sigh. Fatso sighed and squatted beside her. He reached out and patted Li Yan's back, comforting her. No, trust me, everything will be fine. I believe you. But tell me, what should I do? I don't want to marry him. Li Yan turned around and hugged Fatso, like a helpless child, crying bitterly. With the beauty in his arms, Fatso was at a loss for a moment. He raised his hands and didn't know where to put them. In the end, he put his hands on Li Yan's shoulders and comforted her. Don't cry, you're no longer a child. When you encounter difficulties, you have to face them bravely, not blindly running away. When Li Yan heard this, she pushed Fatso away and sneered, anyone can say these words, you won't understand my current mood. I don't understand? Fatso was also angry. He stood up and pointed at Li Yan's nose and scolded together, saying, do you think you're miserable? But let me tell you, there are many people in the world who are more miserable than you. For example, I really like a woman, but in the end, she was just using me to get close to my boss. Do you know how painful it was for me when I learned the truth? But I understand that only by living can I have it, so I didn't seek death like you. I also hope that you can pull yourself together, because the surprise is often at the end. Fatso said meaningfully. Li Yan fell silent and stopped sobbing. After a long time, she looked up at Fatso and asked, who is that woman? Chu Xian. Fatso said, Chu Xian? Li Yan thought carefully for a moment and said, I've heard of this woman, it seems that she and Guofeng. Fatso nodded and said, yes, it's the woman who hooked up with Guofeng before. Li Yan said, I've heard of her too. She doesn't seem to be as bad as you say. Why else would I say that she's a scheming woman? Let me tell you, she's too good at pretending. I used to follow her every day, but I didn't notice any flaws. In the end, it was boss who found out. Fatso said in disgust. Then you're really miserable. Li Yan looked at Fatso sympathetically, slowly got up, and said with a smile, hearing about your experience, my mood is a lot better. Fatso's face darkened and he said angrily, we're friends after all. Can you not be so obvious about gloating? Li Yan shook her head and said with a smile, instead of gloating, it's better to say that we're in the same boat. I was deceived and you were forced to marry. Can this be considered as being in the same boat? It's not at all okay? Fatso rolled his eyes at her. Buzz. Suddenly. Chapter 1082. Fatso took out the image crystal, his face full of disgust. That night, the image crystal rang at least a dozen times, but he did not respond once. Because he knew that it must be Chu Xian who sent him a message. What are you doing? Li Yan looked at him suspiciously. It should be a message from Chu Xian. I don't want to see her anymore. After Fatso finished speaking, he put away the image crystal. Li Yan said suspiciously, since she is using you, why did she take the initiative to send you a message? What happened between you two? Fatso's heart skipped a beat. If he told Li Yan about him, he might be able to distract her. He coughed dryly and asked, do you really want to know? Li Yan pursed her lips and said, if you want to tell me, I'll listen. If you don't want to, I won't force you. So unique? Fatso was stunned and shook his head with a wry smile. It's like this. Just as Fatso was telling Li Yan, on the other side of the martial artist mountain range, Chu Xian was walking back and forth in her cave abode, her face full of anxiety. What's going on with this disgusting fat pig? I've sent him so many messages, but he didn't respond to me? She didn't realize that Fatso had seen through her conspiracy and still had an unapproachable attitude. I don't believe that he can really ignore my existence. She took out the image crystal again and sent a message to Fatso. Beside the pool. Fatso finished the whole story in a few words. After listening, Li Yan suddenly realized and said, in that case, young Master Hao has already set out to deal with the Heavenly Jade tribe. Now Chu Xian is looking for you, not because she has changed her mind, but because she wants you to help her. That's right. Fatso nodded. Li Yan shook her head and sighed. This woman's scheming is indeed a little scary, but she's also caught in her own trap. Buzz. At this moment, Fatso's image crystal rang again. Fatso raised his eyebrows and said impatiently, it must be her again. Don't worry, I'll go back with you. Li Yan nodded. Fatso also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, this problem was solved. He believed that Li Yan would not do anything stupid in the future. But after taking 2 steps, Li Yan stopped again. Don't tell me you haven't thought it through? Fatso's eyelids twitched as he looked at her nervously. Li Yan rolled her eyes and faintly sighed. Don't worry, I won't take things too hard. I'm just thinking, should I anger that Chu Xian a little? Fatso was suspicious. Li Yan pondered for a moment, and a sly look flashed in her eyes. She smiled and said, "You respond to her first." "Alright." Fatso took out an image crystal and infused his battle aura into it. The next moment, Chu Xian's shadow appeared. When she saw Li Yan next to Fatso, she immediately raised her eyebrows, then looked at Fatso and said, "What's the matter with you? I've been sending you messages since last night, but you haven't replied to me?" Fatso was about to speak. Li Yan suddenly stepped forward and hugged Fatso's arm, looking extremely intimate. She looked at Chu Xian and said, "He was with me last night, of course he didn't have time to care about you." Fatso was stunned. This was too unexpected. He had thought of many possibilities, but he did not expect Li Yan to use such a method to anger Chu Xian. But it was quite interesting. At the same time, Chu Xian's face turned green. It was not easy for her to put down her face and take the initiative to look for this damn fat pig, but she did not expect that he had already hooked up with another woman. "Give me an explanation." Chu Xian's face was a little ferocious. "Lord Fatty can be with whomever he likes. Why should I explain myself to you? Or you?" Fatso sneered. Chu Xian's body trembled, and she looked at Fatso as if looking at a stranger, and said, "Did you lie to me before?" "I didn't lie to you. At that time, I really liked you, but suddenly, I found a better woman than you." Fatso hugged Li Yan's slender waist and was extremely proud. "Don't go too far." Feeling Fatso's big hands, Li Yan secretly glared at him. Fatty snickered, "It's just acting. Of course, we have to make it look good." Li Yan's face darkened, and she looked at Chu Xian with a forced smile and said, "Is there anything else? If not, please don't harass us again in the future." "What should I do?" Chu Xian panicked. If she did not deal with Fatso, how could she persuade Ancestor Mu to help her? "Do you have anything else?" Li Yan urged impatiently. Fatso looked down at Li Yan and said with a smile, "Sister Yan, why are you talking so much nonsense with an unrelated person? Ignore her, let's go on a date." With that, Fatso was ready to turn off the image crystal. Chu Xian hurriedly reached out and looked at Fatso. "I like you too. Let's be together." "You like me?" The fatty grinned and said, "I'm someone who doesn't have a good figure or strength. When did I become so popular?" Chu Xian said, "I don't care about that, as long as you treat me sincerely." "Still pretending?" Fatso sneered secretly and shook his head. "I'm sorry, you and I are in the past. Now, I only have Sister Yenner in my heart. I only have you in my heart too." Li Yan was also very cooperative and looked at Fatso affectionately. Looking at the two of them who were full of affection, Chu Xian was furious and shouted hysterically, "You heartless bastard, I misjudged you." She was starting to play the bitter game. "I'm heartless? Tell me honestly, during this period of time, when have I not been like a mangy dog around you all day? But what about you? Have you ever looked at me in the eye? That's right. You're beautiful and have a good temperament. You're unattainable. I'm a fat man with a big head and big ears. I'm not worthy of you. You feel embarrassed to be with me. Since that's the case, why did you come to me?" Fatso sneered. Chu Xian's face was green and red. Fatty's words were like loud and clear slaps, mercilessly slapping her face. Not only did it hurt her self-esteem, but it also trampled on her until she was scarred. But now, she could only endure. She looked at Fatso in disappointment and said, "Can't you see? I was testing you, but I didn't expect you to be so weak." "Test?" Fatso sneered and said, "What about your parents? They came here in person to test me too?" This woman was really shameless to the extreme. Why didn't he realize it before? "We are all testing you. Let's cut the crap. I'll ask you one last time. Do you really want to be with her? Do you think she's really with you because she likes you?" Chu Xian sneered. Fatso hugged Li Yan in his arms and said playfully, "Then why do you think Sister Yenner is with Fat Lord?" Chu Xian sneered and said, "I don't dare to talk nonsense, but it should have something to do with Ancestor Mu." The meaning behind his words was obvious. He was saying that Li Yan was using the fatty. A thief calling a thief? Fatso was stunned. Li Yan was also angry. It was Chu Xian who was using Fatso to get close to Ancestor Mu, but now she was biting her back? Did she really think she was easy to bully? Li Yan looked at Chu Xian mockingly and said lightly, I'm not like some people who are two-faced and only care about profits. The man I want doesn't need to be strong, handsome, or have a strong family background. As long as we get along well, it's fine. Maybe in your eyes, Fatso is useless, but in my eyes, he is my treasure and no one can replace him. Fatso, am I right? After Li Yan finished speaking, she looked at Fatso and asked. Yes. Fatso nodded repeatedly. Although he knew that it was just an act, he couldn't help but straighten his back and be in high spirits when he heard Li Yan's words. You adulterous couple, just wait and see. Chu Xian's eyes were ferocious. This was the first time in her life that she had been humiliated like this. Not only did she hate Fatso, but she also hated Li Yan. Let me tell you, you can scold me, but don't scold Sister Yan. If I hear you scold her again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Fatso's eyes were cold and flickering. Good, very good. Damn Fatso, remember this. You humiliated me today, and I won't let it go just like that. Chu Xian was about to go crazy. She spat out a few words before her shadow disappeared. Ha! Fatso suddenly laughed. Li Yan was also smiling, but when she found that Fatso hadn't let go, her face darkened and she said, How long are you going to hold on to me? Fatso was stunned and quickly withdrew his arm. He smiled embarrassedly and said, Sorry, I was too immersed in the act. Li Yan stared at him speechlessly and asked, Are you happy now? The resentment that has been accumulating for a few days is finally gone. I can start a new life. Thank you. Fatso looked at Li Yan gratefully. Li Yan said, It's okay, just treat it as returning the favor of saving my life. Fatso rubbed his head and laughed foolishly. Li Yan rolled her eyes at him, and her expression became lonely again. She sighed and said, Sigh, your matter has been solved, but what about mine? I really don't know how to solve it. Fatso smiled and said, Don't worry, that old thing Fu Enshan won't succeed. You want to help me? Li Yan looked at him in surprise. It's a secret, you'll know when the time comes. In short, that old fart wants to eat a cabbage like you, he's daydreaming. Fatso smiled disdainfully. Hearing this, Li Yan's heart inexplicably felt at ease. Fatso said, Let's go, Fat Lord will send you back. Li Yan nodded. Then the two of them walked side by side towards the Warrior Mountain Range. I have a question to ask you. Haven't you already broken through to the Battle Saint Realm? Why don't you go to the Sacred Land? Li Yan's voice sounded in the forest. Fatso had already stepped into the Battle Saint Realm. Fatso said, It's to stay by Chu Xian's side. Then you entered the main tower for her? Li Yan asked again. Fatso sighed deeply. Then you're really stupid. Li Yan despised him. How would I know that she's such a person? Fatso said helplessly. Chapter 1083. Time flew by. There was only one day left before the Heavenly Spiral tribe would be expelled. This morning, Chu Xian came to Soothing Lake and stood by the lake. Looking at the small island in the middle of the lake, she gritted her teeth and flew towards the small island. Roar! However, just as she flew up, a huge beast roared out of the lake. Chu Xian was so scared that her face turned pale. Because it was a sacred beast. The beast stood above the lake like a beast god. It looked at Chu Xian coldly and shouted, The main tower is a forbidden area. Please leave immediately. Chu Xian quickly said, I am a friend of Ancestor Mu. I have something to discuss with him. Please make an exception. The beast said, Since you are a friend of Ancestor Mu, why don't you send him a message directly? Chu Xian said, I haven't had the time to establish a contract with him. How can you be considered a friend without establishing a contract? Do you think I am one of those beasts that have yet to develop intelligence? Get lost immediately. The beast shouted, its huge eyes flashing fiercely. Chu Xian said anxiously, We are really friends. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. The beast looked at her suspiciously and asked, What is your name? Chu Xian. Chu Xian said, All right, wait here. I'll go and ask him. After saying that, the beast flew towards the small island. Thank you. Chu Xian quickly bowed and thanked it. Then, she glanced at Soothing Lake with envy. This place is great. Not only does it have an independent courtyard, but it also has a sacred beast guarding it. If I could live here, why would I need to curry favor with that fat pig? Why is the heavens so unfair? I have worked so hard for so long, but I am still just an ordinary disciple. How many years has this ancestor Mu been in the main tower? He is already a disciple of the main tower master and is respected by the world. I am not convinced. Tightly. Chu Xian clenched her fists. The envy on her face turned into jealousy and hatred. After a while, the beast returned and looked at Chu Xian. Sorry, Ancestor Mu said that he has no time to see you now. This, Chu Xian's body stiffened. She hurriedly said, Did you tell him my name? He also specially asked me to tell you that he is powerless to do anything about the heavenly spiral tribe. The beast said. Chu Xian's eyes trembled, and her face was full of despair. The ferocious beast said, Please leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. I must see him. Please make an exception. Chu Xian pleaded bitterly, but the ferocious beast was not moved at all. It's useless even if you see him. But at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Young Master Hao and Wang Yu both flew over. Greetings, young Master Hao. Greetings, Monsieur Gu. Chu Xian hurriedly bowed. Wang Yu looked at her coldly and said, Put away your hypocritical face. Chu Xian was puzzled. Why do you say that, Monsieur? Young Master Hao said, We all know what kind of person you are. There's no need to pretend anymore. Chu Xian's expression froze. Young Master Hao said indifferently, Do you know why I'm dealing with your heavenly spiral tribe? Chu Xian shook her head. Because you provoked Fatso. Provoking Fatso is provoking Ancestor Mu. Provoking Ancestor Mu is provoking me. Young Master Hao said, How did I provoke Fatso? Is it because I didn't agree to his pursuit? Chu Xian said angrily. If that's the case, I naturally won't target your heavenly spiral tribe. But you used Fatso to get close to Ancestor Mu. This is what I can't tolerate. Young Master Hao shouted. What? They really know. Chu Xian's face was pale. How did these people know? Are you wondering why we found out when you hid it so well? Let me give you a hint. We've been to White Cloud City and even met your arrogant brother, Chu Outyan. That's all I have to say. Take care of yourself. With that, young Master Hao turned around and left with Wang Yu. Been to White Cloud City? Could it be? Chu Xian's eyes trembled. She suddenly raised her head and stared at the backs of Wang Yu and young Master Hao. She shouted, Why are you doing this to me? I just want to get what I want. Is that wrong? What right do you have to treat me like this? You're stubborn. Only by working hard can you get what you want. You can't use others. Initially, I only wanted to expel the people from your tribe and you could continue to stay in the main tower. But it seems like there's no need for that now. Tomorrow, you'll go to the first district with your tribe. Young Master Hao said without looking back. Boom. Hearing that, Chu Xian felt like she was struck by lightning. Her body and mind trembled and her mind rumbled. I'm wrong. Let me stay. Please, I beg you. She quickly knelt in the void and begged pitifully. However, young Master Hao and young Master Hao ignored her and disappeared from her sight. Why, I can't accept this. Chu Xian roared at the sky like a crazy demon. Leave now. The ferocious beast shouted. Its ferocious might was like a waterfall as it pounced towards Chu Xian. I don't need you to rush me. Believe. Chu Xian retracted her gaze and glared at the beast. Then she looked at the small island in the middle of the lake. Her eyes were full of resentment. Sooner or later, I'll enter the Central Divine Kingdom openly. At that time, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your lives. Just you wait. She smiled sinisterly, opened the portal, and walked in without looking back. What? You're only going to expel them from the Central Divine Kingdom? At the same time, Fatso and Qin Feiyang were talking through transmission. The fatty's face was filled with displeasure. I just heard it from young Master Hao. He probably misunderstood us. We said we'll make the Heavenly Spiral Tribe disappear, but we're actually going to exterminate them. He thought we were asking him to expel the Heavenly Spiral Tribe from the Central Divine Kingdom. Qin Feiyang said. On the same day, since young Master Hao had offered to help solve this problem, he didn't ask about it. He had been cultivating quietly. When the beast went to find him, young Master Hao came out after hearing the news. He casually asked young Master Hao and found out. Isn't this letting the tiger return to the mountain? Fatso raised his eyebrows. Letting the tiger return to the mountain? It shouldn't be. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Although the leader of the Heavenly Spiral Tribe was a 9-star battle saint, they had all unlocked the gate of potential. It was only a matter of time before they surpassed the leader of the Heavenly Spiral Tribe. As for Chu Xian, she was just a battle master. Even if she was given time, what could she do? I still think we're letting them off too easily. Why don't we go to the Heavenly Spiral Tribe tonight? Fatso's eyes flashed with killing intent. Young Master Hao must have gotten the Chief Pagoda Master's approval. If we go and exterminate the Heavenly Spiral Tribe now, I'm afraid the Chief Pagoda Master will be dissatisfied. After all, the Chief Pagoda Master already has the intention to get rid of me. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Fatso nodded and said, That's true. If the Chief Pagoda Master uses this as a pretext to make a fuss and accuses us of killing the innocent, then the loss will outweigh the gain. Now we can't let him seize the opportunity. As for the Heavenly Spiral Tribe, if you really want to get rid of them, we can just go to the first district. Qin Feiyang said. Alright. Anyway, Chu Xian has suffered enough for the past 2 days. Fatso sneered. That's right. Moreover, for the people of the Central Divine Kingdom, being exiled to the first district is more painful than being killed directly. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. She finally paid the price. Let's see if she still dares to do this in the future. Fatso's face was full of disgust. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, How's Li Yan? As you expected, she really went to seek death, but now she has been comforted by Fat Lord. By the way, there's one more thing. Fatso's eyes lit up. What is it? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Fatso said, There's a little white dragon hidden in the Chief Pagoda. What? Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up, his eyes full of disbelief. Fat Lord saw it with his own eyes. That little white dragon seems to have been born not long ago and has not fully awakened its intelligence. Fatso said, Where is it? Qin Feiyang asked. Fatso said, In a pool not far from the sword tip. Why don't Fat Lord take you to have a look tonight? Qin Feiyang nodded. Then I'll continue to keep an eye on Li Yan. I'll send you a message tonight. After Fatso finished speaking, the shadow dissipated. Qin Feiyang returned to his seat and couldn't calm down for a long time. There was actually a little white dragon in the Chief Pagoda. This was too shocking. He couldn't wait to go and take a look. But reason told him that he couldn't do this. Because there were too many people during the day, if he was seen by someone, it would be bad. Midnight. 2 black shadows swept across the sky above the sword tip. It was Qin Feiyang and Fatso. Fatso chuckled and said, Boss, you didn't cultivate today, right? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. With the birth of the divine dragon, how could he still be in the mood to cultivate? It could be said that this day felt like a year to him. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something and asked, Li Yan also knows about the little white dragon? Fatso said, She was the one who summoned the little white dragon, and it seems that they have a very good relationship. I didn't expect this woman to be so capable. Even the divine dragon likes her so much. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Fatso laughed. This means that she is kind-hearted. That's right. Generally, divine beasts like the little white dragon that have just been born prefer to come into contact with people with pure hearts. Qin Feiyang nodded. While they were talking, the 2 of them arrived above the pool. Go down. Fatso waved his hand, and the 2 of them landed by the pool like lightning. This place was still the same as last night. It was silent, and there was not the slightest fluctuation on the surface of the water. Little white dragon, I'm here. Fatso looked at the pool and called out softly in the same way that Li Yan summoned the little white dragon last night. Time passed breath by breath. Even after 100 breaths, there was still no movement on the surface of the water. Little white dragon, big brother has candy to eat. Little white dragon, big brother has a beautiful big sister here. Little white dragon, your sister Li Yan is looking for you. Fatso tried many more methods, but to no avail. He couldn't help but frown. What was going on? Qin Feiyang thought for a moment, glanced at the surface of the water, and said, "It can't be that only Li Yan herself can call it out, right?" This, Fatso was unable to determine for a moment. Qin Feiyang said, "Come, let's go down and look for it." Standing here and thinking, he couldn't come up with any results, so he might as well take action. Afraid of scaring the little white dragon away, when the two of them entered the pool, they were extremely careful and didn't make the slightest sound. The pool was not big, but it was very deep. The two of them carefully searched. Chapter 1084. After about 500 to 600 breaths, the two of them finally sank to the bottom of the lake. However, at the bottom of the lake, other than the dried leaves and mud that had accumulated for countless years, there was no trace of little white dragon. Fatso was secretly annoyed. Strange, it's clearly here. Why can't I find it? Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, Wolf King, Winged Snow Eagle, Black Dragon Snake, Pangolin, Lu Hong, Viper, and Dan Wangkai appeared one after another. Qin Feiyang looked at everyone and said, "You guys heard it from the castle, right? Hurry and help find it." "All right." Everyone nodded and immediately took action. Time passed. Everyone searched for an entire hour and almost turned the entire lake upside down, but they still could not find little white dragon. Lu Hong said, "Fatso, you're not playing with us, are you?" Fatso smiled bitterly. "Madam, how would I dare to play with you guys? Then why can't you find it?" Lu Hong frowned. "I'm wondering the same thing." Fatso scanned the bottom of the lake. What the hell? It was still here last night, but it was gone today. Where did it go? Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso and asked, "Have you asked Li Yan about little white dragon?" "Can I ask such a thing? If I ask, she'll definitely suspect that I'm targeting little white dragon." Fatso said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and looked at Fatso. "Go back and keep an eye on Li Yan first. I'll wait here and take a look." "All right." Fatso nodded and headed towards the top of the lake. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Hong and the others and smiled. "I'll be enough here alone. You guys can go to the castle to cultivate as well." Dan Wangkai said hurriedly, "Young master, can you help me solve the problem of the pill fire as soon as possible?" He was a person who was born to refine pills. If he didn't refine pills for a day, his hands would itch. Qin Feiyang was stunned and apologized. "I'm sorry, I forgot about it." After saying that, he took out a jade box and handed it to Dan Wangkai. He smiled and said, "There's a cluster of grade 6 alchemy fire inside. Take it and use it." This grade 6 elixir fire was a congratulatory gift from the chief of the divine python tribe during the apprenticeship ceremony. Only a grade 6 alchemy fire? Dan Wangkai was a little disappointed. "Then what rank do you want?" "7th rank." Even the main tower regards the 7th grade pill fire as a treasure. "Where am I supposed to find it for you?" Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. Dan Wangkai said, "But if I use a 6th grade alchemy fire, I can only refine battle chi pills with 4 veins. This will slow down everyone's cultivation speed. The more veins there were, the more energy the battle chi pill contained. Although there was only a difference of 1 between 4 and 5 elixir veins, the difference in effect was like heaven and earth." "That makes sense." Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered for a while. He said, "How about this, you use it first? I'll go to the trading pavilion tomorrow." "All right." Dan Wangkai nodded helplessly, then smiled and said, "What about the recipes for potential pills?" His eyes were filled with desire. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "It's all in the pill scripture. Go take a look yourself." "Thank you, young master." Dan Wangkai was overjoyed. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Didn't I say it before? If you follow me, I won't mistreat you." Of course, of course." Dan Wangkai nodded and smiled flatteringly. Beside him, Viper also had a flattering look on his face. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the people and beasts to the ancient castle. Then, he sat cross-legged at the bottom of the lake and waited for Little White Dragon to appear. Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Although it was already late at night, it was still as lively as ever. In a certain private room, a woman in white sat beside the coffee table. The water in the teapot was already boiling and gurgling. The fragrance of tea filled the entire room. However, the woman in white did not seem to be interested in tea at all and was frowning the entire time. Buzz. Suddenly, she took out an image crystal. Before long, the image of a middle-aged man appeared. It was the leader of the Divine Python tribe. The leader of the Divine Python tribe smiled and asked, "Madam, how's the progress?" That's right. The woman in white was the high priestess of the Divine Python tribe. The high priestess sighed. "Don't mention it. I haven't even seen him yet." The leader of the Divine Python tribe frowned and said, "What's going on? Didn't you go there long ago? Could it be that he doesn't want to see you?" "That's not it." The high priestess shook her head. "Then why is that?" The leader of the Divine Python tribe was suspicious. The high priestess said, "Ever since I entered the Divine City, I've been waiting at the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. But until now, he hasn't come to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion even once. I heard that this lad is a cultivation maniac and won't wander outside if there's nothing. Why don't you go to the main tower to look for him?" The leader of the Divine Python tribe asked. "According to my sources, he's staying at the Soothing Lake now. You know that place, outsiders can't enter at all. Moreover, if I go to the main tower to look for him openly, the tower master will definitely ask about it. The tower master is unfathomable. I don't want to face him unless I have no other choice." The high priestess said, "That's true." The leader of the Divine Python tribe nodded and said, "What about Pei? Isn't he on good terms with Ancestor Mu?" "I don't want to alarm him either. After all, this matter is related to him." The high priestess rubbed her head and said, "Doesn't Ancestor Mu have many friends?" The leader of the Divine Python tribe said angrily, "How can someone like him have friends? There's Fatso, but he hasn't come to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion either. As for Mr. Hao, he comes here often, but I don't dare to look for him." The high priestess said, "Why are you afraid of Mr. Hao? He's a good-for-nothing. Even if you reveal a flaw, he might not be able to detect anything. The next time you see him, go to him and ask him to pass on the message to Ancestor Mu." The leader of the Divine Python tribe said with a hint of disdain towards Mr. Hao. The high priestess thought for a while and nodded with a smile. "You're right. I was too cautious. All right, I'll inform you as soon as I have news. Thank you for your hard work, madam." The leader of the Divine Python tribe smiled. The high priestess smiled and turned off the image crystal. She went to her bedroom to rest. However, the two of them did not know that Mr. Hao, whom they had underestimated, had already been reborn and had found out about their secret. Before they knew it, the sky had turned bright. Qin Feiyang came out of the pool with a disappointed look on his face. After waiting for an entire night, he still did not see the little white dragon. If not for the fact that Fatso saw it with his own eyes, he would have doubted the existence of the little white dragon. There's still a long way to go. Let's take it slow. Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. He raised his head and looked at the morning sun on the horizon. Then he opened the portal and walked in. East City. Trading Pavilion. Qin Feiyang came here again. It's Ancestor Mu. He's now the direct disciple of the Chief Tower Master. He doesn't lack anything. Why is he still here? When people saw Qin Feiyang, they immediately retreated to the side, their faces full of awe. "Mr. Mu, is there anything I can help you with?" The staff members of the Trading Pavilion also rushed toward Qin Feiyang, and they didn't even bother to hide their fawning expressions. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "You guys go do your own things. I'll walk around alone." The group of staff was disappointed. It was not easy for the Chief Tower Master's disciple to come to the Trading Pavilion. Unfortunately, they did not have the chance to curry favor with him. Qin Feiyang strolled around the Trading Pavilion. Everything here had not changed. He was also very familiar with the faces of the staff. However, he was not used to the trading pavilion without Li He. There was a sense of strangeness. Mr. Mu, what a rare guest. After a while, an old man in red rushed over and stopped in front of Qin Feiyang. His old face was full of smiles. You are? Qin Feiyang looked at the old man in red suspiciously. The old man in red cupped his hands and said with a smile, My name is Lu Yuan. I'm the temporary manager of the East City Trading Pavilion. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. The temporary manager was the temporary manager of the trading pavilion in the East City. To be able to replace Li He, this person's ability should be good. It's just that he doesn't know what kind of person he is? Lu Yuan smiled and said, Mr. Mu, if you don't mind, please take a seat in the VIP room. Lead the way, Qin Feiyang said. Seeing Qin Feiyang agree so readily, Lu Yuan couldn't get used to it for a while. Am I not welcome? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Of course you're welcome. Lu Yuan quivered and hurriedly led the way in front. Not long after, the two entered a small room. He had been to this VIP room before. It was simple and tidy. And now, although it was still tidy, there were a lot of jewelry and decorations. Obviously, it was arranged by Lu Yuan. Perhaps in Lu Yuan's view, these things could improve one's identity and status, but in Qin Feiyang's view, they were very tacky. Please take a seat. Lu Yuan invited enthusiastically. Looking at those jeweled things, Qin Feiyang had already lost interest. He waved his hand and said, Forget about sitting. Let's get to the point. Lu Yuan was stunned and nodded with a smile. Okay, please go ahead. Qin Feiyang said, I need a cluster of alchemy fire. That's no problem. We have some 3rd and 4th grade alchemy fires in the trading pavilion now. Lu Yuan said. Qin Feiyang said, What I want is not 3rd or 4th grade alchemy fire, but 7th or 8th grade alchemy fire. This, Lu Yuan was stunned and hurriedly said, Mr. Mu, you are an alchemist. You should know how precious 7th grade alchemy fire is. Even if we have it, we will auction it. We will not trade it privately, let alone 8th grade alchemy fire. We really don't have it. The price doesn't matter, Qin Feiyang said. Lu Yuan smiled apologetically. It's not about the price. We really don't have it. Please forgive us, Mr. Mu. Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, Do the trading pavilions in West City, South City, and North City have it? Lu Yuan said, I don't know about that. If you have time, you can go take a look yourself. If you don't, I'm willing to help you ask. Alright, go ahead and ask, Qin Feiyang said. Please wait for a moment, Mr. Mu. After Lu Yuan finished speaking, he turned and left the VIP room. Qin Feiyang sat next to the tea table and frowned. If the trading pavilions did not have it, where could he find alchemy fire? Should he look for the chief tower master? Time passed quietly. Lu Yuan finally returned and said apologetically, Mr. Mu, I'm sorry. I've asked. They don't have 7th or 8th grade alchemy fires. They do have 6th grade alchemy fires, but I don't know if Mr. Mu. Qin Feiyang stood up and said, Forget about the 6th grade alchemy fire. Since they don't have it, I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. Take care, Mr. Mu. Chapter 1085. Qin Feiyang opened the portal and returned to the calm lake. Soon he received a message from Yen Wei. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Yen Wei laughed. You went to the trading pavilion just now, right? In fact, although there is no 8th grade pillfire in the trading pavilion, there is a cluster of 7th grade pillfire. It seems to have been obtained by the pavilion master some time ago. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and asked, Then why did Lu Yuan say that he didn't have it? Because of Fu Anshan. Fu Anshan has already told Lu Yuan and the others that as long as you go to the trading pavilion, they will say that they don't have it. Of course, if it was in the past, Lu Yuan and the others would definitely not listen to him. But now, the matter of Fu Anshan inheriting the position of Deputy Pavilion Master has been decided, and they don't dare to go against Fu Anshan anymore. In other words, the stewards of the 4 major districts are suppressing you in disguise. Yen Wei said. This old thing still doesn't know how to stop? Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with anger. Stop. You're thinking too much, he's still proud of himself. Yen Wei said playfully. Then I'd like to see how long he can be proud of himself. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted, pursed with a thick sense of ridicule, and then said, "Don't act rashly, I will take care of him." "I know." Yen Wei nodded. After ending the conversation, Qin Feiyang lowered his head for a moment and sneered, "If I let you live so comfortably until the succession ceremony 2 months later, it would be too easy for you." He walked out of the attic and arrived outside young Master Hao's door. A moment later, young Master Hao opened the door and smiled. "Are you planning to go to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion with me?" "Why would I go to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Young Master Hao said, "Don't you know? Today is the day of the Dragon Phoenix wine auction." "Not interested." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Then why are you looking for me?" Young Master Hao was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, "I want to ask, where does the pavilion master live?" "You're looking for him?" Young Master Hao was surprised. Qin Feiyang nodded. Young Master Hao's eyes brightened as he asked, "Why are you looking for him? Is there something interesting?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "You can say that. How about it? Are you interested in going together?" Young Master Hao hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Forget it, I'll still go to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. That old man lives outside the city. If you go west with your speed, you'll see a huge valley in about an hour. He lives in that valley." "All right. Then I'll go. I also wish you the best and see the true appearance of the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "True appearance." Young Master Hao shook his head and sighed. "It's good enough to see her." Qin Feiyang looked at him. Young Master Hao's perseverance in this aspect was quite good. If it were anyone else, they would have fallen out long ago if they didn't even know what she looked like after paying so much. I'm just saying if her true appearance isn't as beautiful as you think, or even an ugly monster, can you accept it?" Qin Feiyang asked. "That depends on how ugly she is. If it's just average, I can accept it." Young Master Hao said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, saying, "Then I wish you good luck." After saying that, Qin Feiyang opened the teleportation gate and descended outside the city. Then he rushed straight to the west. An hour later, he indeed saw a valley. The valley was unimaginably large, covering an area of dozens of miles. It was surrounded by mountains on all sides and could only be entered from above. There were also countless ferocious beasts in the forest around the valley, and they were basically all emperor beasts. Even from afar, he could sense the terrifying auras coming from them. "This old man really knows how to pick a place," Qin Feiyang muttered. Walking in this place was simply terrifying. A black leopard roared out. Its body was more than 10 meters long, and its emperor's might surged in the sky. Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted, and he immediately became vigilant. But the result was beyond his expectations. The ferocious beast did not attack him, but just observed him from afar. "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Suddenly, the black leopard said, "Young Master Mu, please follow me." "What's going on? How do you know who I am?" Qin Feiyang was extremely shocked. The black leopard did not answer. It turned around and flew toward the valley. Qin Feiyang followed it suspiciously. Gradually, he found that the emperor beasts lurking in the mountains were also looking at him curiously. After a while, Qin Feiyang followed the black leopard into the valley. He was immediately dumbfounded. In such a huge valley, medicinal herbs were all planted. Some were green and glistening. Some were crystal clear. They swayed in the wind, gushing with multicolored light, exuding endless vitality. Walking in the air above the valley, Qin Feiyang felt that his entire body was enveloped in a rich medicinal fragrance, making him feel refreshed. What kind of place is this? Following behind the black leopard, Qin Feiyang scanned the valley, his face full of surprise. Suddenly, he looked at a red fireglass tree. On the fiery red tree trunk, there was actually a tiger-shaped spirit pattern. He looked at a dragon saliva fruit. On the fruit, There was also a tiger-shaped spirit pattern. Beside the dragon saliva fruit, there was a 9 suns flower, which also had a tiger-shaped spirit pattern. This, Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. He raised his head and looked all the way into the depths of the valley. He found that many medicinal herbs had tiger-shaped spirit patterns. Why are there so many 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs? Only medicinal herbs over 10,000 years old would have tiger-shaped spirit patterns. These medicinal herbs all have owners. I advise you not to have any crooked thoughts. The black leopard suddenly turned to look at Qin Feiyang with an unfriendly look in its eyes. Items with owners? Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. The so-called owner couldn't be the pavilion master of the trading pavilion, right? In that case, wasn't this the medicinal field of the trading pavilion? A moment later, Qin Feiyang came to the center of the valley. There was a small wooden building in the middle. There were a total of 2 floors and there were no decorations, looking extremely simple. In the medicinal field beside the small wooden building, there was a white-haired old man who was taking care of the medicinal herbs with his head lowered. It's really him, Qin Feiyang muttered. The old man was skinny and supported himself with a walking stick. Wearing an old white robe, he looked weak but his aura was extremely terrifying. Black Robe landed in front of the old man and said respectfully, "Master, Ancestor Mu is here." "Master." Qin Feiyang's eyes widened. "I got it." The old man chuckled but did not raise his head and continued to take care of the medicinal herbs. The black leopard turned to look at Qin Feiyang before rising into the air and flying out of the valley. Qin Feiyang looked at the pavilion master of the trading pavilion and did not know what to do for a moment. Therefore, he stood at the side and looked at him silently. A moment later, the pavilion master of the trading pavilion was finally done with his work. He stood up with his walking stick and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. "Young friend, we meet again. Greetings, senior. I hope you don't take offense at my sudden visit." Qin Feiyang cupped his fists. The pavilion master of the trading pavilion waved it off. "You're too polite. It's my honor to be a guest here." When he saw how polite the old man was, Qin Feiyang felt a little embarrassed and asked, "Senior, how did the black leopard know who I was?" The pavilion master of the trading pavilion said, "It's not just the black leopard. The emperor beasts outside the valley know as well." The more Qin Feiyang listened, the more confused he became. The pavilion master of the trading pavilion smiled again. "I told them that if you came here one day, they would bring you in directly." "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. The pavilion master of the trading pavilion said, "Young friend, you didn't come from afar just to visit an old man like me, right?" Qin Feiyang said, "I'm sure there's a private matter that I want to discuss with you." "Then let's talk inside." The pavilion master of the trading pavilion led Qin Feiyang into the small wooden building. In front of the wooden building, there was a small open space with some flowers and plants. There was also a round stone table and 2 stone stools. "I never thought that as the pavilion master of the trading pavilion, senior, you would live such a simple life." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. "I'm already so old. What else can I do? Now, I just want to have some peace and quiet." The pavilion master of the trading pavilion smiled and pointed to the stone stools. "Young friend, please take a seat." Qin Feiyang nodded and sat on the stone stools. The pavilion master of the trading pavilion asked with a smile while making tea, "Young friend, your trip to Qinghai was quite smooth, right?" Qin Feiyang said, "Thank you for your concern, senior. It was quite smooth." The pavilion master of the trading pavilion said, "Young friend, have you seen someone called Tan Jing?" "Who is Tan Jing?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Tan Jing died in his hands. Of course, he knew who it was, but he certainly could not admit it now. The pavilion master of the trading pavilion smiled and said, "I heard from the chief pavilion master that the alchemy fire was snatched away by your big brother in the end. Tan Jing should have died in his hands too." "I don't know about that. Why don't I help you ask when I have time?" Qin Feiyang said. "That's not necessary. People have to pay a price for what they want." "Young friend, please have some tea." The pavilion master of the trading pavilion smiled faintly and pushed a teacup in front of Qin Feiyang. "Senior, You are detached from worldly affairs. I admire you. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands, then picked up the teacup and tasted it. Immediately, his eyes lit up and he praised, "Not bad. There is a faint fragrance of medicinal herbs in the natural tea fragrance. It has a unique flavor. Young friend, please look over there." The pavilion master of the trading pavilion pointed to the medicine field on the left. Qin Feiyang looked over and saw a small green tree growing in the medicine field. That was not a medicinal herb. It was a tea tree. Those are the tea trees that I cultivated myself when I had nothing to do. Although they are all ordinary tea trees, under the influence of the medicinal fragrance all year round, each leaf has a natural medicinal fragrance. I'm not bragging, but it tastes better than the so-called good tea outside. If you like it, I can give you some later. The pavilion master of the trading pavilion said with a smile. Thank you very much. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. It seems that young friend is also a tea lover. The pavilion master of the trading pavilion smiled and retracted his gaze. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Young friend, what are you here for this time?" Chapter 1086. The master of the trading pavilion looked down at the Juku Yellow Dragon elixir suspiciously. Immediately, he looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise and said, "Isn't this the Juku Yellow Dragon elixir?" Qin Feiyang nodded. The master of the trading pavilion said suspiciously, "Why did you take out this elixir? Did you think that the auction price was too high? Do you want to return it now?" Return it? Qin Feiyang was stunned. What did that mean? Young friend, we have a rule in the trading pavilion. Once something is sold, it can't be returned. Of course. I can also buy this Juku Yellow Dragon elixir, but the price? The master of the trading pavilion said with a smile. Wait. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand and interrupted the master of the trading pavilion. He said with a strange expression, "Senior, you don't think that I bought it from the auction in the trading market before, do you?" The master of the trading pavilion was stunned and asked, "Isn't it? Only the trading pavilion has auctioned the Juku Yellow Dragon elixir before." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. This old man was really cute. "Senior, it's true that only the trading pavilion has auctioned the Juku Yellow Dragon elixir before, but I want to ask you, who got this Juku Yellow Dragon elixir from?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. "I don't know. The only one who knows is Li He, but he's dead now." The master of the trading pavilion sighed. It was his biggest regret that he couldn't find the person who refined the Juku Yellow Dragon elixir. Qin Feiyang was helpless. He had made it so obvious, but the old man still couldn't see through it. This old man was too slow. He didn't talk nonsense and took out another Juku Yellow Dragon elixir. "Young friend, you actually bid for so much back then?" The master of the trading pavilion didn't understand Qin Feiyang's meaning and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang's face darkened and took out another elixir. Tiske, young friend, you're really rich." The master of the trading pavilion exclaimed. "You haven't comprehended it yet?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. However, he also knew that it was not the pavilion master's fault. It was just that the 9 tunes yellow dragon pill was too miraculous and heaven-defying. It was normal for the old man to think that he had obtained it through bidding. Without another word, he took out another 29 Chu yellow dragon pills. In addition to the previous 3, there were a total of 23. What? So many? The transaction pavilion's pavilion master abruptly stood up and stared at the 23 9 Melody yellow dragon pills on the table, dumbfounded. Suddenly, he recalled that Li had never auctioned off so many Juku yellow dragon pills before. Could it be? He suddenly raised his head and stared at Qin Feiyang, saying in surprise, "Could it be that you were the one who gave Li He's 9 Chu yellow dragon pill?" "That's right." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Where did you get it?" The transaction pavilion's pavilion master shuddered and asked hurriedly. He had not thought that it was refined by Qin Feiyang. He only thought that someone gave it to Qin Feiyang or that Qin Feiyang found it by chance somewhere. Ugh! Qin Feiyang was speechless once more. "Young friend, I really want to know who refined the 9 Chu yellow dragon pill. If you're willing to tell me the truth, I'll definitely repay you with a generous gift." The Transaction Pavilion's pavilion master looked at Qin Feiyang pleadingly. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "Senior, why don't you think about it? I'm the one who refined the 9-chew yellow dragon pill." "You refined it?" The Transaction Pavilion's pavilion master was stunned and shook his head with a smile. "I have to admit that you're extremely talented in cultivation. However, I'm not looking down on you, but you definitely can't refine the 9-chew yellow dragon pill." "Why?" Qin Feiyang asked curiously. "Because even I haven't seen the 9-chew yellow dragon pill before, let alone you," the Transaction Pavilion's pavilion master said. "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, but I was really the one who refined the 9-chew yellow dragon pill." "Don't joke around," the Transaction Pavilion's pavilion master said with a smile. "I'm not joking," Qin Feiyang said. The Transaction Pavilion's pavilion master frowned and looked at the 23-chew yellow dragon pills again. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "You really refined them?" "It seems that it's difficult to convince the old senior." Qin Feiyang simply took out the netherworld demonic flame and the fire Luan cauldron. The Transaction Pavilion's pavilion master was surprised. Qin Feiyang got up and said, "Senior, please turn around and wait for me to refine the spirit liquid before turning back." He did this because he did not want the old man to know about the medicinal herbs of the 9-chew yellow dragon pill. The Transaction Pavilion master glanced at him and quickly turned around. He also couldn't wait to know if the 9-chew yellow dragon pill was refined by the kid in front of him. Qin Feiyang took out a set of medicinal herbs and directly opened the furnace to refine pills. In less than 50 breaths, the spirit liquid of various medicinal herbs was refined. Qin Feiyang said, "You can look at it now." After refining the spirit liquid, the medicinal herbs would turn into ashes and the Transaction Pavilion master would not know what medicinal herbs it was. The Transaction Pavilion master hurriedly turned around and walked in front of Qin Feiyang, looking down at the spirit liquid in the pill furnace. "So much?" At that moment, his gaze trembled slightly. There were at least 50 to 60 drops of spirit liquid in the fire Luan cauldron. In other words, the 9-chew yellow dragon pill required at least 50 to 60 kinds of medicinal herbs. Then, he watched Qin Feiyang fuse the spirit liquid step by step. Qin Feiyang's proficient alchemy technique and his calm demeanor gave him a fright again. Crash! All of a sudden, the pill furnace shone brightly and a strong pill fragrance wafted over, invigorating one. Swoosh! Immediately after, a stream of light swept out of the pill furnace. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and caught it in his palm. The Transaction Pavilion master stared at Qin Feiyang's hand. He was nervous. He was looking forward to it. "Senior, watch carefully." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and extended his hand in front of the Transaction Pavilion master, opening his palm slowly. The Transaction Pavilion master's pupils constricted bit by bit. Finally, when the elixir in Qin Feiyang's palm appeared before his eyes, his pupils constricted and his face was filled with shock. It was really the 9-chew yellow dragon pill. And there were 7 pill patterns. Was this a dream? The 7 pill patterns shone brightly and almost blinded his eyes. He swallowed his saliva. There was a rumble in his head. He didn't know how to express the shock in his heart at this moment. This man's martial arts talent was already beyond the reach of countless monsters in the Central Divine Kingdom, but he didn't expect that his alchemy talent was also so terrifying. Was he still human? For a long time, the Transaction Pavilion master couldn't come back to his senses and was shocked. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and put away all the Juku yellow dragon pills, as well as the pill furnace and pill fire. He asked with a smile, "Senior, do you believe me now?" The Transaction Pavilion master shuddered and hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang. He cupped his hands and said, "Young friend, I didn't recognize you before. Please forgive me." "It's understandable." Qin Feiyang smiled. The Transaction Pavilion master shook his head and sighed. Everyone thought that the person who refined the Juku yellow dragon pills must be an extremely powerful and mysterious expert. Who would have thought that it was actually you? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Young friend, please take a seat." The Transaction Pavilion master's attitude was even more polite than the Chief Tower master's. Qin Feiyang sat back on the stone bench and picked up the teacup. He didn't speak anymore and drank the tea silently. He had achieved the effect he wanted. Now he only needed to wait for the Transaction Pavilion Master to speak. The Transaction Pavilion Master was also a shrewd old man. Naturally, he could see Qin Feiyang's motive. He said, "Young friend, just say it. How can we continue to supply the Juku Yellow Dragon pills to the Transaction Pavilion?" Since Li He's death, there were no more Juku Yellow Dragon pills. The Transaction Pavilion's popularity was declining day by day. So no matter what, he had to persuade Qin Feiyang to put the Juku Yellow Dragon pills up for auction in the Transaction Pavilion. Qin Feiyang put down the teacup and smiled. Not long ago, I went to the Eastern City Transaction Pavilion to buy a cluster of 7th grade pill fire. The Transaction Pavilion Master was stunned and asked, "Lu Yuan didn't sell it to you?" Qin Feiyang said, "It's not that he didn't sell it, it's that he didn't have it." The Transaction Pavilion Master said suspiciously, "That's not right. I just happened to get a cluster of 7th grade pill fire some time ago. How could I not have it?" Qin Feiyang said, "Not only did Lu Yuan say that he didn't have it, but even the people of the Western City, Southern City, and Northern City also said that they didn't have it. Why is that? Could it have been auctioned off? But that's not right. If it was really auctioned off, they would report it to me as soon as possible." The Transaction Pavilion Master frowned. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "Whether it was auctioned off or not, I don't know, but I received a rumor that Fu Anshan and the other 3 stewards are secretly banning me." "What? Did they eat a leopard's guts?" The Transaction Pavilion Master was furious. "Senior, I'm very grateful to you for giving me the Fire Luan Cauldron, but this matter makes me very uncomfortable," Qin Feiyang said. The Transaction Pavilion Master's heart skipped a beat, and he said solemnly, "Little friend, don't worry. I'll definitely investigate this matter." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a smile and said, "Then I'll wait and see. However, don't cancel Fu Anshan's position as the Deputy Pavilion Master. Ask him to come to me. In addition, please keep the matter of the Juku Yellow Dragon pill a secret for the time being." "I understand." The Transaction Pavilion Master nodded. Qin Feiyang then got up and cupped his hands. "Then I still have something to do, so I won't disturb you." The Transaction Pavilion Master nodded and got up to send him off. Then, as if he thought of something, he stretched out his hand and said, "Little friend, please wait." Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. The Transaction Pavilion Master took out 3 exquisite jade boxes from his Jiankuan bag. The jade boxes were the size of an adult's palm. "These are the tea leaves that I made myself. Please accept them." The Pavilion Master of the Trading Pavilion handed the 3 jade boxes to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "Thank you, Senior. I won't stand on ceremony." He really liked this kind of tea leaves. After putting away the 3 jade boxes, Qin Feiyang opened the portal and left. When the portal disappeared, the Transaction Pavilion Master's face sank and he took out an image crystal. Buzz. Fu Anshan's figure appeared and bowed. "Greetings, Pavilion Master." The Transaction Pavilion Master said in a deep voice, "Call Lu Yuan and the other 2 and come to me immediately." "What's wrong, sir?" Fu Anshan was surprised. "Cut the crap. If it's not 10 breaths, all of you can scram," the Transaction Pavilion Master shouted. Fu Anshan's eyes trembled and he quickly said, "Sir, please calm down. I'll call them now." After saying that, the illusory figure dissipated. What a bastard! The Transaction Pavilion Master was about to go crazy. Chapter 1087. In less than 7 breaths, Fu Anshan and the other 3 appeared in front of the Trading Pavilion Master and bowed respectfully. Apart from Fu Anshan and Lu Yuan, the other 2 were a red-haired old man and a stooped old woman in black. The old woman in black said suspiciously, "Pavilion Master, why did you call us here in such a hurry? Did something big happen? You still have the face to ask me?" The Trading Pavilion Master was furious. The old woman in black's face froze. Why did it sound like she had made a big mistake? But she didn't remember what she had done wrong? The Trading Pavilion Master glanced at the 4 of them and said in a deep voice, "Let me ask you, are you banning Ancestor Mu?" The four of them were shocked. How did the pavilion master know? Could it be that someone told him? Fu Anshan hurriedly said, "Sir, your words scared us. How could we have the guts to ban the chief tower master's disciple? How dare you deceive me? Ancestor Mu came to find me personally and said that he would go to the trading pavilion to buy a cluster of 7th grade pill fire. But Lu Yuan, how did you tell him?" The trading pavilion master said in a deep voice. The four of them were shocked. They never thought that Qin Feiyang would actually come to find the pavilion master for such a small matter. "Lu Yuan, I'm very disappointed in you. You're only temporarily managing the East City Trading Pavilion and you dare to deceive me. If you really become the manager of the East City Trading Pavilion, won't you be able to cover the sky with one hand?" The Trading Pavilion master shouted. Lu Yuan's face turned pale and he hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, "Sir, I know my mistake. I won't dare to do it again." The Trading Pavilion master said, "There's nothing to say. You've reached the end of your temporary management." "Don't." "Pavilion master, this was all ordered by Fu Anshan." Lu Yuan hurriedly mentioned Fu Anshan. Fu Anshan's expression changed and he shouted, "Lu Yuan, don't slander me." "Shut up, when was it your turn to speak?" The Trading Pavilion master raised his eyebrows and shouted. Fu Anshan's body trembled and he did not dare to speak anymore. The pavilion master looked at Lu Yuan and said in a low voice, "Continue." Fu Anshan secretly transmitted his voice, "Lu Yuan, if you dare to spout nonsense, don't blame me for being impolite to you." "You're welcome? It's because I listened to your slanderous words that I ended up like this. You still have the nerve to threaten me?" Lu Yuan looked at Fu Anshan with hatred. Then he looked at the pavilion master and said, "Mr. Fu Anshan told me to kill Ancestor Mu. He even threatened me that if I didn't do as he said, he would kick me out after he became the vice pavilion master." The pavilion master glanced at Fu Anshan. Fu Anshan also quivered and knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Master, he is spouting nonsense. Please judge clearly." As he spoke, he gave a subtle glance to the black-clothed old woman and the red-haired old man. The two of them looked at each other and were about to speak up to help Fu Anshan. But at this moment, Lu Yuan took out the image crystal and looked at the pavilion master. "My lord, this lowly one's image crystal contains the words Fu Anshan used to threaten me. You bastard, you actually dare to do this?" Fu Anshan immediately looked at Lu Yuan gloomily. Lu Yuan secretly sneered, "Dealing with an old fox like you, of course I have to be careful." "Pavilion master, it was indeed Fu Anshan who forced us to kill Ancestor Mu. Back then, Ancestor Mu caused the death of his son, Fu Xiong, in Qinghai City, so he held a grudge against him. My lord, we are helpless as well. Please show mercy." Hearing that Lu Yuan had actually recorded Fu Anshan's threat, the black-clothed old woman and the red-haired old man immediately changed their words. Because this was a good opportunity to take down Fu Anshan. As long as Fu Anshan fell, they would have the chance to succeed the position of vice pavilion master. The pavilion master's face darkened as he shouted, "Fu Anshan, what else do you have to say?" Fu Anshan was terrified to the extreme and begged, "My lord, this lowly one was wrong, this lowly one will never dare to do it again. Please give this lowly one another chance." "After doing such a thing, you still want this old man to give you a chance?" The pavilion master was furious and said, "This old man let you succeed the position of vice pavilion master to let you manage the transaction pavilion well, not to let you use your position to take revenge. If you don't even have this bit of awareness, do you still deserve to be the vice pavilion master of the transaction pavilion? I think it's better to choose someone else." Fu Anshan laid weakly on the ground, his face filled with despair. Lu Yuan and the other two were secretly delighted in their hearts. The pavilion master of the transaction pavilion snorted coldly and was about to announce that Fu Anshan was disqualified from succeeding the position of vice pavilion master. But suddenly, he frowned again. He thought of what Qin Feiyang said before he left. "Don't remove Fu Anshan." What did he mean by that? What did Qin Feiyang want? Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and a trace of understanding appeared on his old face. He looked at Fu Anshan and said, "All right, this old man will give you another chance." "Thank you, my lord." Fu Anshan immediately became spirited again and shed tears of gratitude. Lu Yuan and the other two looked at each other and couldn't help but be secretly annoyed. The pavilion master of the transaction pavilion said, "Immediately go find Ancestor Mu and beg for his forgiveness. If you can't do it, then you can forget about the position of vice pavilion master forever." This, Fu Anshan was dumbfounded. Lu Yuan and the other two secretly laughed again. One had to know. Qin Feiyang and Fu Anshan had long been at odds. How could Qin Feiyang forgive him? Therefore, in their opinion, the pavilion master was deliberately pushing Fu Anshan onto the path of no return. In other words, Fu Anshan was destined to fail in succeeding the position of vice pavilion master. What's wrong? You can't do it? The pavilion master of the transaction pavilion said with a dark face. I can do it. Fu Anshan hurriedly nodded. He could only brace himself and agree. Then hurry up and go. And the three of you, pay attention to this old man in the future. If something like this happens again, this old man will not let you off easily. Scram! The pavilion master of the transaction pavilion shouted. The four of them nodded and hurriedly stood up to open the teleportation gate and left. Just as the four of them left, a white-haired old man in black clothes walked out from the small wooden building behind them. This person was old and clumsy. Both of his hands were holding onto crutches. When he walked, he was trembling. There was not the slightest bit of aura around his body, as if he was about to die. After the black-clothed old man appeared, he looked at the pavilion master of the transaction pavilion and laughed hoarsely, "Lord is wise. Why did you come out?" The pavilion master of the transaction pavilion hurriedly turned around and walked forward to support the black-clothed old man. There was a trace of blame in his eyes. Anyway, we're all about to die. Instead of sitting in the house every day, we might as well come out and take a good look at the scenery outside. The black-clothed old man laughed. This person was the vice pavilion master of the transaction pavilion. Don't give up on yourself, okay? Listen to me, hurry up and deal with the mundane matters on hand, then seal yourself. When I step into the false god realm in the future, I might be able to find a way to help you extend your life. The pavilion master of the transaction pavilion advised. We'll talk about it later. The black-clothed old man smiled faintly and said, I was quite worried just now. You directly announced that Fu Anshan would be disqualified as the vice pavilion master. You can see that too? The pavilion master of the transaction pavilion asked. Ancestor Mu's ambition doesn't lie here. He wants to torture Fu Anshan. This little guy's methods are a little scary. I can imagine how difficult Fu Anshan's life will be in the future. However, if Fu Anshan can really get his forgiveness, it means that Fu Anshan does have some means. It's not impossible for him to continue to take over this old man's position. The black-clothed old man laughed. The pavilion master of the transaction pavilion nodded and said, Fu Anshan is still capable, but he's too arrogant. That's right. When Ancestor Mu first came to the Divine City, the first person he looked for was him. Unfortunately, he didn't seize the opportunity and let Li He take advantage of it. As for Li He, to be honest, this old man didn't think highly of him in the past. But after some investigation, I found out that this person had always been diligent and never liked to be arrogant. He was also very kind to others. In terms of ability, he was not inferior to Fu Anshan and the others. It's a pity that he died an unnatural death. The black-clothed old man sighed, his old face full of regret. In short, the two of us are still too tacky. We like others to flatter us in front of us. And this Li He is not that kind of person. His presence is extremely low. The pavilion master of the transaction pavilion smiled bitterly. If it weren't for Ancestor Mu's appearance, I'm afraid we would never have noticed him. So we have to change this. The black-clothed old man said. Let's not talk about it. I'll accompany you for a walk. The pavilion master of the transaction pavilion smiled. The black-clothed old man nodded. Lu Yuan, that damn bastard, he actually betrayed me. North City. The transaction pavilion. Fu Anshan sat in front of his desk and flew into a rage. Yen Wei stood at the side and laughed gloatingly. Then he said, Sir, This is a little strange. What's strange? Fu Anshan turned to look at him suspiciously. Yen Wei said, although Ancestor Mu went to look for the pavilion master, he didn't know that we were banning him. That's right. Fu Anshan was stunned and said in surprise, are you saying that someone is leaking information behind the scenes? It's very possible. Yen Wei nodded. He was trying to distance himself from the matter. Because, other than Fu Anshan and the other three, he was the only one who knew about this. When Fu Anshan calmed down, he might start to suspect him. But now, after hearing what he said, Fu Anshan would naturally ignore him and suspect Lu Yuan and the other two. Fu Anshan asked, then who do you think is the most likely? I think that all three of them are possible. Because they are all coveting the position of Deputy Pavilion Master. Yen Wei said calmly. Fu Anshan sighed deeply and said regretfully, I'm really smart for a lifetime but stupid for a moment. I clearly know that the three of them are hiding something in their hearts, but I still instigated them to deal with Ancestor Mu at this time. Isn't this giving them a chance? Sir, it's too late to regret it now. The most important thing right now is to think of a way to get Ancestor Mu's forgiveness as soon as possible, because there's not much time left until the succession ceremony. As long as we deal with Ancestor Mu, there's still a chance. Otherwise, I'm afraid that everything you've done will be for naught. Yen Wei said anxiously. I know, but I really don't know how to deal with him. Fu Anshan rubbed his head, feeling weak both physically and mentally. Yen Wei said, at this time, sir, you don't have to care about your face anymore, lower your posture and beg him. As long as you show your sincerity, I believe that he will definitely forgive you. Fu Anshan's old face was unsettled. Shua. Suddenly. He stood up and nodded, all right, I'll go beg him now. After I succeed to the position of Deputy Pavilion Master, I'll make him repay me 100 times over. With that, he opened the teleportation gate and walked in without looking back. Still thinking about the position of Deputy Pavilion Master? You're thinking too much. After the teleportation gate dissipated, Yen Wei shook his head and ridiculed, his face full of disdain. Chapter 1088. At the same time. Martial Artist Mountain Range. Inside Li Yan's cave. Qin Feiyang sat at a stone table, looked at Li Yan opposite him, and asked with a smile, did Nie Xiaoyong still come to harass you? Aren't you asking the obvious? You've already said so, yet he still dares to harass me. Isn't he looking for trouble? Li Yan rolled her eyes at him. Fatso said impatiently, boss, don't beat around the bush, just ask directly. Li Yan was slightly stunned, looked at the two of them suspiciously, and asked, what do you want to know? Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and said, about Little White Dragon. Before Qin Feiyang could finish, Li Yan's face turned cold and said angrily, I knew you didn't have good intentions, let me tell you, don't even think about it, please leave immediately. Fatso said helplessly, Sister Li Yan, we don't have any ill intentions, we just want to know out of curiosity, why are you so angry? Li Yan turned her spearhead to Fatso and said, I haven't said anything about you yet? You must be the one who told Ancestor Mu. Fatso said, such a big matter, I definitely have to inform boss. I don't know anything. Li Yan snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead and said, after being together for so long, you still don't trust us? Li Yan said, one may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. Qin Feiyang's face darkened and said, are you really not going to say it? Then don't blame me. What do you want to do? Li Yan looked at him warily. You should be able to guess what I want to do. Qin Feiyang said. Bastard. If you dare to reveal the matter of Little White Dragon, I won't let you off. Li Yan shouted angrily, gnashing her teeth. Fatso went up and chuckled. Sister Li Yan, let me kindly remind you, my boss is really not afraid of you not letting him off. You? Li Yan glared at Fatso angrily. Fatso said, just tell us. It's not like we're outsiders. Don't worry, we'll keep it a secret for you. Li Yan glanced at the two of them gloomily. A moment later, Li Yan asked, will you really keep it a secret for me? A man's words carry enormous weight. Fatso patted his chest and said, Qin Feiyang also nodded. Alright, I'll tell you. Li Yan weakly returned to the stool and said, Actually, I don't know the origin of the little white dragon, nor do I know why it is in the main tower. Fatso frowned. Aren't you very familiar with it? Li Yan said, Yes, but when I met it, it was already in the main tower. When did you meet it? Qin Feiyang asked. Half a year ago. One night when I came back from outside, I saw a white shadow wandering around the martial artist mountain range, so I followed it down and found that it was the legendary divine dragon. When the little white dragon saw me, it didn't show any fear and quickly became intimate with me. I also asked it where it came from, but it looked confused. It probably didn't understand what I was talking about. Li Yan said, This is too strange. There are powerhouses guarding each entrance of the main tower, and there are even more powerhouses inside the main tower. How did it sneak in? Could it be someone's pet? Fatso was surprised. It shouldn't be. Because I've been with it for so long, I haven't seen it with anyone. Li Yan shook her head. I don't think so either. After all, the little white dragon is a real divine dragon. If it really had a master, how could it be released? Qin Feiyang said. Fatso said, Then it can't have jumped out of a stone. Qin Feiyang glanced at him, then looked at Li Yan and said, Last night, I went to the pool to look for it, but I didn't see it after waiting for a whole night. What's going on? Humph. You actually went to look for it behind my back. You really don't have good intentions. However, it's impossible for you to find it. Li Yan snorted coldly. But Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Li Yan said, Because the pool is not its habitat. Fatso asked, Then where is its habitat? I don't know either. Every time it appears, it is in a different place. In short, except for me, no one can find it. Li Yan looked at the two of them proudly. The two of them looked at each other. Li Yan could find it, but no one else could. Wasn't this too bizarre? Fatso wondered, How did you find it? Li Yan said, There's no harm in telling you because you can't imitate it. I can find it because of telepathy. What the hell? The two of them were shocked. Telepathy. Li Yan said again. Are you kidding? Qin Feiyang and Fatso both had a look of disbelief. Telepathy? How was this possible? Little White Dragon and Li Yan were not oviparous siblings. How could there be telepathy? It's true. I'm not lying to you. During the day, I can't sense it, but at night, I can clearly sense its location. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to find it at night. Li Yan said. But the two of them nodded repeatedly. They couldn't ask for more. But why should I take you to find it? Isn't this pushing it to the fire? No, just pretend I didn't say anything. Li Yan saw their expressions and realized that something was wrong. She quickly waved her hand and said, Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Wasn't this little girl deliberately making fun of them? Li Yan said lightly, In short, I won't give you any chance. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly, got up and said, Well, take me there when you think it through. I'll go back first. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the cave. Fatso quickly chased out and frowned. You're leaving? Qin Feiyang said, What are you staying here for? Take good care of her. If anything happens, I'll hold you responsible. Fatso pursed his lips. Buzz. At this moment, the image crystal moved. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal, and young Master Hao's shadow appeared, his face full of ridicule. Qin Feiyang asked with a smile, Looking at your expression, you should have encountered something interesting, right? Young Master Hao chuckled and said, It's very interesting. The high priest of the divine python tribe wants to see you. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, Where? Longfeng Pavilion. Young Master Hao said. It seems that she has been waiting for a long time. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Senior Brother Mu, you're here. At this time. Not far away in the void, a surprised voice sounded. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw a young man in black running towards him. Qin Feiyang's eyes had a trace of suspicion. He looked at young Master Hao and said, It seems that someone is looking for me. That's it. After saying that, he put away the image crystal. The young man in black broke through the air and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. You are? Qin Feiyong looked at him in confusion. The young man in black smiled obsequiously and said, I'm a disciple of the Warrior Mountain Range. My name is Wang Er. What? Qin Feiyong was stunned. He had never interacted with this person before. He asked, Senior Brother Wang, what's the matter? No, how would I dare to be your senior brother? Just call me Junior Brother. Wang Er waved his hand. Qin Feiyong shook his head and laughed. This person was older than him and had entered the main pagoda earlier than him. He was actually willing to be his junior brother. Strength and status could indeed change a person. Qin Feiyong said, If you have something to say, just say it. The steward of the Northern City Trading Pavilion is here. He specifically said that he wants to see you. He also said that he won't leave until he sees you. So I wanted to inform Senior Brother Fatty and let him pass the message to you. I didn't expect you to be here. Wang Er said. Fatso said unhappily, Hey, what are you talking about? Although being fat is my characteristic, you can't just call me Senior Brother Fatty, right? Sorry. Wang Er smiled apologetically. Fatso rolled his eyes at him and looked at Qin Feiyong. Boss, do you want to meet him? Qin Feiyong waved his hand and said, I'm not interested, but you can go and tell him that standing there is not sincerity. Understood. Fatty chuckled mischievously, then opened the teleportation gate and left. Thank you. Qin Feiyong cupped his hands towards Wang Er and thanked him, then opened the teleportation gate and left. He actually thanked me? Wang Er was stunned and a little flattered. Main Pagoda. Pill Pagoda Square. At this moment, countless disciples had gathered and were curiously looking at Fu Anshan, who was standing in the middle of the square. The succession ceremony is coming soon. Why is he here looking for Ancestor Mu instead of preparing properly? Everyone was suspicious. Swish. Fatso appeared out of thin air and stood in the air above the square. Fatso is here. Why are you afraid of him? Isn't it because he has Ancestor Mu as his backer? If Ancestor Mu were to back him up, what would he amount to? Some were afraid. Some were disdainful. Hearing those discussions, Fatso raised his eyebrows and his saint aura erupted. For a moment, the square fell into dead silence. Those who were disdainful before were now filled with shock. He had actually stepped into the Battle Saint realm. Are you surprised? Let me tell you, Fat Lord has already stepped into the Battle Saint realm. It's just that he doesn't want to go to the sacred land and has been hiding his cultivation. Do you really think I'm just relying on boss? Fatso sneered. Stepped into the Battle Saint realm long ago? Don't want to go to the sacred land? Everyone was petrified on the spot. The sacred land was a place all the disciples of the main pagoda wanted to go, but this person actually hid his cultivation and didn't want to go. Was there something wrong with his brain? Fatso withdrew his saint aura and said lightly, Fat Lord's pursuit and ideals are not something you ordinary people can understand. Everyone's face twitched. Will you die if you don't act cool? Fatso's gaze turned and looked down at Fu Anshan. He joked, Chief Steward Fu, we meet again. A cold light flashed in the depths of Fu Anshan's eyes. He cupped his hands and smiled, Brother, it's been a long time since we last met. How have you been? When did we become so close? Thinking back, when we first came here and went to the trading pavilion for the first time, what did you say? Fatso looked at him playfully. Fu Anshan licked his face and said with a smile, Brother, it was all this old man's fault. This old man will apologize to you in front of everyone. I hope you won't hold a grudge. Chief Steward Fu is about to succeed the position of Deputy Pavilion Master, yet you still apologize to a small figure like me. How magnanimous. Chapter 1089. The people in the plaza looked at each other in dismay. Fatso's words could be said to be a blatant mockery. But they couldn't figure it out. With Fu Anshan's brain, it was impossible for him not to hear it, but why wasn't he angry? Fatso said, Manager Fu, I heard that you are looking for my boss? Fu Anshan endured his anger and nodded, Yes, please inform him. I'm sorry. My boss is not free right now. Also, is this your sincerity? If that's the case, then even if I help you inform him, my boss might not even see you. Fatso teased, Then, according to brother, what is considered sincerity? Fu Anshan asked with a smile. You can still laugh? Has this old fellow been kicked silly by a donkey? People muttered. Fatso chuckled and bared his teeth. All right, since you are so modest, I will give you a clear path. Kneel, as long as you kneel here, I am sure that boss will come out to see you sooner or later. Fu Anshan's heart was immediately filled with a monstrous rage. At the same time, the disciples in the plaza were also completely stunned. One had to know. Whether it was Fu Anshan's prestige or status in the Central Divine Kingdom, it was not something that this fatso could compare to. He actually dared to make him kneel? Even if he had the support of the Mu ancestor, wasn't this a bit too much? Simply put, this was no longer a matter of Fu Anshan's personal dignity, but the face of the entire transaction pavilion. Moreover, Fu Anshan was someone who was about to become the vice pavilion master of the transaction pavilion, so it was impossible for him to do such a thing that would ruin his image. Therefore, in everyone's eyes, Fatso was purely enjoying himself. What? He actually, suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded, filled with disbelief. Everyone looked at Fu Anshan in unison, only to see that the previously furious Fu Anshan was actually kneeling on the ground. In an instant, everyone was dumbstruck. He actually knelt down. What is he thinking? Doesn't he know that this kneeling will cause his reputation to be ruined? Oh my God! What the hell is he doing? People went crazy. Just what was it that made Fu Anshan kneel down regardless of his dignity? Even the law-enforcing elder who was guarding the teleportation altar widened his eyes in disbelief. That's right. Kneel properly and don't try to play tricks. Otherwise, even if I help you, the boss won't see you. Fatso chuckled and glanced at the disciples in the square proudly. Then he turned around and left. Today's humiliation, in the future, I will repay it 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times. Fu Anshan lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly. His old eyes were filled with killing intent. Whether or not he met Qin Feiyang, whether or not he would succeed the position of Deputy Pavilion Master, from now on he would become the laughingstock of the world. It was all because of this one kneel. Longfeng House. Young Master Mu, please come inside. When Qin Feiyang arrived in front of the door, 2 workers immediately came forward to greet him. Where is young Master Hao? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. One of the workers said, Young Master Hao is still at the same place. I'll bring you up. Qin Feiyang nodded. Under the guidance of the worker, Qin Feiyang entered a room on the top floor. This room was adjacent to the room of the young lady of the Longfeng House. In the room, apart from young Master Hao, there was also a middle-aged woman. She was the high priest of the divine Python tribe. The worker was very tactful and did not enter the room. He stood outside the door and asked, Young Master Mu, what would you like to drink? No need. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Okay, I'll go back to work. If you need anything, call me. After saying that, the worker closed the door and turned to leave. The high priest immediately stood up and looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand and said with a smile, Senior, let's talk later. Let me have a sip of tea first. With that, Qin Feiyang walked to young Master Hao's side. Young Master Hao immediately poured a cup of tea and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Too many things have happened today. I'm exhausted. Qin Feiyang sat on the chair, took the teacup, and took a sip. Then he shook his head and sighed. Young Master Hao said, Then why are you still free to come here? I can't help it. Senior High Priest has come personally. If I don't come, wouldn't it seem too rude of me? Isn't that right, Senior? Qin Feiyang looked at the High Priest and chuckled. If you're really busy, we can meet another day. The High Priest smiled. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, How can I do that? No matter how busy I am, I won't let Senior wait. The High Priest smiled, but it was a forced smile. Qin Feiyang said, Senior, tell me now. Why are you looking for me? The High Priest turned to look at young Master Hao. Young Master Hao held the teacup and drank leisurely, pretending not to see anything. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Senior, young Master Hao is not an outsider. If you have something to say, just say it. The high priest hesitated. Buzz. Suddenly, the image crystal in young Master Hao's arms rang. Young Master Hao was stunned and took out the image crystal. Buzz. A beautiful figure appeared. It was Wang Yu. Young Master Hao asked suspiciously, "Sister, what are you doing?" Wang Yu said angrily, "Go and ask Ancestor Mu, what's going on with Fu Anshan? Why is he kneeling in front of our main pagoda?" What? Fu Anshan is kneeling in front of the main pagoda? The high priest was surprised. Young Master Hao was also a little stunned. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said to Wang Yu, "He's with me. Ask him yourself." With that, young Master Hao turned the image crystal and faced Qin Feiyang. "He really knelt down?" Qin Feiyang asked in surprise. Wang Yu said, "Of course, it's already a big deal." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. This old man was really willing to do anything for the position of Deputy Pavilion Master. But thinking about it, it made sense. For the position of Deputy Pavilion Master, Fu Anshan could be said to have done everything. If he failed because of this, even if he died, he would not be able to rest in peace. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Yu and said indifferently, "If he wants to kneel, then kneel. Why are you so angry?" "What about him? It has nothing to do with me. But he is the steward of the Transaction Pavilion after all, and he is also the successor of the next Deputy Pavilion Master. How can you make him kneel in front of our main pagoda? At that time, how will others talk about you behind your back? How will they talk about our main pagoda? Most importantly, if the Pavilion Master of the Transaction Pavilion finds out about this, he will definitely come looking for trouble with you." Wang Yu said. Qin Feiyang stared blankly and asked, "Are you concerned about me? Get lost. Who has the time to care about you? In short, hurry up and get rid of Fu Anshan for me. My grandfather and parents have already begun to ask me." After Wang Yu said that, she angrily turned off the image crystal. Wasn't this nonsense? Didn't he have any sense of propriety? Young Master Hao put away the image crystal and asked suspiciously, "Brother Mu, what's going on?" "Fu Anshan and the other 3 stewards banned me, so I went to find the Pavilion Master of the Transaction Pavilion. I think it should be the Pavilion Master who asked him to come and apologize. But I didn't expect him to be so sincere and actually kneel in front of the main pagoda. I don't know what to say." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "What? Even the Pavilion Master of the Transaction Pavilion thinks so highly of him?" The high priest's heart trembled. Who could stop the rise of this man? Ban? Young Master Hao looked suspicious, but the high priest was here, so he couldn't ask. Qin Feiyang looked at the high priest and said with a smile, "Senior, as you can see, I am indeed too busy. If you have something to say it quickly." "Well?" The high priest hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth. "Little brother, tell me, what do I have to do to destroy that video?" Qin Feiyang came to a realization and said meaningfully, "This video is very valuable. I really can't bear to destroy it. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Besides, we know that we were wrong now. Please be kind and give us a way out." The high priest looked at him pleadingly. "Actually, you should look for Pei because as long as he forgives you, you don't have to be afraid of this video being exposed anymore." Qin Feiyang said. The high priest said, "I have always treated her as my own son. I don't want him to know about this because it will be a huge blow to him." Qin Feiyang sneered. "Then you should have killed him back then." The high priest's expression was extremely ugly. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said impatiently, "All right, I can destroy this video if you give me a grade 7 pill fire." When he received young Master Hao's message, he had already thought of where to get a grade 7 pill fire. It was the Divine Python tribe. As a super tribe, they would definitely have a grade 7 pill fire. "Really?" The high priest was elated. Qin Feiyang nodded. "All right, I'll give it to you now." The high priestess waved her hand, and a cluster of beautiful pill fire appeared. The high priest of every tribe was in charge of refining pills. Hence, he usually carried his pill fire with him. Qin Feiyang said, "Erase the blood contract and give it to me." The high priest frowned. Qin Feiyang said calmly, Don't worry, there's no need for me to lie to you. I won't do something like that either. Alright, I believe you. The high priest nodded and erased the blood contract directly. Then, with a wave of his hand, the pill fire flew to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang also took out the image crystal. With a thought, he erased the video. Did you really erase it? The high priest looked at him nervously. Qin Feiyang said, I've always been a man of my words. If you want me to crush the image crystal, that's absolutely impossible. Thank you. The high priest let out a long breath and stood up with cupped fists. Qin Feiyang said, You don't have to thank me. I just hope that you've really repented. Otherwise, even without this video, I'll make the divine python tribe suffer. Is that so? Let's wait and see then. The high priest sneered and opened a portal to leave. Previously, she had been humble because the other party had something on her. Now that she had nothing on her, what was she afraid of? Young Master Hao said in disgust. She turned hostile immediately after the video was destroyed. This woman is really too much. Don't tell me you really believe the nonsense she said before? Let me tell you, a leopard can't change its spots. Qin Feiyang sneered. Chapter 1090. It's just a show. Young Master Hao sneered and suddenly thought of something. He frowned and said, That's not right. Aren't the images in my hands? Why do you have them? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, When I accompanied Pei Yi to the 9 regions to retrieve Pei Changfeng's body, I already got a video from a tribe. Wasn't that before we went to Qinghai? Young Master Hao was surprised. Qin Feiyang nodded. Young Master Hao said, So, you already knew about the leader of the divine python tribe? Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Young Master Hao cursed angrily, Damn, you're really cunning. You even kept us in the dark. I have to keep a trump card. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. That's true. For example, this time, after Fu Anshan, you also destroyed the video. The leader of the divine python tribe must think that he can rest easy now, but he doesn't know that I still have a video in my hands. Young Master Hao said with a smile. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, Wrong, Fu Anshan didn't destroy the video. He also has a trump card. Young Master Hao was stunned and said with a smile, Damn, this old fox is more cunning than you. What do you mean by more cunning than me? Am I cunning? Where can I find such a good person? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. You're a good person? Young Master Hao's mouth twitched. He couldn't tell that this guy was a narcissist. By the way, since you're already here, why don't you stay and have a few drinks with me? We'll bid for the Dragon Phoenix wine later. Young Master Hao said, I'm really not interested. Have fun by yourself. Qin Feiyang shook his head, got up, put away the pill fire, and opened the teleportation gate to leave. How boring! Young Master Hao cursed angrily. Back at Calming Lake, Qin Feiyang immediately saw Gong Sun Bei standing in his courtyard with his head lowered and brows furrowed. Who knew what he was thinking? Wang Yu was beside him. Brother Gong Sun. Qin Feiyang landed in the courtyard and bowed. You're back. Gong Sun Bei looked up at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Brother Gong Sun, are you here for me? Aren't you spouting nonsense? If not you, who should I look for? Wang Yue rolled her eyes at him. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and asked, Brother Gong Sun, why are you looking for me? Isn't it all for Fu Anshan? You made him kneel in front of the main tower. Are you sure it's improper? You should let him go as soon as possible. Gong Sun Bei said. This, Qin Feiyang frowned. Who would have thought that Fu Anshan's kneeling would bring about so much trouble? He pondered for a while. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, How about this? Let him kneel on the opposite side of the Jingxin Lake. Gong Sun Bei frowned and asked suspiciously, What kind of grudge do you have with him? Why are you torturing him like this? Just because he sent Fu Han to assassinate you? Isn't this considered a grudge? Qin Feiyang asked. Gong Sun Bei fell silent. Because if it were him, he wouldn't let the matter rest either. Wang Yue asked, What about the pavilion master of the trading pavilion? If he comes to blame you, how are you going to explain it? He won't come to blame me. Because he's the one who sent Fu Anshan. Qin Feiyang smiled. No way? Gong Sun Bei and Wang Yuer looked at each other. To tell you the truth, actually, I've already gone to the pavilion master of the trading pavilion. Qin Feiyang briefly told them about how Fu Anshan and the others blocked him. So that's how it is. Only then did the two of them come to a realization. This old thing really doesn't know what's good for him. We haven't settled the score with him in Qinghai, and now he's stirring up trouble again. It seems that we have to get rid of him as soon as possible. Wang Yuer said in disgust. Qin Feiyang said, then you won't blame me now, right? You didn't make it clear before. If I don't blame you, who should I blame? Wang Yuer glared at Qin Feiyang angrily, looking a little embarrassed. Gong Sun Bei sighed deeply and said, all right then. It's his own fault. Let him kneel on the opposite side of the soothing lake. Also, don't run around during this period. It's best if you stay at the soothing lake. But Qin Feiyang and Gong Sun Bei looked at him suspiciously. Because Sir has already ordered to remove the spies that the major factions have placed in our main tower. I'm worried that they'll do something dangerous to you if they're cornered. Gong Sun Bei said. They're finally taking action? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly and asked, have you found anyone? Gong Sun Bei's eyes flashed coldly as he said confidently, it's basically under my control. After confirming it, we can pull the net. Who are they? Qin Feiyang asked calmly. These people are very powerful. They're basically the law enforcement elders and deacon elders. Even my temple has some. Gong Sun Bei coldly snorted. Qin Feiyang was surprised. No way, they're so arrogant? What about the Mujia? As soon as this statement came out, the place inexplicably fell into a dead silence. Whether it was Gong Sun Bei or Wang Yuer, they all looked at Qin Feiyang with a surprised look. It seems that they didn't find Mu Qing's second grandpa. Qin Feiyang secretly muttered. Otherwise, Gong Sun Bei wouldn't show such an expression. Wang Yuer frowned and said, why do you ask? No, I'm just thinking that since the major factions know that they've placed spies in our main tower, then the Mu Jia should also be doing the same. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Wang Yuer solemnly said, don't talk about this kind of groundless thing in the future. The Mu Jia is not to be trifled with. It seems that she's also quite afraid of the Mu Jia. I know. Qin Feiyang nodded. Gong Sun Bei looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Well, you guys talk, I'll go first. By the way, when the little brother comes back, you should also tell him about this. Okay. The two nodded. After Gong Sun Bei opened the portal and left, Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Yuer and frowned. Are you so afraid of the Mu Jia? Wang Yuer said. The Mu Jia is an existence that can't be provoked. No one knows how deep their background is. Qin Feiyang's heart moved. It seems that Wang Yuer knows the Mu Jia quite well. He asked, do you know where the Mu Jia's nest is? I don't know. Even if I know, I won't tell you. Wang Yuer coldly snorted and turned away. After being together for so long, she knows what kind of person Qin Feiyang is. He's a lawless person. If she told him, he would definitely go and provoke the Mu Jia. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel disappointed. How could the Mu Jia hide so deep? Back in the attic, he took out the image crystal and sent a message to Fatso. So, Fatso's shadow appeared. Qin Feiyang said, go to the Pill Pagoda Square again and tell Fu Anshan to come to the Calm Heart Lake in Neil. In addition, pay attention to the little white dragon. Understood. Fatso nodded, and the shadow dissipated. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, put away the image crystal, walked to the balcony on the second floor, took a battle chi pill, and closed his eyes to meditate. After Fu Anshan received the message from Fatso, although he was helpless and angry, he could only do as he was told. Time passed day by day. Late one night, Gong Sun Bei led a group of divine envoys, like the god of death, to show a comprehensive sweep in the main pagoda. However, this sweep has been carried out secretly and did not alarm any disciples. The main pagoda was as calm as ever. The disciples of the main pagoda were also as usual. But all the major forces began to panic. They didn't expect that the spies they planted in the main pagoda would be discovered by the main pagoda master. This made them very nervous. They were afraid that after the main pagoda master removed these spies, he would target them again. So for the next period of time, the people of the major forces were unprecedentedly honest. As time passed day by day, seeing that the main pagoda master didn't hold them accountable, they were relieved. After this incident, they didn't dare to plant spies in the main pagoda anymore. As for Mu Qing's second grandpa, maybe he was hidden too deep and he really wasn't found out. Another period of time passed. Qin Feiyang suddenly received a message from Wang Zicheng and others. They said that the people sent by the main pagoda master had already looked for them, and they also dealt with it according to Qin Feiyang's instructions. After listening, Qin Feiyang didn't say anything and just let them continue to stay in Qinghai. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months passed. Boom! Early in the morning, Calm Heart Lake, a powerful saint aura suddenly erupted. Qin Feiyang, who was sitting cross-legged on the balcony on the second floor, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 bright beams of light burst out from his eyes. That's right. He had already stepped into the 4-star battle saint realm. And his mental strength had also increased by another level. Now, it was already at level 23. I'm getting closer and closer to the battle saint realm. Before the opening of the miracle, I can already step into the 1-star battle saint realm. Qin Feiyang muttered and let out a long breath. Then, he withdrew his saint aura and took out the image crystal. After a while, Fatso's shadow appeared. Qin Feiyang asked, "Have you seen Little White Dragon during this period of time?" Some time ago, Li Yan went to look for it. Although she didn't let Fat Lord follow her, Fat Lord secretly followed her. Fatso smiled slyly. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up and asked, "Where did you find it?" Fatso said, "In a small valley near the sword tip." Qin Feiyang rubbed his head. It seemed that Little White Dragon's whereabouts were really unpredictable. And with Li Yan around, there was no way he could do anything to Little White Dragon. Forget it. This kind of thing couldn't be forced. It could only depend on luck. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and asked, "Has Fu Anshan's succession ceremony been decided?" "I haven't received any news yet. The pavilion master is probably waiting for your attitude." Fatso shook his head. "My attitude?" Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. It was time to make Fu Anshan despair. Then, he put away the image crystal and flew to the other side of the lake. From afar, he could see a person kneeling by the lake. It was Fu Anshan. More than 2 months had passed, but Fu Anshan had never moved. He had always been kneeling like this. Even though he had the cultivation of the Battle Saint realm, his legs were already numb. He looked dispirited and haggard. Qin Feiyang flew over and said in surprise, "Isn't this Steward Fu? Why are you kneeling here?" Ancestor. Chapter 1091. Qin Feiyang landed in front of Fu Anshan and asked suspiciously, "Steward Fu, who are you kneeling to?" After 2 months, the anger in Fu Anshan's heart had calmed down a lot, but when he heard Qin Feiyang's words, his anger burned again. Qin Feiyang turned a blind eye to it and asked again, "Who exactly is it that has such great face to make you kneel?" Looking at the innocent Qin Feiyang, Fu Anshan wanted to slap him. But now he had to endure it. It had been more than 2 months, but the pavilion master had not announced the exact time when he would succeed the position of deputy pavilion master. Obviously, the pavilion master was waiting for the result. In other words, if he could not get the forgiveness of the person in front of him, then it was almost impossible for him to succeed the position of deputy pavilion master. "Brother Mu, I've already fallen to this point. Can you stop teasing me? I know, it was all my fault in the past. I'll kowtow to you and apologize. I just hope that you can forgive me." Fu Anshan begged and kowtowed, banging his head. "Looking at you now, you're really pitiful. But have you ever heard of a saying? A pitiful person must have something hateful." Qin Feiyang said, Yes, I was blind and overestimated myself to provoke you, but now I've repented. What else do you want? As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. I've been kneeling here for 2 months, isn't that sincere enough? Brother Mu, can you be magnanimous and give me a way out? If you really can't, just treat me as a dog that bites people and don't bother with me, okay? Fu Anshan raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang pitifully with tears in his eyes. Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows and hesitated. Fu Anshan was also extremely nervous. After a long time, Qin Feiyang let out a long sigh and said, "Fine. Since you're so sincere, I won't bicker with you." "Really?" Fu Anshan looked at him in surprise. Qin Feiyang said, "I always mean what I say." "Thank you, Brother Mu. This old man will never forget Brother Mu's great kindness today. I will definitely repay you in the future." Fu Anshan hurriedly stood up and cupped his hands, but his eyes were filled with a cold light. Qin Feiyang secretly sneered and waved his hand. "Go do your thing." "Thank you, Brother Mu. This old man will take his leave." After Fu Anshan finished speaking, he couldn't wait to open the portal and leave. That afternoon, an explosive piece of news spread throughout the Divine City. The pavilion master of the trading pavilion personally announced that Fu Anshan's succession ceremony would be held at the central square of North City tomorrow morning. For a moment, the clouds moved in all directions. The leaders of all the super tribes immediately began to prepare gifts for the celebration tomorrow morning. No matter what Fu Anshan had experienced in the past 2 months, he was about to become the deputy pavilion master of the transaction pavilion, so he had to curry favor with him. Calm Heart Lake. Qin Feiyang and Wang Yu sat in young Master Hao's courtyard, the three of them drinking tea while chatting and laughing. Young Master Hao laughed. "Fu Anshan must be laughing right now." Wang Yu said, "It wasn't easy for him to get to this point, how can he not laugh? But tomorrow, he won't be able to laugh anymore. Tomorrow is the time for him to cry." Young Master Hao laughed. "It's so lively." Suddenly, Fatso appeared out of thin air and sneaked over. Hey, this is the Calm Heart Lake. How can you barge in without permission?" Young Master Hao said unhappily. Fatso raised his middle finger in disdain, took out 3 golden invitation cards from his bosom, threw them in front of Qin Feiyang and the other 2, and said, "This is what Fu Anshan asked me to give to you. He also said that you must attend his ceremony tomorrow." Young Master Hao grabbed an invitation card, looked at it carefully, and grinned. "Even if he didn't invite us, we would still go." Late at night, Qin Feiyang stood alone on the balcony, looking at the waning moon in the sky, his eyes flickering. He was hesitating. Should he tell Pei Yi the truth? Although Pei Yi would still find out tomorrow, telling Pei Yi now could let him be mentally prepared, otherwise, he would definitely go crazy. Buzz. Suddenly, the image crystal in his bosom rang. "It's his business whether he can take this blow or not. Why should I worry so much? What I want to do is just tell him the truth." After a moment of silence, Qin Feiyang muttered to himself, no longer dwelling on this issue, retracted his gaze, and took out the image crystal. Buzz. Fatso's shadow appeared. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang asked. Fatso said, "Pei Yi is looking for you." "What a coincidence." Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, and said with a smile, "I just wanted to tell him the truth. Where is he now?" Fatso said, "Come to my place first." Qin Feiyang nodded, put away the image crystal, and opened the portal, appearing in Fatso's cave in the next moment. Fatso immediately took out a letter and handed it to Qin Feiyang. "What is it?" Qin Feiyang was bewildered. Fatso said, "This is from Pei Yi." "Why is he writing me a letter?" Qin Feiyang frowned, took the letter, and opened it. There were only 6 words in the letter. "See you at Black Cloud Valley at dawn." There was a signature at the bottom. "Pei, what's going on?" Qin Feiyang looked up at Fatso in bewilderment. They were both in the main pagoda and could meet anytime, anywhere. Why did he have to be so mysterious? Fatso said, "I don't know either, because I've never seen him before." Qin Feiyang asked, "Then where did this letter come from?" "Didn't I go to deliver the invitation to you this morning?" "After delivering the invitation, I went to Li Yan's place and just came back. When I entered the cave, I saw this letter on the futon." Fatso pointed to the futon next to him. Qin Feiyang looked at the futon, then looked at the letter and frowned. "Don't tell me he already knows?" Fatso said, "You mean he might already know the cause of Pei Changfeng's death?" Qin Feiyang said, "Otherwise, Why would he ask us to go outside the city? That makes sense. Fatso nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Do you want me to go with you?" "That's not necessary. You continue to look after Li Yan. He will be back tomorrow. Don't let anything happen tonight." Qin Feiyang said. Fatso nodded. Qin Feiyang asked, "Do you know where Black Cloud Valley is?" "I know. Some time ago, I accompanied Li Yan to a lot of places, including Black Cloud Valley. It's foggy all year round, but the scenery is not bad." Fatso chuckled. "What?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at Fatso meaningfully. "What's with that look?" "Fat Lord, let me tell you, Fat Lord and Li Yan are pure revolutionary friends. Don't let your imagination run wild." Fatty felt a little guilty under her stare. "Is that really the case?" Qin Feiyang said playfully. "Of course, what else do you think it is?" Fatso rolled his eyes and waved his hand to open a portal to Black Cloud Valley, urging, "Go, go, don't think about it here." Qin Feiyang said, "Actually, Li Yan is not bad. The most important thing is, she is the one chosen by Little White Dragon if you..." But before he finished, Fatso flew into a rage, ran behind Qin Feiyang, and pushed Qin Feiyang into the portal. "What the gossip?" Staring at Qin Feiyang's disappearing back, Fatso looked up and smiled foolishly for a while, then turned around and hurried away. At the same time, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air in the sky above a valley that was filled with mist. In the night sky, the waning moon emitted a faint moonlight, making everything look hazy and blurry. The entire valley was dead silent. "This damn Fatso has good luck with women." Qin Feiyang shook his head in amusement and glanced down at the valley below. "Brother Mu, I'm here." A familiar voice came from the valley. It was Pei Yi. Qin Feiyang looked over and saw Pei Yi standing in the middle of the valley with his hands behind his back and a faint smile on his face. Qin Feiyang entered the valley and landed beside Pei Yi, smiling faintly. "You didn't ask me out so late at night to admire the scenery, did you?" "I'm not in the mood to admire the scenery." Pei Yi shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Brother Mu, let me ask you a question." "What is it?" Qin Feiyang looked at him in confusion. Pei Yi pointed behind Qin Feiyang and asked, "Look, what's that over there?" Qin Feiyang turned around suspiciously. But just as he turned around, his body tensed up, and a strong sense of danger surged in his heart. And he did not see anything behind him. "Oh no!" Qin Feiyang didn't hesitate. He immediately took a step forward and dodged to the side. However, it was too late. Pei Yi, who was behind him, grabbed a shiny dagger and stabbed it into Qin Feiyang's lower abdomen at lightning speed. Qin Feiyang was immediately overwhelmed by the excruciating pain. However, Qin Feiyang had experienced all kinds of pain. This bit of pain was nothing to him. Before his cultivation disappeared completely, he slapped Pei Yi's chest with his palm. However, Pei did not move at all. Instead, his arm was numb from the impact. "How is this possible?" Qin Feiyang turned pale with fright. Although his sea of qi was broken and the power of this palm was less than 1/10 of his peak state, he was now a 4-star battle sage while Pei Yi was only a 9-star battle grandmaster. Even 1/10 of his power was enough to seriously injure Pei Yi. At the same time, Pei Yi looked down at the chest that Qin Feiyang had hit with a sneer and pulled out the dagger. Qin Feiyang immediately knelt on the ground weakly and blood spurted out from his wound. His cultivation had also been completely destroyed. Pei Yi looked at Qin Feiyang with a grin and said, "You didn't expect this, did you?" Qin Feiyang turned around with great effort and stared at Pei Yi. "But you still have the cheek to ask me why." Pei Yi flew into a rage and kicked Qin Feiyang to the ground. He stepped on Qin Feiyang's head and roared with reddened eyes, "I just want a way out. Why won't you let me go?" "But a way out? Why won't you let you go?" Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "What are you talking about?" It could be said that he and Pei Yi had always gotten along well and had never had any conflicts. Why would he suddenly say such strange things? Chapter 1092. Upon hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Pei Yi was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. Of course, Qin Feiyang wasn't really afraid of Pei Yi. With the ancient castle in hand, Pei wouldn't be able to kill him even if his cultivation was crippled. What he wanted to know was, why did Pei plot against him? All of a sudden, Pei stopped laughing and retracted his foot from Qin Feiyang's head. He said with a sinister smile, I forgot that you don't know who I am yet. Look up. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Pei. Pei took out a pill and popped it into his mouth. Immediately, Pei's face and figure began to change rapidly. Not long after, a burly man with short black hair, strong muscles, and a height of 2 meters appeared in Qin Feiyang's line of sight. It's you. Qin Feiyang's eyes were full of disbelief. That's right. This man was Chu Xian's father, the leader of the Heavenly Spiral tribe. But wasn't this man expelled from the Central Divine Kingdom? Why was he here? Ha, are you surprised? A man who has been expelled from the Central Divine Kingdom actually appeared in front of you now. The leader of the Heavenly Spiral tribe laughed. Qin Feiyang's face was gloomy. He knew that Pei wouldn't plot against him. It turned out that this man was impersonating him. The leader of the Heavenly Spiral tribe glared at him with resentment and said, You made Mr. Hao expel the Heavenly Spiral tribe from the Central Divine Kingdom just because of a small matter. How can you be so ruthless? Qin Feiyang slowly stood up and sternly said, Your daughter deceived my brother, took advantage of his feelings, and toyed with him in the palm of her hand. Is this still a small matter? Who told you to get up? Get down. The Heavenly Spiral tribe's chief revealed an ominous glint in his eyes and sent Qin Feiyang flying with another kick. Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. It's actually purple blood? The Heavenly Spiral tribe's chief hadn't noticed it before, but when he saw the purple gold dragon blood spurting out of Qin Feiyang's mouth, his face was filled with bewilderment. Qin Feiyang stood up again, killing intent surging in the depths of his eyes. He asked, Where's Chu Xian? Are they still in the Central Divine Kingdom? She went to the first zone. But when she died, she was in so much pain. My heart ached when I saw her. I can't accept this. I'll make you pay. Thus, I had a clan elder disguise himself as me and follow everyone to the first region. This way, everyone will think that I went to the first district as well, but I didn't. I'll stay and take revenge on you. Even my daughter doesn't know about this. After that, I snuck into the Divine City and kept looking for an opportunity. However, you didn't appear even after a long time, leaving me with no chance. But a few days ago, I met someone who taught me a way. The way is to pretend to be Pei and ask you out. Because you're close to Pei, as long as he asks you out, you'll definitely come out and you won't be guarded at all. The Heavenly Spiral tribe's chief sneered. There's someone behind this? Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. He asked, Who taught you? Me. A murderous voice rang out, followed by a middle-aged man in black robes who walked out from behind a rock not far away. Qin Feiyang looked up, his eyes as gloomy as water. He said, So it's you, chief of the Divine Python tribe? Yes, it's me. Do you think it's that easy to take away my wife's 7th-grade pillfire? The Divine Python tribe's chief walked to the Heavenly Spiral tribe's chief and said contemptuously. Qin Feiyang said, You're really stubborn. Stubborn? Ha, you're already a cripple. What else can you do? If I want to kill you now, it'll be as easy as killing a dog. The Divine Python tribe's chief laughed out loud. The Heavenly Spiral tribe's chief laughed. Brother Pei, calling him a dog is too flattering. The Divine Python tribe's chief was stunned and nodded. Yes. He's a beast worse than a pig. The Heavenly Spiral tribe's chief looked at Qin Feiyang and sneered. So what if he's the chief pagoda master's disciple? Isn't he still in our hands now? Don't worry, after I kill you, I won't let that fatso off either. I'll make sure he dies a more miserable death than you. There was a bone-piercing murderous intent in his words. Qin Feiyang said, If you kill me, you won't be able to live either because the Divine Python tribe's chief won't let you live. Based on the Divine Python tribe's chief's personality, he would definitely kill the Heavenly Spiral tribe's chief later. In other words, the Heavenly Spiral tribe's chief was just a chess piece. As long as he died, this chess piece would lose its value. The Divine Python tribe's chief's pupils constricted. He turned to look at the Heavenly Spiral Tribe's chief and said with a smile, "Brother Chu, do you believe me?" "Of course not. Brother Pei is so open and aboveboard. How could he be that kind of person?" The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's chief said. "Open and aboveboard?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and sneered. "What a naive person." The Divine Python Tribe's chief said again. "If that's the case, what are you waiting for? Get rid of him quickly and get rid of that disgusting feeling in your heart. It's too boring to get rid of him so quickly. I want to torture him to my heart's content and make him wish he was dead." The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's chief laughed sinisterly. He turned around and walked toward Qin Feiyang step by step like a demon from hell. "Torture me? You're thinking too much. And you, surnamed Pei, you'll know the consequences of provoking me very soon." Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them in disdain. With a thought, he disappeared in front of their eyes. When they heard Qin Feiyang's words, the two of them wanted to continue mocking him. However, when they suddenly saw Qin Feiyang disappear, their expressions changed drastically. Where did he go? The two of them scanned their surroundings and their eyes were filled with shock. He was still here just a moment ago. How did he suddenly disappear without a trace? The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's chief looked at the Divine Python Tribe's chief in a panic and asked, "Brother Pei, what happened?" "I don't know either." The Divine Python Tribe's chief shook his head and seemed to be at a loss. This was because once Qin Feiyang escaped, it would be a disaster for the Divine Python Tribe. In the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang took a spiritual sea elixir and lowered his head. His face was extremely gloomy. Lu Hong suddenly said, "Let's just kill them all." Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at her in shock. Lu Hong said, "Although all the supreme tribes have 9-star combat emperors, the Divine Python Tribe's chief is definitely not at that level." "How do you know?" Qin Feiyang asked. "It's very simple. Even the current Chief Tower Master is only a 9-star combat emperor. As a supreme tribe's chief, he is definitely not as powerful as the Chief Tower Master." Lu Hong said, "That makes sense. I have observed his aura. Indeed, he is not a 9-star combat emperor. He should be an 8-star combat emperor. However, even if that's the case, it will still not be easy to take care of him." Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. "Have you forgotten? Back in Qinghai, you were able to kill the one-armed old man who was a 7-star combat emperor. Now that you have broken through to a 4-star combat saint and activated the kill formula, you can definitely kill this 8-star combat emperor." The two-winged snow eagle said. "That's right. Now that I have broken through, a mere 8-star combat emperor is nothing to worry about." Qin Feiyang was energized and said, "Inner demons, come out." Swoosh. The inner demons appeared beside Qin Feiyang. His blood-red hair flowed behind his head like a river of blood. His blood-red robe fluttered in the wind and he emitted a terrifying aura. Every time they saw the inner demons, Lu Hong, Wolf King, and the other beasts could not help but shudder in fear. This was because the inner demons was the other side of Qin Feiyang. Before the inner demons appeared, they had never thought that the other side of Qin Feiyang would be so terrifying. "Hee, are you going to start a massacre again?" The inner demons glanced at Lu Hong and the others mockingly, then looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed. "Are you confident?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Do you think I am you?" "Of course, I am confident." The inner demons looked at Qin Feiyang with disdain. His eyebrows were full of arrogance. "All right. Now, I'll give you control of this body." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, his consciousness withdrew from his sea of consciousness and entered his inner world. The inner demons immediately turned into a bloody light and entered between his eyebrows. "Ha, I am out again." Immediately, the inner demons, Qin Feiyang raised his head and laughed loudly. His blood hair fluttered, and his eyes were filled with blood light, as if a demon king had returned. "Show off." Wolf King snorted coldly and said indifferently, "Let me remind you out of kindness, your sea of energy is now broken." "Do I need you to remind me? You'd better hurry up and cultivate." The inner demons looked at Wolf King with disdain, then swept his gaze at Lu Hong and the others and said, "And you guys, my opponents are getting stronger and stronger. With your cultivation, you can no longer help. Everyone fell silent. Sometimes, I really don't understand what is going on in my heart. To actually cultivate a group of trash like you, wasting so many resources for nothing. The inner demon said again, his words full of contempt. That's enough. Dan Wangkai stared at him angrily. Are you not convinced? The inner demons turned to look at Dan Wangkai, his eyes full of provocation. Dan Wangkai snorted coldly, if you don't have the kill formula, you won't be that strong. Ha, the key is that I have the kill formula. The inner demons laughed arrogantly. Hearing this, Dan Wangkai lowered his head, feeling weak both physically and mentally. Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. In terms of cultivation, the inner demons was not as good as him at all. However, because of the kill formula, everything had changed. He couldn't figure out who created such a heaven-defying divine art. Time passed bit by bit. Outside. After not finding Qin Feiyang for a long time, the leader of the Heavenly Spiral tribe became more and more flustered. He looked at the leader of the Divine Python tribe and asked, "What should we do now?" The leader of the Divine Python tribe roared, "If I knew what to do, I wouldn't be here worrying." Right? Suddenly, the leader of the Heavenly Spiral tribe's gaze trembled. What? The leader of the Divine Python tribe looked at him in surprise. The leader of the Heavenly Spiral tribe said, I heard from my daughter that Ancestor Mu has mastered a kind of invisibility technique. The leader of the Divine Python tribe was stunned. Chapter 1093. There's such a battle art in the world? The Divine Python tribe leader's face was filled with disbelief. He then said angrily, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" The Heavenly Spiral tribe leader shrunk his neck and said timidly, "My daughter only mentioned it casually. I didn't take it seriously." You didn't take such an important matter to heart? Do you have a pig brain? The Divine Python tribe leader was furious. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have given Qin Feiyang the chance to use the invisibility technique. But now, Qin Feiyang must have left Black Cloud Valley after using the invisibility technique. If he told the Chief Tower Master about this, the consequences would be, at the thought of this, the Divine Python tribe leader didn't dare to think about it anymore. Suddenly, a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. This was a murderous intent toward the Heavenly Spiral tribe leader. The situation was urgent. He believed that Qin Feiyang didn't record their conversation. As long as he killed this person, there would be no evidence. Hee. But just as he was about to make a move, a sinister laugh suddenly echoed in the valley. The two of them perked up and quickly scanned the void around them. However, the voice was erratic and they couldn't pinpoint its exact location. But they were sure that it was Qin Feiyang's voice. But it was different from before. This voice was filled with a terrifying hostility. The Heavenly Spiral tribe leader roared in exasperation, "Little bastard, come out and fight me fair and square if you have the guts. What kind of man are you to hide? Are you joking? Who was the one who plotted against me first?" Qin Feiyang's voice sounded again, but they still couldn't pinpoint his location. The Divine Python tribe leader didn't say anything. His face was gloomy as he tried to pinpoint Qin Feiyang's location. Suddenly, the Heavenly Spiral tribe leader howled. The Divine Python tribe leader was shocked and immediately turned to look. He was horrified to see a bloody hole in the Heavenly Spiral tribe leader's lower abdomen. It was penetrated from the front to the back, and blood gushed out like a fountain. "I'm giving you a taste of your own medicine." Qin Feiyang's sinister laughter echoed in the valley again. He was like the god of death from outer space, without any emotion. The Heavenly Spiral tribe leader was extremely terrified. It would be better if he could see him. But he couldn't see him at all. "You originally thought that you would definitely be able to kill me, but in the end, you fell into a desperate situation of life and death instead. Do you feel despair, pain, and aggrieved?" Qin Feiyang's voice reverberated in every corner of the valley, driving the Heavenly Spiral tribe's chief mad with hatred. The eyes of the Divine Python tribe's chief flashed, and he said, "Ancestor Mu, what's the point of hiding like this? Looks like you want to die too." Qin Feiyang's voice. The chief of the divine python tribe immediately released his perception and carefully sensed the surrounding void. He didn't dare to be distracted with that. That's impossible. I clearly sensed a slight fluctuation in the void just now. At the same time, the inner demon stood in the void not far away, holding Chang Shui in his hand and staring coldly at the divine python tribe leader. After a while, he turned and left. Originally, he wanted to cripple the divine python tribe leader so that he wouldn't have to use the kill formula again. After all, it would take a long time to use the kill formula. But the divine python tribe leader's cultivation was too strong, and his perception was better than the heavenly spiral tribe leaders. It was difficult to sneak up on him. Therefore, he decisively left before the divine python tribe leader released his emperor's aura. Because once the divine python tribe leader released his emperor's aura, the invisibility spell would be forcibly broken. By then, his whereabouts would be exposed. With the divine python tribe leader's strength and means, he wouldn't have the time or opportunity to use the kill formula. But the divine python tribe leader didn't know that the inner demons had left. He was still looking around vigilantly. Roar. About 100 breaths later. Suddenly, a series of ferocious roars resounded in the distant mountains. There was a wave of battle. But very quickly, the battle fluctuations and beast roars subsided, and the deep mountains regained their tranquility. What's going on? The divine python tribe leader raised his head and looked over, his eyes full of surprise. Roar! Suddenly, there were battle waves and ferocious beast roars coming from the mountains. And just like before, it soon calmed down. The divine python tribe leader was even more surprised. He took out a spirit sea pill and stuffed it into the heavenly spiral tribe leader's mouth. Then, he grabbed the heavenly spiral tribe leader and rushed over. Soon, he arrived above a lake. The lake was torn apart, and the nearby forest was also in ruins. What the hell happened? The two of them scanned the lake, their faces full of horror. They saw hundreds of ferocious beast corpses floating on the water. These ferocious beasts had just died not long ago, and there was still a trace of aura left. Judging from the aura, they were all sacred beasts. But without exception, their blood had been sucked dry. They were like dried corpses. It was a ghastly sight. Could it be Ancestor Mu? The heavenly spiral tribe leader swallowed his saliva. In this area, other than us, there's only him. Who else could it be? But what does he want to do? The divine python tribe leader's eyes were hazy, as if something terrible was about to happen. Roar! At this moment, in the depths of the mountain range, there were roars again. The divine python tribe leader led the heavenly spiral tribe leader and rushed over at lightning speed. When they rushed over, they saw the same scene as the one they saw at the lake. The mountains and rivers were shattered, and the earth had sunk. Dried corpses were lying on the ground in disarray. It was like Azura hell. The heavenly spiral tribe leader roared. He won't do such meaningless things. He must be planning something. Find him quickly. How can we find him when we can't even see his shadow? The divine python tribe leader said angrily. The heavenly spiral tribe leader frowned and suddenly said, try using your emperor's aura. Although he can be invisible, the emperor's aura is omnipresent. It should be able to imprison him. That's right. The divine python tribe leader's eyes lit up. The emperor's aura suddenly poured out like a torrent and surged in all directions. In the distance, above a giant mountain, the inner demons sensed the emperor's aura and turned to look at the divine python tribe leader. It's indeed an 8-star combat emperor. It seems like we shouldn't stay here for long. If he continued to use the kill formula here, he would definitely be found by the divine python tribe leader sooner or later. He pondered for a while. A cold smile flashed across his eyes as he opened the teleportation gate. He ignored the two of them and walked in without looking back. Azure Sea. He once again descended on the mythical island. I'm back again. Standing in the sky above the mythical island, he chuckled and closed the concealment formula. He then openly charged into the internal sea. Time passed quietly. About 2 hours later, a giant wave soared into the sky and rushed into the sky above the mythical island. Immediately after, A blood-red figure stepped on the wave and came over. His entire body was bathed in blood and his murderous aura soared into the sky. He was like a great demon king who had broken through the world. His eyes were filled with bloody light as if they contained a sea of blood. That's right. He was the inner demons. His aura surged violently. He had already stepped into the 4-star combat emperor realm. It's time for me to counterattack. Are you prepared to die? He stood in the sky and scanned the surroundings with his blood-red eyes. He emitted a powerful aura. Then, he opened the portal and descended into the Black Cloud Valley. His murderous aura instantly roared in all directions. Hundreds of miles of land instantly turned into a sea of murderous aura. Countless ferocious beasts were awakened and crawled on the ground in fear. No one? The inner demons released his senses and carefully sensed for a while. In the end, he did not sense the aura of the 2 leaders of the Divine Python tribe. Could it be that they have returned to the Divine Python tribe? After pondering for a while, the inner demons opened the portal again and directly descended into the sky above the city of the Divine Python tribe. They are indeed back. The moment he descended into the sky above the tribe, he sensed the aura of the Divine Python tribe's leader in a large hall below. Moreover, the aura of the Heavenly Spiral tribe's leader was also somewhere below. Who is it? At the same time, the people of the Divine Python tribe also discovered the inner demons. Accompanied by a loud shout, several figures soared into the sky. All of them emitted the aura of combat emperors. In fact, it was difficult not to discover them. This was because the murderous aura emitted by the inner demons was too terrifying. It was as if a god of death had descended into the world. This has nothing to do with you. You better get lost. The inner demons glanced at those combat emperors with an extremely cold gaze. How dare you? Everyone was furious and surrounded the inner demons. You are Ancestor Mu. However, when they saw the face of the inner demons, the group of people suddenly changed their expressions. How is this possible? At this moment, the Divine Python tribe's leader and high priest also soared into the sky and looked at the inner demons in disbelief. I am not Ancestor Mu. I am his biological elder brother. His name is Patriarch Mu. You can affectionately call me Patriarch. The inner demons said arrogantly. Ancestor Mu's biological elder brother? The people of the Divine Python tribe were extremely surprised. The spies we planted in the main pagoda in the past did indeed say that Ancestor Mu has such a biological elder brother. It is said that he even snatched the 7th grade alchemy fire in Qinghai. The main pagoda master is also very interested in this person. Pei Qin should have died in his hands. The high priest sized up the inner demons and secretly sent a voice transmission to the Divine Python tribe's leader. The Divine Python tribe's leader nodded. Since the high priest knew, of course, he knew as well. The high priest frowned again and said suspiciously, "But that's not right. Why would he suddenly come to our Divine Python tribe? Don't tell me you went to provoke Ancestor Mu again?" The Divine Python tribe's leader's eyes darkened. The inner demons glanced at everyone and looked at the Divine Python tribe's leader. He said playfully, "Not long ago, my brother sent me a message saying that someone wanted to assassinate him. So I came to see who has the guts to do so. He is the main pagoda master's disciple. Who dares to assassinate him?" The Divine Python tribe's leader said expressionlessly. "You are going back on your words so soon? But it is all within my expectations." The inner demons smirked and grabbed in the air. One of the halls below shattered and a burly man was forcibly dragged up. It was the Heavenly Spiral tribe's leader. Chapter 1094. Isn't he the leader of the Heavenly Spiral tribe? I remember that he was exiled to the 1st district more than 2 months ago. Why is he in our tribe? Seeing the leader of the Heavenly Spiral tribe, the group of combat emperors surrounding the inner demons were confused. But the high priestess' face was slightly gloomy. Because when she saw the leader of the Heavenly Spiral tribe, she had a rough idea. The high priestess looked at the inner demons and said telepathically, "Brother Mu, let's find a place where no one is around to talk." Sure. The inner demons nodded without hesitation. He did not want to start a massacre in the divine python tribe. After all, there were a group of kind old people and children in this tribe. The only people who deserved to die were the high priestess and the leader. The high priestess smiled and looked at the people around her. Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. We will take care of it. You don't have to worry. Misunderstanding. The group frowned. Let's go. The high priestess did not explain further. She opened a portal and said to the leader of the divine python tribe. The leader of the divine python tribe's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he strode in. The inner demons smiled coldly, grabbed the leader of the heavenly spiral tribe, and entered the portal. As the inner demons, he was especially sensitive to murderous intent. Therefore, even though the leader of the divine python tribe hid it well, he had already seen through it. Don't worry. When we come back, we will give you a satisfactory explanation. The high priestess smiled and said to the people around her. Then she turned around and entered the portal. The night was as dark as ink. In the sky above a mountain, the leader of the divine python tribe was the first to appear. The murderous intent in his eyes was no longer concealed. The next moment, the inner demons also appeared. The leader of the divine python tribe suddenly turned around and grabbed the inner demon's head with his big hand like an eagle's claw. Hee. But the inner demons was not surprised at all. He smiled sinisterly, grabbed the leader of the heavenly spiral tribe, and retreated at lightning speed. Want to leave? It's too late now. The leader of the divine python tribe sneered. His emperor's aura like a torrent rushed toward the inner demons. At this moment, the high priest also appeared. Seeing this, her expression changed slightly. She quickly stood in front of the godly python tribe's leader and shouted angrily, "When are you going to stop being wrong?" The chief of the divine python tribe shouted, "Do you think he will let us go?" Scram. The high priest sighed and said, "Can you stop being so stubborn? Let me talk to him." There's nothing to talk about. The chief of the divine python tribe roared and pushed the high priest away. He looked at the inner demons and said, "As long as we capture you, your brother will walk right into our trap." Boom. After saying this, his aura completely erupted. He took a step forward and charged toward the inner demons, Qin Feiyang, with monstrous imperial might. That good-for-nothing younger brother of mine is not as kind as you described him to be. Even if you were to kill me, I reckon that you would not even frown. However, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to kill me. The inner demons crippled the leader of the heavenly spiral tribe with a single palm strike and threw him into the castle. Then, they charged towards the leader of the divine python tribe. The leader of the heavenly spiral tribe still had some value, so he couldn't kill him. Seeing the leader of the heavenly spiral tribe disappear into thin air, a hint of doubt flashed across the high priest's eyes. A mere 4-star combat emperor dares to challenge me? You're overestimating yourself. The leader of the divine python tribe laughed disdainfully. As he approached, his battle aura surged and he threw a punch at the inner demons. So what if you're an 8-star combat emperor? I don't even need 10 moves to make you kneel and beg for mercy. This is the first move. The inner demons laughed arrogantly and activated the battle character art. A shocking battle intent rushed out of his body and he threw a punch. At this moment, he was like the combination of the god of war and the god of death, shocking the entire void. Boom. The two fists collided and the inner demons was immediately sent flying. The skin on his arm was lacerated, but with the protection of the battle character art, it wasn't fatal. What? When the chief of the divine python tribe saw this, his eyes widened in disbelief. One had to know. He was an 8-star combat emperor and his opponent was only a 4-star combat emperor. There was a difference of 4 small realms between them. It could be said that he had an absolute advantage in terms of cultivation. Moreover, he had used his battle aura and all of his strength in this punch. How was it that he didn't kill this person? Could it be that he was hiding his cultivation? However, he didn't know that the battle character art not only gave Qin Feiyang half an immortal body, but it could also dissipate half of the force. In other words, the inner demons had only endured half of the force from the previous punch. The remaining half had been dissipated by the battle character art. The strength of an 8-star combat emperor is only SOSO. I'm not in the mood to play with you. Quickly show me your true strength. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. The inner demons laughed arrogantly. He stood firmly in the void and a mighty dragon's aura exuded from his body. What? Dragon's aura? The leader of the divine python tribe was shocked once again. How could a human emit dragon's aura? Why is his blood purplish gold? The high priest was surprised. The inner demons ignored him. He quickly formed a seal with his hands and a palm-sized divine dragon seal appeared in the sky. The purplish gold dragon's aura circled around the seal. Divine light shone brightly and illuminated the night sky as if it was daytime. Be careful. The high priest's expression changed. What was that? The aura that it emitted made even her feel an inexplicable fear. It's just a bluff. What's there to be afraid of? The leader of the divine python tribe was disdainful. No matter how heaven-defying his techniques were, he was only a 4-star combat emperor. What could he do? He reached out with his hand, and his battle chi roared in the sky. A giant hand was condensed, and it covered the sky and the moon. It released a world-destroying might. Following his low roar, the giant hand shook in the void. With a deafening sound of wind and thunder, it pressed down on the divine dragon seal. A bluff? This is the second move. The inner demons grinned. The divine dragon seal expanded in the wind and became a giant divine seal in the blink of an eye. It was like a towering mountain that soared into the sky and collided with the giant hand. Rumble. Accompanied by an earth-shattering boom, the two of them exploded in the sky like fireworks, dazzling the eyes. At the same time, the two of them spat out mouthfuls of blood and retreated. Their faces were pale. This is impossible. Both of us used perfect-grade combat arts. How could he tie with me? The leader of the divine python tribe was shocked. His previous disdain was swept away. He did not expect this person to be so powerful. The inner demons looked at him with disdain and said, "When we were in Qinghai, Peichin, Wukai, Tianjing, and the others joined forces. They could not defeat me, let alone you. They were killed by you." The leader of the divine python tribe's face darkened. A bunch of idiots who overestimated their abilities. They deserve to die. The inner demon sneered. An even more terrifying aura than before rushed out of his body. It was as if a god was awakening. This aura alone caused the mountains and rivers within a few hundred miles to collapse. The void distorted violently as if the end of the world had arrived. What's this? Why does it make me feel anxious? The leader of the divine python tribe was shocked. Rumble. Crack. Dark clouds surged in the sky, and strong winds blew. Streaks of purplish-gold divine light tore through the clouds and descended. A wave of boundless might roared out and shook the entire area. It was as if the god of thunder had descended. The leader of the divine python tribe and the high priest looked at the sky at the same time. Their faces were solemn. This is the third move. The inner demons grinned and waved his hand. Waves of purplish-gold dragon aura surged into the sky. Rumble. In the next moment, a divine statue appeared in the world. The divine statue held a broken sword. It was about 1,000 feet tall and had a clear outline. Its entire body emitted a purplish-gold glow. From afar, it looked like a divine king had returned, releasing a mighty divine aura. Why does this divine statue look so familiar? The high priest was extremely surprised. Are you ready? The inner demons rose into the sky and landed in front of the divine statue. His blood-red hair and clothes fluttered. He was like a king looking down at the leader of the divine python tribe. The leader of the divine python tribe was shocked. In his eyes, the inner demons, Qin Feiyang, was like a god that had returned. He could not help but want to worship him. What am I thinking? I am the leader of the divine python tribe. How can I be afraid of a mere 4-star combat emperor? The leader of the divine python tribe shook his head frantically. Finally, he raised his head and looked at the inner demons. His eyes were emitting a cold light. Come out. Following his angry roar, a black divine python roared out from behind him. The divine python was more than 1,000 feet long. It was like a huge mountain with dense scales and a ferocious aura. This was his battle soul. Little bastard, prepare to die. Innate superpower, light of destruction. The leader of the divine python tribe roared. The black divine python swayed its huge body and turned in the sky. A black light beam shot out from between its eyebrows. It was like a sharp arrow that carried a shocking sharpness. It pierced through the sky and shot toward Qin Feiyang. The inner demons had seen the divine python battle soul and the light of destruction when he fought with Pei Qin. However, compared to Pei Qin, the battle soul of the leader of the divine python tribe was even more terrifying. There was no comparison at all. After all, Pei Qin was only a 5-star combat emperor. However, when the inner demons had killed Pei Qin, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Therefore, he was not afraid of the battle soul of the leader of the divine python tribe. Under the divine power of the deity skill, everything was like an ant. Such Qin Feiyang shouted. Clang. The statue raised the broken sword and slashed in the sky. A purple gold sword aura swept out. It was peerlessly sharp. Boom. Crack. In a flash, the sword aura and the light beam met in the sky. In an instant, a destructive wave of air surged out in all directions like an avalanche. Within 1,000 miles, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Magma erupted. Even the void was about to be torn apart. Countless ferocious beasts were affected and were smashed into pieces. The leader of the divine python tribe spat out blood as if he had been hit hard. His face was pale. Waves of shock surged in his heart. What kind of battle art was this? How could it be comparable to his innate superpower? However, in the next moment, something that was even more unacceptable to him happened. In the sky, the sword aura and the dark light were in a stalemate. After a few breaths, the dark light suddenly dissipated. Obviously, it was no match for him. The purple gold sword aura destroyed the black python with irresistible force. Then, it continued to slash toward the leader of the divine python tribe. The bone-piercing sharpness made his body and mind tremble. How is this possible? My innate superpower is no match for him. Chapter 1095. The high priestess, who was not far away, was also shocked speechless. Such methods were simply too heaven-defying. The leader of the divine python tribe shouted anxiously, "Why are you still standing there? Come and help me." At the same time, he waved his hands and performed a perfect battle art to counter the purplish gold sword aura. Boom. However, the purplish gold sword aura was unstoppable. The battle art was instantly nullified. The leader of the divine python tribe spat out blood and his injuries worsened. "Hurry up!" The leader of the divine python tribe shouted anxiously. The high priestess suddenly regained her senses. Since the situation had developed to this stage, it was impossible to salvage the situation. She could only make the best of it. She glanced at the purplish gold sword aura and locked her gaze on the inner demons, Qin Feiyang. Her murderous intent surged. Boom. She decisively activated her fighting soul. It was also a black divine python. However, the aura it exuded was much weaker than the leader's fighting soul. Obviously, her cultivation was not as high as the leader of the divine python tribe. Go! As she waved her hand, the black divine python bared its fangs and pounced on the inner demons, Qin Feiyang. Get lost! The inner demons shouted and used the divine dragon's roar. The sound waves roared in the sky and the black divine python was instantly crushed by the sound waves. Ah! The high priest's face turned pale and he let out a miserable scream as he was sent flying. Under the impact of the sound wave, shocking cracks appeared on his body, and blood flowed out like a fountain. So powerful! The leader of the divine python tribe was stunned. Although the high priestess cultivation was not as high as his, she was still a 6-star combat emperor. How could she not be able to withstand this person's attack? While he was in a daze, the purplish gold sword aura whizzed and slashed toward his head. He suddenly regained his senses and dodged to the side without hesitation. However, he was still one step too late. The sword aura slashed his shoulder and his entire arm was immediately severed. The terrifying radiance caused his flesh and blood to splatter everywhere. Then, with a bang, he smashed into the ground below like a meteor, creating a huge crater. I originally said that I would kill you in 10 moves, but I didn't expect that you wouldn't even be able to withstand 3 moves. This is too disappointing. How dare you provoke my brother again and again with such little ability? You really don't know what's good for you. The inner demon stood proudly and looked down at the chief of the divine python tribe who was lying at the bottom of the pit like a dead dog. Their faces were full of disdain. What kind of battle art is that? The chief of the divine python tribe roared hysterically. He didn't lose to this person but to this person's battle art. The inner demon said, "You really want to know? Then I'll satisfy you. This is a divine art." What? The chief of the divine python tribe was dumbfounded. In the distance, the high priest was also shocked. This person actually had a deity art, and from the looks of it, he had more than one deity art. No wonder it was so ridiculously strong. A deity art was said to be a supreme killing technique created by a deity. How could a mere battle art compare to it? The high priest looked at the inner demons with fear. He rushed to the chief of the divine python tribe at lightning speed and said in a low voice, "Don't hesitate. We're no match for him. Let's go." Go. The inner demon smirked and said, "The moment you attacked, your deaths were already destined. If we want to leave, you can't stop us." The high priest looked at him coldly. He helped the chief of the divine python tribe up and turned to leave. Emperor Divine Prison. Boom. At the same time, accompanied by a loud dragon roar, an invisible mighty force surged in all directions with the inner demons, Qin Fei Yang, as the center. In an instant, everything within a few hundred miles seemed to have stopped. Whether it was the ferocious beasts, the plants, the lava, or the flowing water, they all stopped moving. The high priest and the inner demons also stopped in the void. What's this? Could it be his aura? No, our cultivation is stronger than his. His aura can't imprison us. The high priest was bewildered. Do you think that's all I have? Since you two are so loving, I might as well send you both on your way. You'll have a companion when you go to hell. The inner demons looked at the two indifferently. He waved his hand, and the statue behind him moved. It was like an ancient great emperor. It held the broken sword and charged toward the high priest and the inner demons. The chief of the divine python tribe closed his eyes in pain and said, "Madam, I'm sorry. I've implicated you." The high priest sighed deeply and said with a smile, "Don't say sorry. I'm willing to do all this. I have no regrets." "Madam," the chief of the divine python tribe was full of self-blame. "Don't say anything. I'll fight for a chance for you. You must try your best to survive. Don't think about avenging me. Find a place where no one knows you and live the rest of your life peacefully." The high priest said with a smile, looking a little sad. "Madam, what are you doing?" The chief of the divine python tribe panicked. The high priest did not answer. A destructive aura rushed out of her body and broke through the restraints of the Emperor Divine Prison. Self-destruct? The inner demons raised an eyebrow and began to retreat decisively. "Madam, don't," the chief of the divine python tribe shouted anxiously. "This is all I can do. Don't let me down. Don't hesitate, go." The high priest sent the chief of the divine python tribe flying with a palm strike. Then, with a loud roar, she charged toward the Emperor Divine statue without hesitation. "Don't!" The chief of the divine python tribe screamed in despair and sorrow. "Goodbye." The high priest looked back and smiled. Her slender body crashed into the Emperor Divine statue, and a loud bang exploded between heaven and earth. Instantly, the sky shook. The void trembled. The earth sank. The terrifying destructive power spread thousands of miles away. This scene was like the scene of the end of the world. "Madam," the chief of the divine python tribe was in tears. He looked at the inner demons, Qin Fei Yang, who was standing on the other side of the void. Then he opened the portal and walked in. The inner demons raised an eyebrow. He did not chase after him, because he could not catch up with him now. However, at this moment, A golden beam of light shot out from somewhere below and hit the portal with lightning speed. The portal shattered on the spot. The chief of the divine python tribe, who had just entered the portal, staggered and appeared again. The inner demons was surprised. The chief of the divine python tribe was also surprised. Who is it? The inner demons looked down, but there was not even a shadow. After the chief of the divine python tribe came to his senses, he immediately opened another portal. You still want to leave? The inner demon smiled coldly. He took out the Chang Shui and used the phantom steps. Before the portal opened, he landed behind the chief of the divine python tribe. Then, he stabbed his saber into the divine python tribe's chief's back and destroyed the chief's sea of chi on the spot. Son of a bitch, I'll kill you. The chief of the divine python tribe had lost his mind. He turned around and pounced on the inner demons. The inner demons did not care and retreated quickly, because there was no need for him to do anything now. As long as the cultivation of the chief of the divine python tribe was destroyed, he was like a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. In less than 3 breaths, the chief of the divine python tribe's cultivation was destroyed and he fell down powerlessly. But he did not give up yet. He finally calmed down. He quickly took out a spirit sea elixir and a healing elixir from his Qinkuan bag and was about to take them. However, at this moment, the inner demon stepped forward and snatched the spirit sea elixir, the healing elixir, and the Qinkuan bag from his hands. The chief of the divine python tribe was in despair. The inner demons grabbed the chief of the divine python tribe by his clothes and twisted him in the air. He shook the spirit sea elixir and the healing elixir in his hands and grinned. Do you want them? The chief of the divine python tribe nodded. Then beg me? The inner demons teased. I beg you, please be merciful and give them to me. At this point, how could he still have a backbone? The chief of the divine python tribe begged repeatedly. However, under the pleading gaze of the chief of the divine python tribe, the inner demons tightened his fingers and crushed the spirit sea elixir and the healing elixir bit by bit. No, I beg you, the chief of the divine python tribe screamed in despair. However, in the end, the inner demons clenched his big hands and crushed the spirit sea elixir and the healing elixir into powder. The inner demons scattered the powder in his hands and shook his head regretfully. I'm sorry. I accidentally crushed it. Do you want me to give you another one? Okay. The chief of the divine python tribe nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of desire. The inner demons slapped the back of the chief's head and scolded, Damn you. Do you really think I'm so kind? You killed Pei Qin and forced my wife to death. What else do you want? The chief of the divine python tribe roared angrily. What do you think I want? Although my brother is a good-for-nothing, you can't bully him as you like. The inner demon sneered. The chief of the divine python tribe sneered. Then you'd better kill me now. Otherwise, I won't let this go. Kill you now? No. I've thought about it. Killing you now is too easy for you. Wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow, after you've tasted the disdain of the world, I'll send you to reunite with your wife. The inner demons grinned. Then he lowered his head and glanced at the shattered ground below. Who was the one who attacked in the dark? Suddenly, his eyes flashed slightly. He opened a portal and walked in with the chief of the divine python tribe. Not long after he left, a golden stream of light shot out from a crack in the ground below. It was a person. However, his face could not be seen clearly. He was shrouded in golden light. Ancestor Mu? Patriarch Mu? Are you really brothers? But why do I feel like you're the same person? The golden figure mumbled to himself. It was a woman's voice. However, at this moment, the inner demons appeared again with the chief of the divine python tribe. There's really someone here. When he saw the golden figure, the inner demon's eyes flashed red. He shouted, Who exactly are you? Last time, my brother was schemed against by the Scorpion tribe in the Rolling Clouds Mountains. Were you the one who saved him? Just now, he had only pretended to leave to lure this person out. The younger brother is difficult to deal with. I didn't expect the older brother to be so difficult as well. The golden figure mumbled to himself. Then, he turned around and left without saying a word. Don't even think about leaving if you don't explain yourself.